A torturous Gabba test riddled with rain led to the rare modern event of a draw.
I've never seen so much water like a lake on top of the Gabba.
Here comes the rain.
The shaking hands is happening underneath the Gabba. The test match has been called. It is going to be a draw.
But inside the overall anticlimax were critical threads to shape the series.
Bowls round the wicket to him and head, flicks it through the onside, past mid-wicket. There'll be at least two, that'll be the ton. It's back-to-back centuries for Australia's most popular cricketer.
Yeah, if you're watching Travis Head do what he's doing, grow a moustache and believe in yourself.
Smith on 99. Akash deep to him here, and Smith turns behind square. There it is. An innings of true substance when Australia needed it, and reports of his demise, well, they may well have been overstated.
While Australia's engine room produced industrial-sized runs, the clear and present danger looms large.
Bumrah bowls. Kawaj
Beaten, nicked, out. Bumrah has worked the veteran opener over.
The bowls to him.
McSweeney edges to second slip and he's out. Bumrah is all over Australia. He is unrelenting. Just absolutely brilliant.
Resumes his battle with
Head, who drives, nicks, and he's out. Bumrah's got 5, and the top order is shaky. Round the wicket, easy bowls to Khawaja. Bowled him straight through him.
Wow, wait.
He's gone for 8. And those questions grow around Australia's veteran opener. Still Labuschagne edges it out into the gloves of Parts. Marnus goes for 1.
You'd have to say this is a shocker. Akash bowls underage, he's caught behind as well. Another terrible shot. McSweeney playing away from his body.
In Brisbane's only true moment of tension, India grabbed a psychological win.
Cummins to Akash deep. Back of a leg to the gully, doesn't drag it down, ever so close to doing so, but instead it's 4 runs. And that means India have avoided the follow-on. That is a significant moment in this test match.
And the great voice of Indian cricket knows what such a moment can do.
Psychologically, in that dressing room, go into Melbourne with the scores 1-1. Any touring team in the world will take that. When you see an itinerary which has first test Perth, second in Adelaide day-night, third at the Gabba, and you go to the G on Boxing Day 1-1, they'll take it. India will believe, there's an opportunity here.
The series now comes to Melbourne and the grandest stage of the year, Boxing Day at the MCG.
He's bowled him! He's bowled him! The last ball of the day, letting him one to nip back, finding the inside edge and bowling out good Richards. Yes! Oh, he's got him! He's got him a hat-trick. Yes, he's got him! There it is! Wicket number 700!
He has it! Andrew Simons has it! A maiden test match 100.
bowls to him, and Warner, it leapt at him. He got it away through the cordon and down for 4. A bullet-a-gate double century.
Memorably, India has won the past 2 tests in this arena.
In and bowls to Lyon, who nicks it, he's out. India win the Boxing Day test for the first time and retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Lyon bowls, Rahane plays back and gets the winning run. It's one of India's finest test wins on Australian soil. They level the series at the MCG.
While Australia's cult hero is about to be let loose.
Boland again, bowls here to Robinson. Edge to taken! Oh, Scott Boland, it's a movie script. He's got 6 for 5.
Into Blackwoods, who's edging, caught a gully. 3 in the over for Scotty.
Catches the call, it's caught behind, he's getting Coley. Boland again. It's always Scott Boland in Australia.
The series locked at 1-1, a sellout at the MCG. The festive stage could barely be better set.
It's one of those things here in Australia. You all wake up on Boxing Day morning, can't wait for the cricket to start. So being there, singing the anthem, seeing a packed house, doesn't get any better.
This is the 4th test, Australia versus India on Boxing Day on SEN Test Cricket.
Over the wicket at him, he's bowled him!
Facing up on 28, bowls in. Middle stump out of the ground.
Crawley's left on the pad, they're up, he's out!
Over the top, out towards one off, doesn't carry it, does!
That is Tim Carey's on the advance. Magnificent over extra cover. Delivers here. Knocks him over. This is Stark, and he's edging. He's caught magnificently.
3 out on the leg side, spins it hard, back towards the bowler, takes it and he's bowling through.
Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up. What a mighty hit.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
It's a box office blockbuster.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Border Gavaskar Trophy. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
It is cricket's day of days. Welcome to the MCG, where the gates are open and the patrons are flowing in. You've got to find your shade today, not just your favourite seat, but you've got to find the right place to be. A sellout, the possibility of a record crowd for Boxing Day, an increasingly tense series, a teenager on debut, and it's hot as Hades in Melbourne for it. What a setup we have for Boxing Day 2024. Gerard Whateley with you, SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Simon Katich is with me. Simon, Merry Christmas and welcome.
Merry Christmas, Gerard, and to all our listeners.
What a setup, eh?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, what about the storylines? Obviously, the MCG King, Scotty Boland back in for Josh Hazlewood, and then the youngster Sam Konstas getting to make his debut at 19 years of age, where most 19-year-olds have had a big day on Christmas. He's coming here to fulfil his dream.
It's a calendar that's full of glorious events in Australia, and particularly in Melbourne, where there are 5 big days, and this is one of them. What's it like to be part of?
It's exciting. It's nerve-wracking. It can be daunting, given the volume of the crowd, and we're expecting a big crowd here today, from what I can gather. So, yeah, I just guess there's so many emotions running around because it's a very festive time of year, but you also know that you've got to be really focused because the series is 1-1, and this, in a way, it sort of reminds me of what it was like, the feeling of day one in Adelaide, where it felt like the series, even though it was the second test of the series, it was a critical juncture, and the same here today. We know this series has been a roller coaster ride for both teams, and both teams' batting orders have been under pressure and scrutinised. And I think today we're going to see potentially some changes, obviously with the Australian batting lineup, but also maybe with the Indian batting lineup.
So when you're a kid coming through the system and you realise you've got ability and you're in pathways, how big does Boxing Day loom?
Well, I think, growing up in Perth, it was always on very early because of the time difference. So I think back to that and think how excited I was to wake up on Boxing Day and know that you flick the TV on and you're watching all the great players playing. And then when it actually happened, and I made my Boxing Day debut in 2003 in Steve Waugh's last series, that in itself was as big a series as probably you're going to play in because of being an icon of Australian cricket, but also because we're playing India, who had legends like Tendulkar and Dravid and Ganguly and Lakshman and all these guys, Sehwag. So that in itself was daunting, but it was also exciting because I'd been in good form that season, made runs in Adelaide leading in, and I was really confident that where my game was at, and I was thinking I want to get out there and perform for everyone. So didn't quite, I think I got 20 odd, but in terms of the feeling, it's like this is a great opportunity to show everyone in Australia what you can do. So as a player, I don't think there's any better challenge, and it's a great platform to go out there and create history.
So this is Sam Konstas living every teenager's dream, isn't it? There's 90+ thousand in prospects. You dropped into a series that is white hot, and you're going to stand arm in arm with 11 Australians representing the whole country, as everybody's looking in.
I know, and the other thing is this young kid has played with a number of these players earlier in the year for New South Wales, so he's not daunted by the prospect of walking into this dressing room even at 19 years of age, because he's already shown them, a number of them, what he can do when he got the 200s for New South Wales first game of the season against South Australia in Sydney. So I think from what I can gather, and having spoken to Trent Copeland about him a couple of weeks ago when he played the first game for the Thunder, he sent him a message to say, mate, relax and enjoy because you're on debut, it's a big game. And the young kid's response says a lot about him. He was like, F that, I'm going out there to smoke these blokes. And he did. He got 50 off 20 balls. So that sort of paints a picture as to what we're dealing with here. It's not an an arrogant comment. This is just a kid that's confident in his own abilities, which you need to have at this level to succeed. And the fact that he's here at 19, you know, whether it's deserved or not based on, you know, what he's done so far, there's a lot of people that think, yep, why not, get him in. Then there'll be other people that look at what's happened to McSweeney and go, that's a tough call on the young kid, given that there's other players in this Australian team that have underperformed just as he had. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I think Australia have realised that it's an ageing team, but this young kid could bring a lot of energy to this group for what is a critical test in this series.
He's exactly what this team needs, I think. And you're going to have this incredible dynamic of openers. One is half the age of the other.
Yep.
One's 38, one's 19.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the running between wickets, because I think you're going to see a young kid that's eager to rotate strike and obviously want to get off the mark, but he'll probably do it with a 4, knowing how young kids operate these days. He want to announce himself in an imposing fashion. But, yeah, that dynamic with him and Usman Khawaja is going to be great to watch.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. So the series, 1-1 after 3. India hold the trophy. So Australia can't lose here at the MCG. This has become a result ground. Every reason to anticipate that this is a result test match. Australia has to win.
And I think, you know, given the way the series has progressed, it feels like they've started to get more of a stranglehold on it. They were poor in Perth, but to their credit, they bounced back beautifully in Adelaide, which you'd expect given their record there in pink ball cricket. But then what we saw at the Gabba, India will feel that they finished that test match well, but realistically, they got Australia in a position where the rain was coming in and Australia were trying to force their hand. And to set the test up, it wasn't that easy to score quickly, particularly against the new ball on that wicket. So I think they'll feel like they were starting to, you know, get momentum in that test. But realistically, Australia dominated the bulk of that test, and the rain sort of thwarted their opportunity to really, you know, get 2-1 up in the series. So as we've seen in the previous tours, though, and as we saw in Perth, anything can happen, though, because we thought India were in disarray prior to that first test with not knowing what the team was going to look like, and there's probably a little bit of that here today. But we've seen what they were able to produce in Perth. Who's to say they can't do that again here at the MCG, where they do have a pretty good record?
The pitch plays a huge role here at the MCG. So it dates back to the Ashes test in 2017 and then the Indian test in 2018. So everything after that, that's where the pitch adjustments were made. It's been an absolute triumph of ground management and the curators to revitalise the pitch that looked like you needed dynamite to make anything of from there. So our pitch report for Charisma Potatoes: start cooking with Charisma Potatoes with 25% less carbs. This is a seamers environment. This is a bowl first pitch, but it's high 30 degrees, which adds a level of complexity to the decisions at the toss.
It is, and we've got a recent example of what happened at the Gabba last week with Rohit Sharma. He went on the overheads, and then it rained all day. They only got 13 overs in, and then by the time day 2 rolled around and the sun was out, it was a different ball game. So, look, I think today the conditions will dictate. I'd be very surprised if either team bowls first, given, you know, it's potentially 40 degrees. So, and given what happened last week for India, they were playing catch-up on the back of that decision, and I can't see Rohit Sharma doing that again. I don't think Pat Cummins, being a fast bowling captain, will want to spend today out in the field in 40 degrees. But whoever does bowl first today, there will be a little bit there early, because we know that this is a new ball track. And that could be, you know, if you do get it right for 2 hours before lunch and get 4 wickets, you could set this test match up with a really good 2 hours to start the day.
At Shield level, it's not even a debate. You bowl first no matter what here. So there's a little bit less grass, so it's 6 mils of grass. But as Matt Page, the curator, has said, this is the MCG pitch as we have come to know it. Runs are hard to come by here.
It is, and that's where if you can be bold enough and bat well enough in the first innings and take that on, you'll reap the rewards later in the test, because we do know that as the test goes on, with this grass on it, that it will start to stay a bit lower, and then the stumps are in play, less nicks carry, but you can really shut down teams with bowling stump to stump, which, you know, this is going to really challenge the batsman's footwork in these conditions, because the MCG, you have to work hard for your runs, and if you're not on your game, then you pay the price.
One of the great intrigues around an Indian series is you never know what's happening with their team. They tip their hand on nothing. There are rumours of total overhaul to the batting unit as they come here. I wonder how aggressive and bold they might be.
Well, they've got some big decisions to make because KL Rahul, for mine, has been their most consistent player. And I think he has to keep opening because I think at 31 years of age, he's coming into his prime, and you don't want to muck around with that. Jaiswal's been hit and miss. He was brilliant in Perth, but then he's gone missing because Stark's been all over him in the first over. So that's the challenge, is that he's a natural opener and they want that aggression at the top of the order. But they've also got Rohit Sharma, and his best spot's at the top of the order, even though he is an experienced player and should know how to bat at 5 or 6. So they want to get him into the series, given he had the late start missing the Perth test. So that's the challenge. He's in charge of that decision. It's his prerogative where he bats. So I could see that, there's going to be a rejig of the order to suit him, to get him going, because they need their skipper being dominant rather than being a bit submissive down the order and playing catch up once the top order might have failed. So and then the other part of this is their bowling lineup. Bumrah's been so dominant and they've leaked runs at the other end. Siraj has been okay at times, and then he's been the villain and found it tough. And then the others have been sort of new to it, Akashdeep, and they haven't really settled on their spinners. But Jadeja's got to play, so then it's whether they want to play 2 spinners or not. So Ashwin's done, so it can only be Sundar.
Yep.
So, whether he comes in for Reddy or whether he plays with Reddy and Reddy moves up into the top 6, there's so many things that could happen.
It makes for a riveting toss on a whole number of fronts. Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Damien Fleming, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, Gerard, Simon and listeners. I'm pumped.
Yeah.
Pumped. And a little bit's got to do with what Cato was saying. I actually had just interviewed Matty Page, so he's very happy. But it's those uncontrollables, isn't it, that how much does this sun bake the pitch? A lot of teams like to bowl first, but you take a big risk doing that, don't you, if they're only 1 or 2 down at lunch. So it's intriguing.
So you're our bowlologist. This is a formality, bowl first pitch in normal circumstances?
Always.
These are not normal circumstances?
No, I think I'm batting. I'm batting, and I want them to get into that scenario, particularly if I want India to bat first, because we've still got question marks about Mitchell Marsh. If they get a lot of overs into, Cummins, Stark, Boland, get Lyon on early, but if it's a long day for the Australians, do they have 5 bowling options? Or is it 4 and 2 overs?
Yes.
I just hope that with this sun baking it, there's only 6 millimetres on there compared to 12 a few years ago. We could potentially have the best batting pitch we've had for the summer, sometime day 2, day 3. But with these batting lineups that have struggled to score runs consistently, will they take the game deep enough?
This is your hometown, so the test match has always had a hold on you, I'm sure, since you're a little kid. What's Boxing Day come to mean to you?
Boxing Day for me, as a kid, obviously it was just coming. Watched Dennis Silly break the world records in 1981. 1982 was the start of AB and Tomo's partnership. 83 was my future South Melbourne captain, Graham Yallop, scoring 268. And 84, I'll stop there. Viv Richards walked out. Viv got booed. I don't know why, as a kid. And 208 runs later, Simon, standing ovation. I still don't know where he got booed going there. And then as a player, I feel for Scott Boland, because 2 of my 3 Boxing Days, I was the only Victorian. Tell you what, you start to find out some friends from school you haven't heard of for 20 years, and you've got third cousins. You've got to find 400 tickets. That's your biggest stress. So Bolo will be experiencing it all up until late night, last night and this morning.
And we get to come here and see so many different events. And Boxing Day is unique because it's not a day that offers a result. And sometimes it does. There have been days where it doesn't quite live to the occasion, but when it does, it just leaves a searing imprint.
Yeah, see, you say the highlights, lowlights. I don't know why my brain went for a low light straight away, but that 2010-11 Ashes that you started in, Cato, and we won in Perth. Once we'd lost we got bowled out and they were past our score by the end of the day. I think that
Bloody Sunday.
that was like, because of the expectation from Perth and Johnson getting man of the match there, I thought we can still win this series. And then within one day, it was gone. And then the low light for me was watching or commentating Graham Swan doing the sprinkler dance in front of the Barmy Army a few days later. So, that would be it. And, highs would be close to Warney's 700th, I think, the test wicket. It was massive. And then looking back at his feet, he took 5 for 39 on day one in a Boxing Day test, a leg spinner. What a legend.
Yeah. And he is honoured today with a huge MCG crowd when we come that far. Do you like the teenager arriving on the scene for Australia?
Yeah, no problems for me. I think Nathan McSweeney got 3 tests. You can make arguments that, he's got a better average than some of them, but they do have more credits in the bank. He definitely hasn't solved for me that he's not a middle order player. I still see him not even at 3. I see him at 4. But, geez, I love what he did in the Big Bash. I just wanted that script to keep getting written. The only thing is I wish he'd hit the winning runs. But he seems like a fine young man, a great temperament. I thought he was fantastic in the field. He's shown the future that, hopefully we may not get as many runs from our top 6 in the next generation, but let's get back to being a gun fielding team and picking up run-outs and scoring there. But Konstas, he's an opener. When do you want to play? You want to play when you're in form. Pat Cummins had some interesting things. Him at 18, you had no fear. So Paddy was talking about when he hit the winning runs in South Africa, he's just thinking, I'm going to hit Dale Steyn back over his head. And he's saying, me, 31-year-old Pat Cummins, isn't thinking that. So, and even if he doesn't get a lot of runs, I'd still be looking to play him in Sri Lanka, West Indies. There's 5 tests, more extra. So he might have 7 tests by the Ashes next year.
Yep, that seems like a pretty good blueprint.
It's amazing hearing you talk about that sort of bulletproof mentality that you've got as a teenager, and it's so true, because I think you haven't got that level of experience to make you either doubt things or question doing something. You just go and do it, and that's what this young kid's probably going to do. He's going to go out there and do what he's done best for a long time now, is go out there and make runs.
It does sound like his temperament from everywhere we're reading, aren't we? From, he's very confident for a 19-year-old in the media, but just from teammates, Sean Abbott, had some great words to say. So, great. And great players have that. They have an inner confidence that average players don't have. And back to McSweeney, just players get dropped. Like, I played in some great Australian teams like Simon Katich. I mean, besides Adam Gilchrist and Mr. Cricket, everyone else got dropped. Ricky Ponting must have got dropped about 4 or 5 times when I was playing. So Donald Bradman after 1 test, Steve or Mark or Damien Martin for 6 years. So it's not unusual to get given a chance and not quite make it then. But the great players come back better players. And I just think that with his temperament, Nathan McSweeney, I still think he's got the game. I love his square driving and I like his cutting. He leaves the ball. I love his strike rate to get up when he get higher. But he's not going to be facing Jasprit Bumrah every test series going forward. So, I think they've done the right thing.
How delicately poised matters coming here. 1-1, India hold the trophy. Australia must win here.
Well, up until Australia's second innings at the Gabba, I went, India have learnt nothing out of this game. They haven't gathered any momentum whatsoever. But because of that seesawing second innings, where early on it didn't look like Australia were trying to score quickly and set a target, the first 3 got out playing normal shots. And then they started to, obviously play their shots and lots of wickets there. I think India might have got a lot of momentum out of that. But this is the same scenario as going into the Gabba. What are the top 6? What are the top 6 of both teams going to do? Who's going to put their hand up? I've got no confidence in either top 6. And Travis Head can't keep getting hundreds, match winners. KL Rahul might be due for 100. For the rest, how are they going? even Stephen Smith's 100, then there's that caught down the leg side again, so that's a mode of dismissal that can happen. Marner said he was back after Adelaide. I didn't see any of that up at the Gabba. Usman's short on runs, Mitchell Marsh short on runs, Jaswell besides one innings, Coley, you just wide half volley, Chad McGill, same. The only thing I would change, we don't know their team, do they? But I'd bat Bishab Pan at 6 and try and get him in when the ball's as old as possible. But I've got no faith in either top 6.
No, it's fair because when you look at the numbers, it suggests that there's probably 2 standouts in both teams, and we saw that in the previous test. Both Travis Head and Alex Carey, they've been the most consistent for Australia, and it shows when you look at the series averages. And then for India, it's clearly KL Rahul's been their standout, consistency-wise. And then he was joined by Jadeja, who's obviously just played the one test. So they're struggling as well. So it's really going to be who can win this battle of the top 6. I think it's probably higher than that, top 4, because that's where, the engine's going to be, well, the engine room is nullifying that new ball threat for both teams. So it's going to be great to see who does the job.
It's going to be great, that's for sure. Damien, Fleming, Simon, Katich, thanks for getting us underway. We'll be with you for the first ball of the Test match, which is just a little over an hour away. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Jazz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there. We've got a breakdown on the Tulla outbound. Just before Morland Road, the left-hand lane closed, speed centre 40 and cruise. Dealing with him. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Sexy Lanes Boxing Day sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today. Trade up and drive away in style at Chadstone Toyota.
Looking for a sleek sedan or a spacious SUV? Drop by and make a deal. They'll beat any trade-in price.
And check out their competitive finance offers today. Your dream car awaits.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Top mechanics agree. Euro Plus brake pads from Bendix are the superior brake pad for European vehicles. So it makes sense they're paired with Euro Plus disc brake rotors. Both with unrivaled performance you won't find in original equipment parts. Leading technology, precision engineering, just like your European vehicle. Euro Plus brake pads and disc brake rotors. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles. Tylers save with Beaumonts. No need for a third umpire.
The MCG is a hive of activity. The warm-ups are happening down below us for both teams. Mark Taylor has the baggy green cap in the ceremonial bag, so he'll be handing that over to Sam Konstas shortly. And the early arrivers are finding their vantage points at the MCG. It's a colourful crowd already. Plenty of Indian fans and a lot of Australian gold taking its place. Shade is probably a higher priority than view today, judging by the way they're heading for the back stalls. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, the Australians. So we're heading inside with the other half of the opening equation. 38-year-old opening with a 19-year-old. It's got a funny old ring to it. So we're inside the Australian camp for Smarter Light. Adam Collins is downstairs with Usman Khawaja.
Usman Khawaja, sold out Boxing Day. Doesn't come much bigger or better than this.
Yeah, it's massive. I think India and England are the only two to get sold out, but always feels like the fans and Indian fans are really loud when they came in. You always wonder what the split is. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when we take a few wickets. It'll be interesting to happen how the crowd reacts when they hit a few runs or if they get wickets. So looking forward to it.
Such a perfect setting as well. Like all the families here yesterday, all together. Such a special tradition within the team.
Yeah, I mean, Boxing Day is one of the great Australian traditions. It's one of those things. It's Christmas Day leading into Boxing Day, leading into this. This Test match is huge. You grow up watching it as a kid. It's a special time with the family around too. It's been going on for a long time too. It's not something that's new. The family's obviously been involved in Boxing Day Test a long time. So it's always a nice balance to have the family, the kids around. I was playing with the kids this morning and then coming out and playing some Test cricket.
Turning to the enormity of this match, knowing that you have to take something away here at Melbourne to have any chance of winning the Border Gavaskar Trophy for the first time in a decade. It's a massive game.
Yeah, huge game. It's I think we played beautifully last game. We dominated all the way through. Even right till the very end, we tried to set up a game, and then the rain came through, unfortunately. But I think if we stick to those processes and do it again, I think we're a big chance. Obviously, India's a very good side. Take nothing for granted, but if we do the basics really well, hopefully Eddie scores 100 off 100 balls, and then we can go from there.
And for you, a new partner at the top of the list, Sam Konstas. Your first impressions of your new opening partner?
I've really enjoyed him. He's a really cool kid. You can see when he bats, he understands his game, he understands cricket, but he still has that little bit of immaturity, which I find really refreshing at times. Ignorance is bliss. He's just out here playing Test cricket. I don't think the enormity is getting him too much because he's still 19 years old. He wasn't expecting to be here, now he's here. So, it's very cool. I'm very excited for him.
Interesting, dynamic with any opening partnership, getting to know each other as people as well. I suppose finding mutual interest with someone half your age must be an interesting process.
No, I'm a kid at heart, so it's not. I'm sure my wife Rachel will tell you that. I gel pretty well with my kids, and the younger generation, I find it very easy to gel with them. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed his company. Seeing someone sort of, come up through the ranks and come play Test cricket, I know what a special feeling it is. And it's funny because, he's come up through the New South Wales ranks, and I, as a kid, came up through the New South Wales ranks. He was I joked around and I said to him, like, all we are is 2 under-19 openers from New South Wales just back together. So we both, open the batting for New South Wales and under-19. So, it's nice. It's nice to have him on board. He's been really cool.
So building on a point you mentioned before, and Pat did yesterday, say naivety is a strength, but there's this big emphasis on Sam walking out there today or whenever you're batting this test match and being free, the importance of that?
Ignorance is always bliss, I reckon, especially at the start, yeah. Because you keep things simple, watching the ball, you're playing, you really don't know, what's around you. You don't really have any demons. There's nothing really going. You just go and play. I remember my debut for New South Wales, much the same. We had a big turning, ragging wicket at the SCG. Actually, Andrew McDonald was at the other end, playing for Victoria at the time, and even he recalls, he's like, that wicket was, bloody tough work. And I didn't bat till day 3, and there was a lot of rough, and spinners were bowling. But I had no idea, because I never played in rough before. I never played a game that went for 3 days. It was like, not in Shield level. I played a couple of second 11 games, so for me, ignorance was bliss there too, and I scored runs purely because I had no idea what rough was, so it wasn't in my head. So I think that applies to some level, particularly in your first few games. And then, after that, it's just about doing the hard work. So
you're now far deeper into your career. What's your prep been like? How are you going at the moment in the nets and getting ready for a day like today?
Pretty similar. I'm a very simple guy. I keep things simple. Watch the ball, try to hit the middle of the bat, make good decisions, same sort of prep every single time. The process is the most important thing to me. And then, hopefully if you do that long enough, consistently enough, results will show. And then, that's really all I concentrate on. I'm a very simple guy, so I keep things simple.
The line out of the camp's been, you're not out of form, you're just out of runs. Is that how you feel internally as well, that you'll turn the corner soon?
It's just it's been 3 innings, and I'm not going to lie, it's been tough work up the top. Boomer's an excellent bowler. I thought there's a lot of times that we've had some good partnerships up the top, and then just haven't been able to capitalise. It's just the way it is. We got a lot of starts last year, so hopefully if I get a start again in the next game or 2, I can capitalise. But most important thing, whatever I need to do to help the team win, hopefully that's to score lots of runs, but even at the worst case scenario, absorb enough pressure up the top.
Of course, Boomer won't get any easier. Not likely to be at the MCG, which has been good for fast bowling. However, it's going to be 40 degrees today. It's a chance for you guys to put some pressure back on the Indian attack.
Opening the batting is always tough work, no matter where you bat. Whether it's 40 degrees or not, he's going to have a fresh ball in his hands and he's going to be fresh. So you got to understand that as an opener. That's why opening, I always say, is one of the toughest gigs there is. But belting that out. But no, honest, it's if you can get through that, then 100%. If we bat today and we can get through the first session with a good base, anything's possible, because it is very hot, and the bowlers, whoever's going to be bowling, will feel the heat later on in the day.
We've got a jumper on at the moment. You can take that off and get ready for what's going to be a massive test match here at the G. Good luck, Usman Khawaja.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Adam Collins there with Usman Khawaja. Thanks to Smarter Light, 80% less energy and carbon usage, battery-free, always compliant, huge savings, Smarter Light environmental exit signs. That was a little earlier on during the rehearsals, and we've just watched Sam Konstas be presented with his baggy green, Simon, so a huge moment in a young man's life.
It is a wonderful moment, and presented by Mark Taylor, former Australian captain. So they obviously had thought long and hard about the significance of that, because, the whole tradition of the baggy green cap presentation was brought in by Steve Waugh to try and connect the past of Australian cricket to the future, and that's the beauty of it. It's a wonderful time, obviously, to have Sam's parents and family down there, and they've all been part of his journey so far, and it's obviously a short journey because he's only 19 years of age, but wonderful for them to be able to be out in the middle of the MCG and experience that along with his teammates, and see how that journey plays out now.
And a lovely insight from Usman around connecting the generations within the team.
Yeah, he did it well, saying that, they're basically 2 19-year-old or under 19 New South Wales openers. So he's going to try and relive the glory days of way back when, because that was basically 19 years ago for him. So I'm sure he remembers it well.
I guess, I don't know whether we'll see it today or not. The toss will dictate that, but what Konstas might be able to do for Khawaja, perhaps a little bit of free-flowing scoring, whereas the partnership with McSweeney was doer.
Yeah, I think, and we saw a little bit of that. I know in that second innings at the Gabba, it was obviously short-lived because, Khawaja got out. But I think initially we saw his first ball, he punched through backward point or covered point for 4, and then he played a beautiful drive, So it looked like he was batting with that intent that he wants to. It's just he hasn't had the opportunities present from the discipline of this Indian bowling lineup. So that's going to be the challenge for him, is to navigate how this wicket plays if they do bat here today, but then also whether, if the young kid's going hard at the other end and looking to play shots, whether he wants to sort of go down that path as well and feels comfortable to be able to do it, because it's one thing to have that mindset. The second part of it is being able to be in your game in order to then be able to put the opposition bowlers back under pressure.
The one element we won't know until they play is Travis Head's injury status. So Australia could ill afford to have him out. Whether there's an element of risk in this, as Andrew McDonald spoke about, a strain, and it's only been 8 days. So, and this is a big ground. It's not just about the fielding. It is about the batting. You don't find the boundary at the MCG all the time, no matter how well you're hitting it. So that's a bit of intrigue as well.
Well, it is, because if there is an issue with the running and then Travis Head's he decides that he can't run because it's sore, then we're going to see some serious entertainment, because he already wants to entertain batting normally, but if there's a little bit of a niggle there that means he doesn't want to be running 2s and 3s, then I think he might start loading up.
We'll see. All right, India are in their huddle. There's no cap presentations there, but there is a deep sense of intrigue around how they reveal their team when the time comes. We're going to bring Bharat, Sundaresan and Pete Lawler into our broadcast in a few moments' time. This is our pre-match for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tilers.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there. Got brake lights for Brunton Avenue and Jollymont Road around the MCG precinct. Plenty of foot traffic. Of course, the cricket kicks off very shortly. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Sexyland's Boxing Day sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 Benelong dining voucher. Ends December 31, 2024. T's, C's, exclusions and eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
During the big December deal sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins for Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
Escape the everyday on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday that has something for everyone. You only have to unpack once to discover the picture-perfect islands of the South Pacific. On board, cheer on your family and friends on the Ripcord by iFly skydiving simulator. Then compare stories over homemade pasta at Jamie's Italian by Jamie Oliver with a glass of Ponting Wines, the Pinnacle Shiraz. And wrap up the night with a wow-worthy show at 270 Theatre. Your next memory-making adventure awaits at royalcaribbean.com.au.
This week, get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the summer with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos will also bring premium audio to any and every room. Visit sonos.com to shop now. Offers end December 31st.
Barbecues galore epic Boxing Day deals are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off outdoor furniture. And up to 50% off outdoor heating and backyard essentials. Don't miss out. Hurry, online and in-store. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Good Oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
You know, you pick a player because you've seen something in them that you want them to carry on to Test cricket. And for Sam, that's, you know, he's taken the game on at certain times. At other times he's shown a calm head. So hopefully he's, you know, much of the same. I think being young, you don't have the experience to fall back on, but you do have the kind of the naivety and the energy just to take the game on and not think too much about it. Just think about, you know, yourself. What an opportunity to take on the world, and you know, that real want to prove yourself straight away. So that's our encouragement. Go, don't overthink it. Just go and play your game.
The captain who knows a thing or two about being a teenager on debut for Australia. Pat Cummins on Sam Konstas there with Bharat Sundaresan yesterday. The Good Oil as we build up towards this test match. Thanks to Makita. Rule the outdoors with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipments. Makita XGT, the professional choice. Bharat and Pete are going to join us in a moment's time. Tom Morris, happy Boxing Day to you.
Happy Boxing Day to you, Gerard, and Merry Christmas. It's just a different feeling, isn't it, when Boxing Day test rolls around. 90,000 people expected today, 40-degree heat. I can't imagine there'd be much difference than a 50-50 split of Indian fans and Australian fans. It's going to be great to watch.
This town, it's our sporting capital, and we are blessed to have grown up here. It has Grand Final Day and Melbourne Cup Day, the men's final at the Australian Open historically, the Grand Prix and Boxing Day. And it's an interesting moment. Is the full force of Boxing Day is about to be revealed to us in its modern context and then reinforced next year with England as well, as to just how the day presents and how it unfolds. All of those other days is deliver you to results. So this is unique. It's got its own rhythms and rituals stitched into it. I think it's extremely encouraging that it's a sellout, and I wonder what the number ends up being.
It would have to be 93,000, maybe slightly more. I think those comparisons are right, Gerard. And I even said this morning on the new ball, I've been here for the Commonwealth Games, I've been here for big Socceroos matches and State of Origin, NRL. But Boxing Day is different. Boxing Day Test cricket against India and England is different. And the last time we played India or England without COVID restrictions was 5 or 6 years ago, wasn't it? So we haven't really felt this for a while. Pakistan, South Africa's great, but India smells and feels different, and that's what's so exciting about it, especially with the series 1-all and so much riding on this particular match.
I do think it has been 5 of 5 Boxing Day in those big 5 events in this town, and it's handicapped because last year it's Pakistan and the year before it's South Africa. There's England in 21 where Boland takes 6 for 7, and I think the magnitude of that gives it to you. But you're right, we're in COVID restrictions. India's won here the past twice. The West Indies is sandwiched in between. The full force of Boxing Day is only let loose when it's England and India. It's still an excellent day with all of that, but where it becomes immense is in this environment.
And that's probably reflective of international cricket as a whole, isn't it? It means something more when Australia is playing England and India. I had a look up when Australia last won the Boxing Day Test, 2011-12. Nathan Lyon had taken 8 Test wickets. He's taken 533 Test wickets now. It's been that long, and I was unaware, just off the top of my head, how dominant India's been on this day or in this Test for a while now. I know 2 wins and a draw. So the fact that there's only one survivor for Australia from that last win on Boxing Day against India and none from India tells you how long it's been. It's been actually quite an unusual drought for Australia against the Indians at the MCG.
And that has been the progression of India, where they had never won the Boxing Day Test, and then they got a draw, which felt immense at the time, and then 2 wins, one to claim the trophy, one to set things right for Adelaide and set off the chain reaction. Tom, lovely to have you here. I think you might have snuck in a little bit of cricket between Test matches, which we might reflect on as we go along. Our pre-match is for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Peter Lawler, Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you too, Mr. Melbourne. What a wonderful thing to be here at your home venue.
Yes.
In the Gerard Whateley stand.
I feel like, Pete, I present to you the best of Melbourne. You gave us the best of Sydney yesterday. Did you sneak to Bondi on Christmas Day?
Yeah.
Very Sydney. Could you be any more of a cliche?
Mate, I went down the beach for a little bit of a post-lunch swim, and I was nearly crushed by a pack of Irish and English and Brazilian backpackers. I have never seen so many people trying to fit in such a small space between the flags. But, it's not what I'd usually do on a Christmas. Sure.
Bharat, Sundaresan, season's greetings to you.
Season's greetings, Gerard and Pete. I had a bit of a swim in the sea as well. Went down to Brighton Beach. This is where I'm staying with the wife and the dog. So it was beautiful. Not too many people. I like Melbourne over Sydney already, Pete. I'm sorry.
Brighton, the Sands Beach is very good near my place on Christmas Day. And all the Middle Eastern families get out there with the charcoal grill. I just go from one barbecue to the other asking if I can have something.
You spoke about the Christmas spirit. I brought that yesterday with my Santa hat to interview Pat Cummins, but I've been the messenger of peace for the last few days, Gerard. It's really heating up away from the cricket, and I got a call from someone in Cricket Australia on the 22nd when I was on my way to the MCG and says, Bharat, can you please douse some fires? We want this media match happening. Can you just please go pay peacemaker? And I think I'm going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, even though the media match didn't happen eventually, Gerard. There's been a lot of drama away from the cricket. Indian media, or the peripheral Indian media anyway, yelling at the Australian camera guys and them yelling back and me trying to jump in the middle and keep peace. And all while... I've been watching Sam Konstas prepare for his Test debut, and I'm very excited, Gerard. Very excited. He played a reverse ramp, first up in the nets, and said, bold boomerang. I was like, I love this guy.
I've got goosebumps at the thought of seeing Sam Konstas walk out the bat and open the batting this morning. I'm not sure what they'll do with the toss, but it's one of those days where you do not want to be in the field, do you? Australia's got a bowling captain. So if Australia won the toss, we might well see Sam Konstas out there this morning. Yeah, we had quite the old-fashioned stink off stage, haven't we? Virat losing it in airports, and he as I was just down on Channel 7, I said he found that pill of that bottle of angry pills again. It's the old-fashioned Virat getting upset over nothing. The Australian, I have to defend the TV crews. I spoke to both crews that were involved in that incident. None of them had footage of his family. One of them, the Channel 7 crew, showed him the footage that they had. The other crew didn't have any because the cameraman didn't know who Virat Kohli was, let alone his kids. It's a bit disappointing because I've seen Virat out with his family, and they're a beautiful family in Perth and very relaxed, but I didn't have a news crew with me. But I guess he's just not used to cameras getting in his face because do the media keep a respectful distance from the Indian cricket team?
Not
or
at all.
They have to because there's 1,000 police around them every
Exactly.
time
They
they
don't
go
get
to an
as
airport.
close to the Indian cricketers as is the case here. Yeah, but just all to do with nothing, Gerard. I think we're fine.
But this is the natural course of an Australia-India series. It doesn't matter whether it's here or there, and it doesn't really matter how it sparks. We always reach this point.
Get back to me in 12 months' time because it always happens with the English. But what I'm surprised about at the moment is the series is 1-1. The English don't usually turn until the series is gone and they're sort of dragging their sort of carcasses around the rest of this tour. That's when they tend to turn, but it's much more exciting the stuff that's going on in the field, I think. Yeah. And Virat's just so up for this series. It's fantastic to see. You know, old men should grow mallow like good wine, shouldn't they? To borrow a line from Dirty Harry. But not Virat. He's going to go out shaking his fists, I reckon. And then we'll shake his hand because he's been so magnificent at this venue. 2014, that great performance, wasn't it? What was it, 2018? He had the other big partnership as well. I mean, Melbourne/Mumbai, isn't it? I know, this town is just home. Indians feel at home in Melbourne at Christmas. I don't know what's gone on.
13 years since they lost a test match. And the 2014 test was very important because that's the first time India were 2-0 down. They were coming off 6 straight defeats on Australian soil. And they managed to bat out most of the last day and save the test. And that kind of told them that they can go head-to-head with this Australian team. And since that test match, when they drew in Melbourne, they've only lost 2 on Australian soil, 3 on Australian soil.
There's another local marking out his run up there, Scott Boland. That's going to be very exciting too. So either way, we're going to see Konstas or we're going to see Boland today. And there's a huge Indian presence. Let's look over there beneath the sight screen in the, what stands that? It's not the Gerard Whateley stand, is it?
Ponsford stand.
Yeah, Ponsford
and
stand.
They'll have the bottom deck of the punt road end as well.
Just over here, there's a big pack of Indian people in very early, so it's going to have a vibe today, a big vibe.
What chance upheaval in the Indian batting lineup?
I mean, suddenly the reports coming in yesterday have been that Rohit will open and that they might play 2 spinners, which is news to someone who left the tour early and retired, Gerard, I'll tell you that much. So I'm sure he would have stayed back, R. Ashwin, if they knew there is even the possibility of them playing 2 spinners. On the basis of what I'm seeing from where we sat, I can't see Washington Sundar really warming up with gusto, so we'll have to wait and watch. But yeah, we're hearing the reports about Rohit opening seem to be pretty solid, so I guess we'll have to go with that. We'll find out in 4 minutes' time. But yeah, it's another classic case of Gautam Gambhir and being the coach and this regime where you never know what's going to happen, and the players don't know either.
Is Rohit Sharma going to be the Indian captain after this series? Will he make it to the end of the series?
If I think they don't make the WTC final, I will not be surprised if he just calls it quits, because the next big series for them is in England. It's the start of a new cycle for the WTC. I wouldn't be surprised if he just says, great, but if India do win and they do make it to the WTC final, I can definitely see him continue at least till that game.
But there's rumours coming out, isn't it, that there's another person retiring. So it could be him or it could be Virat.
Those are the only 2 options you would think, And Rohit is the likeliest to be that guy.
He's a guy under the most pressure, isn't he, coming into this series? Into this test, and series.
The promise of this summer, Pete, was today, the Go Get 'em kid on the front page of the Herald Sun is at the start of November. This was the promise for Australian cricket, was a young Tyro, a teenager.
Yeah.
And he's had to wait just a little bit longer. I actually think the wait has served him extremely well in the cricket that he has played. As we spoke around the idea of him being a sponge and that he wasn't quite ready when we saw him in the Shield game against Victoria. But then the block of work that he put together, the end of the Australia A Series, Shield, BBL, just as teenagers can, in a matter of weeks, they're suddenly ready.
Well, the Australian team's done him a favour too, Gerard. They've significantly lowered the bar of our expectations. The top order's not producing runs. The top order let McSweeney down. Konstas, couldn't agree more. I mean, I was blessed to be at that Sheffield Shield first round game against South Australia when McSweeney batted so well too. But Konstas shot the lights out. He's something really electric about this kid. I'm not saying he's going to come into Test cricket, make a 100 on debut, but God, how much would we love that? He is a sponge. He's a very talented player. He hasn't faltered every time he's gone up a division in his cricket from the time he was about 7. He's succeeded. He makes centuries for fun. It's going to be really exciting. And he's got that fantastic attitude. It was really interesting to see Pat Cummins say this to him, and that when I was picked, I just thought, what am I doing here? It's a win-win situation because it's everyone else's fault if I fail. Yeah. And that's got to be the attitude you take. Konstas has a very good attitude. You see it with his debut BBL game. Someone wished him luck. He said, no, I'm going to take him down. And he did.
And just his interactions with the other Australian players as well, Gerard, at practice, just looks like he belongs. He's not overawed by anything, as you are not when you're 19. And like, what did Pat Cummins say? If it doesn't work out, the selectors are idiots, not me.
That's it. It's perfect.
He's going to open the batting with a bloke old enough to be his father, twice his age. Gosh.
You can already tell he's exactly what this team needs internally and public facing. Is the knock on this whole setup is that they haven't regenerated. There isn't young talent being brought forth. But the whole nation is with this kid, not on him, at his shoulder. This is the grand tradition of trusting a youngster in Australian sport, and it doesn't matter which code it is. We're about to get a taste of that. So Pat Cummins is just studying the Indian team sheet now. Couldn't see him guffawing or... Oh, right. So we're about to learn as Ravi Shastri has set a stage in the middle of the MCG.
Big man for a big occasion. Here he goes. It's always special.
He was working on something in Brisbane for us here.
For this?
Yeah. He knows an occasion.
Well, it's a nice, pleasant morning here in Melbourne, and we are at the iconic, gigantic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Venue for the 4th Test match in the Border Gavaskar Trophy between India and Australia, and also the home to the king, the late Shane Warne. The gloves are off as we come up to toss time. It's Boxing Day. The two captains in their respective corners ready to lock horns. Rohit Sharma, Pat Cummins, match referee, who has his eyes locked on the proceedings. Rohit Sharma, Pat Cummins. Pat Cummins will spin the coin. Heads. Heads is the call. What's it, Andy?
It's a tail.
Pat, you won the toss. What have you decided?
We're going to have a bat today.
What do you make of the surface?
Yeah, it looks good. Always a bit of grass on it, like a normal MCG wicket, but sun's out. Feels nice and firm.
Big day in the series, this moving test match, a moving day.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's 1-1. It's kind of what everyone wanted to see, fans anyway. So it's been a great series so far. I expect the last two to be pretty awesome as well.
Boxing Day test match, what does it mean to you?
I mean, as a child in Australia, you wake up, you kind of hopefully had a good night's sleep after Christmas, and it's all about waiting for that first ball. So I'm sure there's millions of families around Australia waking up, itching to get started.
Your side, there's Sam Konstas in the side. He will be playing today.
Yeah, that's right. Sammy's debuting. He'll open the batting, and Scotty Boland also comes in for Joshy Hazlewood.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Rohit, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Yeah, we would have batted as well. Looks a good pitch, but nevertheless, we're bowling first, and we have to bowl well.
Great day to start a test match, Boxing Day, series level, everything to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The series is 1-1 and a lot to play for, and gives us another perfect opportunity to come out and play well and show what we have as a team.
That character you showed in Brisbane would have lifted the dressing room big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's all about fighting in the situation. Whatever situation you are put in or whatever situation lies in front of you, you have to fight. And we fought really well in that game. But again, this is a new situation, fresh day, fresh test match. We have to start again from, the start. So looking forward to it.
And your combination for today's game, I believe some changes?
Yeah, we've made one change. Gill misses out. Washington comes in place of him.
You at the top of the order?
Yeah, I will be.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's Australia who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Well, that's just perfect for the occasion. Sam Konstas to get his first look at things with Usman Khawaja inside half an hour's time. Now, India's team sheet is fascinating reading. Are you back at the top of the order? Yes. Well, Rohit Sharma's listed at 3. Does 3 count as the top of the order? Jaswal, Rahul, Sharma, Kohli, Pant, Jadeja, Reddy bats 7, Sundar comes in at 8, Bumrah, Siraj and Deep. What do you think, Bharat?
Oof, big call to drop Shubman Gill. So basically they've got rid of the specialist batters. So we did hear that Rohit will go up to the top and that they'll play the second spinner, but that was supposed to be at the expense of Nitish Kumar Reddy. now they have 6 bowling options, and Jadeja batting at 6, and they've dropped someone who had a great record or started his career in brilliant fashion at the MCG in Shubman Gill. So he's averaged 20 in the last 2 tests. They haven't dropped him very often in Test cricket, so it's a big call from this Indian management, and also means Rohit gets to bat at the top. But I still don't think Rahul and Jaiswal will be moved on from as an opening pair. I can't see Rohit bat at 3, so I guess it counts as the top order, but he did have a bit of a giggle there when Ravi asked him, really, Gerard.
They're not afraid to make changes, this Indian team, and I like that. It doesn't always have a good effect on the team, as we saw with the retirement after Brisbane. This is going to be one of the great moments of the year, I reckon. You're going to remember where you were when you watched this kid walk out to bat.
Yeah, I feel the same way. This is a moment in time, and a last punctuation point on 2024.
Yeah,
see what it gives us.
Sam Konstas, 11 first-class games. It's incredible. 19 years old. What were you doing when you were 19, Gerard? Had Bharat seen something out here?
Yeah, and just like as soon as the toss was finished, Usman Khwaja, you could see, just ran into the dugout to get padded up, I guess, get ready. Sam Konstas just hung around, posed for a few pictures with a few kids there near the fence. He just looks relaxed. Just with Bumrah Boxing Day, so what? Big deal.
All right, Pete, Bharat, enjoy it. We'll touch base with you throughout the day. Peter Lawler and Bharat Sundaresan for the Makita XGT 40V Max. More power, intelligence and efficiency. More Makita power without limits. Australia has won the toss for the first time in the series and has elected to bat. It's 29 degrees, looking at a top of 37, but it is overcast overhead, so not the blazing sun. And I think that's the way the forecast is. I'm not sure how much baking sun there'll be. It's just going to be a hot environment to be in. We're on the countdown to the first ball here on SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Hello again. We're looking good around town this morning on this Boxing Day Thursday with the test kicking off shortly. We've got a fair bit of foot traffic along Punt Road, Brunton Avenue, also Jollymont Road, slightly heavy. Sexyland's Boxing Day sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyOz.com for info.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
No matter what way the coin turns up, you'll be batting first with a huge score at Bingley's Boxing Day sale. They're your go-to destination for great service, great brands and great value. And now, Bingley are delivering special after special with huge deals on TV, tech, fridges, laundry, cooking and so much more. Make it a huge score. Don't miss the Bingley Boxing Day sale. Shop in-store or online at bingley.com.au. Bingley, better living every day.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread Temporary Surface Protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover. Looking for the perfect spot to catch live sports and enjoy great drinks? Head to 388 Sports Bar, right in the heart of Melbourne's CBD. With daily happy hour specials and big screens showing all your favourite sports, it's the best place to relax and unwind. Whether it's cricket, basketball or racing, 388 Sports Bar has you covered. The game's always on at 388 Sports Bar. So grab your mates and find them at 388 Lonsdale Street.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. That's gold! Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Hi guys, Warren Treadray here. If you're dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled, get your adventure sorted with Maverick Campers and Caravans. Check out their wide range of off-road caravans. Maverick's caravans are tough tested on all terrains and backed by an Australia-wide repair network for peace of mind wherever your adventure takes you. Plus, discover your SEN secret deal. Visit their website and find the footy. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.au.
We're about to get back into the cricket and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. Team news for Liquorland. Your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tailors. Adam Collins jumping in for a quick chat with Simon Katich. The news from the Middle Australia have won the toss and are batting on Boxing Day in Konstas, in Boland, out McSweeney, out Hazelwood. For India, a recalibration to their team. Washington Sundar in Cat, Shubham Gill is departing the scene for the time being, at least. Your thoughts on that from India? Because this emerged yesterday, this might happen, and at the toss, Rohit Sharma's confirmed it.
Yeah, good morning, Collar. Yeah, look, I think I'm a bit surprised, given the nature of this series and the lack of runs from both top orders, that you would obviously drop one of their players, Gill, top order player batting at 3, for an all-rounder who's going to probably bat at 8. It gives them more variety with the ball, there's no doubt about that, and maybe that is a concern for Rohit Sharma, because we've seen Bumrah be dominant in this series, but not being able to have complete partnerships throughout the innings with another partner at the other end at times. So whether they feel like this gives them a bit more flexibility to try and block up an end so that Bumrah can be used as a real weapon for short bursts, that might be the thinking. The other part of the thinking is obviously Rohit Sharma needs, or feels like he needs, to get to the top of the order somehow to have more of an influence on the rest of this series. So I get that. That's his prerogative as captain. But I think for Shubham Gill to make way, who's a superstar of Indian cricket, that's a big call for him to be left out. I mean, yes, he didn't play well at the Gabba, and he's looked a little bit loose at times, but we also know his quality. In that last series that he played here, he got a very good, I think, 91 here at the MCG.
Yeah, Shubham Gill is in the top 10 for run scorers around the world in 2024, 866 with 300. So a big call to leave him out, and the extra flexibility, that middle order, which will have Rishabh Pant, followed by Jadeja, followed by Nitish Kumar Reddy. If they get going, that'll be exciting.
It will, and I think we saw the benefit last test of Jadeja playing, that experience, the left-hander, and he batted beautifully at the Gabba for 77. And the only reason he probably got out in the end was to try and score quick runs with the tail. And that's happened to Reddy a little bit as well. He's batted consistently in this series, but kept getting out, batting pretty much with the last wicket. So I think in terms of, that middle order, it could be dynamic, but also they're going to need the top order to blunt that new ball against Australia.
Sam Konstas, Australian cap, 468, such a special day for him. He'll be opening the batting with Usman Khawaja in about 17 minutes from now, half his age from Konstas to Khawaja. Do you reckon he'll take the first ball? What's your instinct on that?
I hope so, because I think this crowd will absolutely love it. And he's going to face Bumrah at some point, so he may as well go out there and get him on straight into it and set the tone early.
We'll go quickly to Tommy Morris on that as well.
Yeah, so he takes the first ball in most games he plays, not his most recent Shield game, but certainly for Australia A in Mackay early this season, and he rotated it with Nick Maddinson. So he can do it, but it doesn't, not exclusively his role.
Or he's got the confidence. We know that from what we've heard in the lead-up. OK, we'll take a pause here. Both teams have completed their Ream warm-up. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water that's steady, hot and strong. Make sure you take note of when the Women's Ashes is starting. See Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes from January 12 until the 2nd of February. Of course, a day-night test match here at the MCG. Search Ashes tickets. And our pre-match has been for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tilers. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and Fijaz Halal Financial Services. Gerard Whateley with you next for the anthems and the start of play. The news from here at the MCG. Australia have won the toss. They're batting on Boxing Day.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPick's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipechealth.com.au.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix standard with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Find everything you need for your home at Springvale Homemaker Centre. Shop Harvey Norman, Domain, IKEA, Anaconda, JB Hi-Fi and more. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
Looking for marine finance that's simple, fast and tailored to your needs? Call Acquired Financial Services. Accessing over 63 lenders, let their experts secure the perfect loan and best rates. Visit acquiredfinance.com.
Australian credit licence number 488607.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Trusted for over 25 years, the Toro 570 series sprinkler provide everything needed for residential and commercial contractors, offering hundreds of combinations with an unparalleled range of flexibility. 2500 series control valves for light commercial and residential use, and 2400 series control valves for residential use offer solid construction, reliable performance and convenient operation to suit the specific needs of homeowners. Visit your local Nutrien Water store or nutrienwaterstore.com.au. Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
The MCG being set for the formalities, the national anthem, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. At least half full, so 50+ thousand in. The chance of the all-time Boxing Day record, 91,112, which stands from that Ashes Test match that just grew and grew in 2013. And the only other time 90+ thousand was in February 1961, 90,800. So it's a bit of an inhospitable day. So those who had a decision to make this morning, they are going to determine how big this crowd ends up being. Those who had booked their tickets specifically to participate in what is something of a national festival are already in place to a large degree. But the crowd will swell as the next... Well, really, as the first session unfolds. You want to be around for the first ball, though. You want to be around for the first ball. Sam Konstas to make his test debut for Australia. So the Australian team is Khawaja, Konstas, Labuschagne, Smith, Head, Marsh, Carey, Cummins, Stark, Lyon and Boland. The two changes there. India's team sheet has come in. Jaiswal and Rahul. Rowett at 3. Kohli at 4, Pant 5, Jadeja 6, Reddy 7, Sundar 8, so 2 spinners for India, Bumrah at 9, Siraj at 10 and Akashdeep at 11. Forecast top today is 37 degrees, it's 29 now. There's a north wind blowing, but yes, there's plenty of cloud overhead protecting us from the beating sun, as it were. The weather update for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. And so much discussed around the MCG pitch over the past 5 years or so. It's a good-looking strip now. When they made their adjustments, it would look pretty ugly, but it would be vastly improved on where this ground got itself to, and it's now looking better all the time. So 6 mils of grass, the pitch update for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check to experts. We sit opposite the Shane Warne stand, and today they'll doff their broad-brimmed hats again in the tradition to honour Shane Warne.
Please welcome to the field, carrying the Border Gavaskar Trophy, with 29 tests, over 1,000 runs, 100 wickets, former Indian all-rounder Irfan Pathan, and at 461, the most dismissals in Australian Test cricket, former Australian captain and wicketkeeper Adam Gilchrist.
It's a lovely ceremony that has been enacted ahead of every test match. A great from I the Nation, who have big roles in Border Gavaskar series of the past. Adam Gilchrist led Australia to that drought-breaking series win on the Indian shores in the absence of Ricky Ponting. He was captain when that was done. Irfan Pathan.
And now, please welcome to the MCG the teams: India, led by captain Rohit Sharma, and Australia, led by captain Pat Cummins.
Great roar from an MCG crowd for it. Such fascinating stage in the series. Rohit under all sorts of pressure. Pat Cummins has won the toss. Australia choosing to bat.
For the anthem ceremony are our match officials, field umpires Joel Wilson and Michael Goff, our fourth umpire Sean Craig, and in his 100th test match, our match referee Andy Pycroft. As we know, cricket is a sport for all fans, for all participants, regardless of their identity, their background, their beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect, to come together, to feel respected, and we thank each and every one of you for playing your role. If you are able, please now be upstanding as we welcome Wurundjeri Elder Auntie Joy, who will conduct the welcome to country. Bharat will then perform the Indian National Anthem, and Sam Ludeman will then perform the Australian National Anthem.
Womenjakar, Wadungini Arabring, good morning. I'd like to begin by saying that the first Australian Aboriginal team who played here and toured England, I want to acknowledge them and thank them for their blessing today. I want to acknowledge all ancestors, elders and communities across this great nation and neighbouring islands. And of course our own Scott Boland, who's playing for the Australian team today. And of course our Australian team players and their family, and to our very, very, very warm welcome to our Kiribs, to our friends from India. We are known as the Managum people. And this leaf is our gift to you. I take this leaf on your behalf. Accepting this gift means you are welcome to everything from the tops of the trees to the roots of the earth. You join with us to honour the spirits of our ancestors who have nurtured this land. Wominjakar Wurundjeri Balak, you are most welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people. Notchkanwa.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल चलदि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय
Renditions of the anthem, and the only man who went bigger on the last note than Sam Ludeman was Sam Konstas in the Australian lineup. He's a teenager who I think the country's going to love, Simon Katich.
Oh, he's absolutely lapping up this occasion. the look on his face was priceless. Good luck to him. Let's hope he has a great day, and so do the Australians.
It's a tremendous crowd in at the start, and the Indian contingent is large, as was well forecast the last time India played. On at the MCG was in the T20 World Cup. They played a couple of games, memorably the Pakistan game with 90+ thousand. So you can imagine how many of those fans are back, and they are in they're in their blue. They have their national flags waving at both ends of the ground. They've got the lower deck at the Punt Road end and at the city end as well. Their team has stayed out on the MCG. Rohit Sharma addressing his troops. We are about to see a moment of history in Australian cricket as Sam Konstas readies himself on the other side of the rope. It has been well recounted. Ian Craig, Pat Cummins, Tom Garrett, Sam Konstas, Clem Hill, the youngest to make their debut for their country. It's our youngest ever Australian opening batter. He's charged out into the middle as if he was lining up for a footy game. Usman Khawaja takes his own sweet time. If you come into the MCG, download the SEN app and listen to every ball with no delay using SEN Stadium. Bring your earbuds. And if you're watching from home, SEN Sync. You can link the call up with what's happening on the telly. Use SEN Sync. It's all on the SEN app. Hopefully you've discovered it across the summer or the footy season before that. The contrast between our two openers, Simon Katich, couldn't be more marked, could it?
Well, what's interesting is how early he's got to the centre, because normally you go out together as a pair. It's a partnership. But the youngster, he's lapping it up. He wants to get out there and face that first ball. He's probably faced it 1,000 times in the last week since he found out he was playing.
He is going to face the first ball too.
Yeah, he's got it. Bumrah too, from the Shane Warne stand end. This is going to be electric.
It's everything a big occasion needs. A match-up, a moment of tension right at the start. Perfect for Boxing Day that Australia won the toss and chose to bat. He's had good bowling conditions traditionally at the G since the revamp of the pitch, but it's a hot day. He couldn't help but bat. Opening pair, 138, 119. Jasprit Bumrah, who is the threat of the series, the finest fast bowler in the world right now.
I'd love to know what Bumrah's thinking tactically here, because he knows the youngster is going to be wanting to play shots early. Does he just hang it outside the off stump, see if he can get a nick early, or does he attack the stumps and try and nip one back, pin him in front?
Sam Konstas readies himself, short sleeves. 19-year-old, biggest stage in world cricket. Boxing Day at the MCG. Jasprit Bumrah is dominating the series. He patrols at the Shane Warne stand end. Crowd rises to it. Bumrah bowls the first ball. Konstas leaves outside the off stump.
Well, what a way to start. Confident stride into the ball. And a confident leave as well. Bumrah hung it out there, well wide of off stump, seeing if the youngster would be tempted. See if there's any nerves floating around early, but it was a confident leave. It's going to be a fascinating battle.
Under the helmet, he's got a curl to his lip. He's talking to himself as Bumrah is on the runway heading into him. Sam Konstas, felt for, got beaten on the outside edge, came forward to defend. A little bit of the crafts of the Indian spearhead.
And the reality sets in. Bumrah right on the money here. That's an absolute beauty. Stood the seam up. The youngster looked to play at it, but it just left him. And that was right in the corridor of uncertainty.
Konstas upright in his stance. Bat left high. The tilting figure of Bumrah into it. Konstas leaves. Saw it early outside the off stump. Bat high out of the way. happening out in the middle as there should be.
Oh, and just the atmosphere as well. Like, that was loud for the first ball. There's a lot of blue in the crowd, so there's a lot of Indian support. They'll be wanting an early wicket. Try and get some momentum here. Australia want to try and navigate their way through this Bumrah spell.
3 slips and a gully in place. Bumrah over the wicket, bowls. Konstas is beaten again. Came forward hard to defend. Ripped past the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's good length. It's probing. It's not quite there to drive. Just wonder whether Bumrah is going to throw one up there a foot fuller to finish this set in the next ball or two. See if he wants to play a big drive in the first over. Just a little bit short, not quite luring him into a full-blooded drive.
Reverse the leave does Sam Konstas in the aftermath. That seam position is bolt upright when it leaves Bumrah's hands. He bowls, and again, free in the over. Beaten on the outside edge. Squared him up that time. Couldn't quite get forward.
Yeah, good shape early on here from Bumrah. Just given the angle of his bowling arm, you expect that ball to keep coming, tracking back in towards the stumps, but he's standing the seam up here and leaving young Sam Konstas, who was beaten all ends up there again, but it's not quite full enough to lure him into a big drive. Will he finish the set with a fuller ball here?
Gasp with every replay from a huge MCG crowd. Bumrah to Konstas. Oh, beat him again. That is the most severe examination there is in world cricket. 4 times played and missed in defence. Bumrah starts in electric fashion. It's a maiden SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley. Completed home and move in now.
This is some atmosphere, Gerard. You can't get this anywhere apart from maybe in India. A full house at Eden Gardens, which absolutely rocks. But MCG Boxing Day, and wow, wouldn't it be special to be out there in the middle right now?
Mohammad Siraj is the villain of the piece. He'll be at the members' end, and Usman Khawaja, who's got his own big struggles on his hands. He's turned 38. He's scored 63 runs in the series at 12.6. At one end, an Australian opener in the blooming moment of his career, and we're in the latter days of Usman Khawaja. 2 slips and a gully in place as a short mid-wicket. Siraj to Khawaja, well wide in an easy lead.
And this is a really interesting field from India to start here for Siraj, just the 2 slips. We know if you can get the ball full at the MCG early with the new ball, driving is tricky, just holds in the surface a little bit. He's only got the 2 catches in the gully. He's got the extra man on leg sides. He's got the square leg and the catching mid-wicket, KL Rahul. And that's fine if he wants to attack the stumps. But if he's going to hang around off stump and outside, he might pay the price not having enough catches behind the wicket.
Siraj is over the wicket, bowls. Khawaja, he's been feeling for it outside the off stump.
Well, the only thing that's cost India so far is just the length. It's been a good length, but it hasn't been full enough. And as a result, both these two have just played and missed a number of times.
5 out of 8 plays and misses. I can't remember a test match starting like it.
Yeah, and the seam is just, that was beautiful seam from Siraj. Just nipped away from Khawaja. Just wants that on a fuller length now. Lure him into drive.
Cloudy, breezy, hot. Siraj pitches up. Khawaja now played inside the line of a ball that was leaving.
And what's interesting too is Khawaja's been squared up a lot in this series. That's how he plays. He doesn't really get a big stride in the ball. And that was noticeable in the second innings dismissal at the Gabba. But the angle was different. They were around the wicket. And Bumrah found a way through. Siraj is operating over the wicket here, so he fancies his chances here, but it won't surprise me if he decides to come round to angle that ball back into the stumps.
Siraj to Khawaja, beat him. Ball moving away. Is that enough for Rahul to be brought into third slip? No, he came dashing in. Yes, that's enough, Simon. You can't have one of these edges go flying through a vacant third slip.
Well, and particularly with the way the ball's going. The ball at the moment is hitting the seam and nipping away from Usman Khawaja. So percentages are the ball's going to go offside, off an outside edge. And if he does hit it, well, he's just lost his backward point. So he's got the third slip, but he's still keeping the 3 fielders in the ring on the leg side, which is fine if it's going to help him bowl the stumps.
Yeah, they're super keen on the short mid wickets, but now the fully stocked Corden. Siraj to Khawaja, left alone.
And this I don't mind because he's enticing him to try and hit the ball through backward point. So there's a big carrot there, much like what Pat Cummins did at the Gabba when he had 3 slips, 2 gullies, and said, go for your life, boys, cover driving. And I don't mind that at all. Particularly if it means Siraj now feels comfortable attacking the stumps by having the extra fielder over on the leg side. There's nothing worse than seeing a team have a new ball, waste it just bowling in the channel, and openers can just get through leaving the ball. We want to make them play as much as possible.
Siraj to complete his first over. He bowls to Khawaja way outside the off stump. We have not had the sound of bat on ball through 2 overs. It's none for none. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Take care if you're heading into East Melbourne this morning. A lot of extra foot traffic along Wellington Parade, Wellington Parade South. Also, Jollymont Road. Brunton Avenue is closed for the Boxing Day test, but Punt Road looking good in both directions. Today only at Harvey Norman. Spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards. Boxing Day only. T's and C's apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier, none for none. Jasprit Bumrah picks up against Sam Konstas, who leaves a rising delivery outside the off stump. And he's got that little tick as he calls no on the lead.
Yeah.
When did he first bob up on your radar, Simon? When did you start to hear about him?
I heard a little bit about him last season when he started playing for New South Wales. And I think Kerry O'Keefe had made a prediction on him early on that he was going to be a future superstar.
Konstas faces up to Bumrah. The young Australian opener off the pads, finds his first run through backward square, and he'll hurry back to make it 2. Sam Konstas is underway. Rousing reception around the country.
Wasn't that a reception? Your first runs in Test cricket, will never forget that. Just tucking Jasprit Bumrah, who attacked the stumps there, just drifted into the leg. He clipped it nicely behind square leg, and good aggressive running too. Could easily have just settled for a single, got down the other end, let Khawaja, but he attacked it and wants to come back and face him again.
Bumrah in bowls. Konstas plays straight back down the pitch. Right in behind us.
And he's got the chest out, hasn't he?
Eyes wide.
Yeah, he's loving this. Loving the contest.
His mannerisms. So he squints with one eye. He curls the lip like an old cowboy from the West. And he's talking to himself on the way in. Being mimicked in backyards in about 2 hours' time, I reckon. Bumrah bowls. Konstas leaves the rising delivery again outside the off stump. Still one that he's picked well so far. Just short of a length and no threats.
Yeah, but from all the reports I've heard, and I obviously had a great start to the Shield season this year, but I think what everyone has said is just about the fact that his whole journeys have been about making hundreds, and that's the critical element of batting. Whatever level you're playing at, making hundreds and helping your team win games of cricket.
Konstas, he's played the reverse around. He's shaped up as Bumrah arrived. He's played and missed. He's trying to hook it up over the cordon, and that sends its own thrill around the ground. Usman Khawaja. Can't see that very often.
Oh,
Jasprit Bumrah's a bit...
I can't believe this.
Quick movement. Bat to flick it up over the keeper. Swing and a miss. Kids these days, Simon.
Oh, he's lucky that missed, because otherwise that would have been an embarrassing walk off the MCG.
Got to keep your head about it. Bumrah to Konstas, beaten hard, so he came hard at that one in defence, maybe a little unsettled by the previous moment. None for two. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
This session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. The theatre is about as rich as it can be through 3 overs. Australia none for 2. Sam Konstas has both of those runs. Usman Khawaja is facing Mohammad Siraj at the other end. Khawaja gets the bat right out of the way. It's no threat outside the off stump. What do you make of young Sammy?
Well, there's a little bit of naivety there, isn't there? It's second over at Bumrah. You're out there to do a job for your team, and maybe that job is, he's been told, we want you to take it on. I mean, there's a difference between taking it on and being reckless, and he's fortunate that ball wasn't hitting the stumps, because it would have been an embarrassing exit.
A little glare from Virat Kohli at the end of the over. Khawaja's on the move, wrapped on the pad. Siraj is up and asking. Umpire says no. How far down was Khawaja? Conversation, keeper, captain, bowler. Points. All involved. Time is ticking. Review is happening. LBW shout. This is a big shout. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Well, live, the line looked good.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out after the placement, and it's a fair delivery. Front and first, please.
Khawaja is yet to score. And the DRS. Our first look. Front on.
Appears to me that the ball has missed the bat. Can I have RTS to check if there is any bat involved?
Khawaja's dead in front, but he's a long way down. And it's on the top of the knee roll.
Yeah, I can see a clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no back in ball tracking whenever it is ready, please.
It's an early nervy moment.
Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets missing.
Up over the top.
Michael, you will be staying with your not out decision. Stand by your screen, signal now.
Review lost for India as well. Understand why they went. The DRS for IMAR. Cashback rewards with your insurance. That's IMAR.
Yeah, very good decision from umpire Michael Goff. It would have been his biggest concern, how far down and the bounce. And given its first morning, you haven't really seen a huge amount or sample size of balls to know exactly whether that was going to hit or not. So there's always an element of doubt.
Siraj tries again, bowls. Khawaja stays home and leads.
And another sign that these two are going to be prepared to try and put these Indian opening bowlers off their length. But it also highlights how risky it is in the process. Sam Konstas getting away with that one, trying to ramp it, and then Usman Khawaja shuffling down the wicket. It's going to be a challenging first couple of hours here, particularly with the clouds still hovering around. It's ideal bowling conditions at the moment.
3 slips in a gully in place. Siraj bowls. Khawaja tried to flick down the leg side. He missed. Like the line was spot on. It's up over the top of the off stump. But because he'd taken a couple of quick shuffles, it was over the top of the off bail.
And what's been really noticeable so far is the presentation of the seam. These last couple of balls, Siraj is just getting it to swing back in now, which makes him really dangerous, which is why they've got the field set the way they have. They still feel like they can try and pin Khawaja in front, but if he does get that ball to just nip away, then the outside edge is in the game as well.
Siraj to Khawaja. He flicks off the pad this time. Straight down to the boundary for 4. Khawaja runs it off the blade, and he opens up. First boundary struck for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. It's none for 6.
Yeah, that's nicely played. Just getting that far too straight. Leg stump line, heading down. And Khawaja's not going to miss out on something like that. Just tickled it down. Nicely defined leg.
11. Seen them all, Khawaja from Siraj. This is the last of the over. Khawaja's in behind, defending back down the pitch. None for 6. That's the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Take 1, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today. Go your own way. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Australia none for 6. Bumrah is bowling to Konstas, who's leaving. 3 slips in a gully in place of points. Mid off, mid on, and mid wicket to a square leg. The forward square, yeah, close to the mid wicket, as well as a fine leg with Bumrah bowling to Konstas.
I just wonder when Bumrah's going to really dangle the carrot here. His mid-off's up quite tight. He's in line with the stumps, so he hasn't really pitched up and given him anything to hit through cover yet.
The bowls, Konstas squared up and slews away to points. No run. We're experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat Sundaresan comes in to join Simon Katich. Welcome, Bharat.
Morning, Gerard. Simon. Told you in the nets, it took him maybe 4 balls from Manas with a rang on the side arm to try the reverse ramp, and he went ball Bumrah. It's taken him, what, 10 balls here?
The penultimate ball of the second over was when he attempted it. Konstas faces up. He's tried it again. Swing and a miss on the reverse ramp. I don't love it, I must say.
No, I'm not a fan. Not at this stage of the Test match. I'm sure Marnus Labuschagne sitting in the dressing room or wherever he's sitting on the bench, he's probably not enjoying that either.
And it's not like he's getting into a great position either, is he? Simon, his head is falling away.
He's hoping he hits his bat. Absolutely hoping. That's fine doing it against a white ball that doesn't really swing much, but against a red ball at an MCG here, where there's a little bit happening.
Bumrah bowls, Konstas leaves, tight to the off stump.
Also against a bowler who's not going to get bothered by Bumrah, just smiling every time he does that.
Well, he'll feel like he's winning the battle to see that sort of shot being played right now.
You spoke about the full delivery, Simon. I'm also expecting a big booming in-swinger. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, maybe just a 3-over setup. He's a patient man, is Bumrah. Doesn't like giving runs away.
Spelling from the warm stand end. Heavily populated MCG. Bowls and Konstas leaves. Bouncing ball wide of the off stump.
Well, I think too, him settling into this line and length just on and around off stump with this swing is also saying, well, let's see whether you've got a drive, an off drive or a cover drive here to put me off this. And let's see who wins the patience game. And that's part of the battle in Test cricket, is understanding what you have to do to get through this spell.
Last ball of Bumrah's third over. Stutters in and bowls to Konstas, who's clipped the ball into his pads as he attempts the drive, and it trickles past the off stump. Tight and tense times. Another made, none for 6. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Springvale Homemaker Centre's Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big at Australia's largest home and lifestyle destination. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to maximise your tax refund? Visit rjsanderson.com.au and update your information. Whether it's personal tax returns, business, company or self-managed super funds, RJ Sanderson will ensure they claim every expense available to maximise your refund. rjsanderson.com.au.
Pay.com.au replay screen. The last ball of the over was the big in-swinger from Bumrah. Inside edge into the pads. So fired it for the first time and drew a false moment, Simon.
Yeah, and that's probably the area of Sam Konstas' game that a number of people have mentioned, that there is a gap between bat and pad technically. And we just saw it there with that in-swinger from Bumrah as the leg slip comes into play now after that boundary down a fine leg last over.
Reddy's gone there, none for 6. Now, Khawaja just wasn't happy with the setup. Mohammad Siraj is known to get quite snarly in those moments. So none for 6. Khawaja's 4, Konstas 2. 3 slips, gully, and the leg slip. So Rowan has changed the field consistently for Khawaja. The Australians haven't rotated the strike at all, so he's seen all of his 12 from Siraj. He's on him again. Khawaja is an easy lead.
I wonder what role Khawaja plays. Yes, I mean, he himself's under so much pressure. Not had a great series with the bat. Not had a great year with the bat. And he sees his test debutant partner try the reverse ramp and not look very good while doing it either.
Khawaja's 4. Siraj bowls to him. He's edging into the ground, short of Jaiswal in the gully.
It's a massive series for a number of these Australian top-order players, given that they've just seen one of their teammates get shown the door after 3 tests. And, you know, when you look at the numbers, McSweeney's numbers weren't, or some of them were better than some of the other boys. So that's where, obviously, previous efforts and campaigns have meant that they've stayed in the team. But, you know, if India win this test and end up keeping the Border Gavaskar trophy, then they'll be under pressure.
Siraj to Khawaja, pulls, dragged it down through mid-wickets. He'll find some runs out into the deep. It's chased down the punt road end as they complete 2, and Khawaja will come for the 3rd as the throw from Akash goes all the way to punts at the striker's end. Khawaja 3 there to go to 7, and Siraj gets his first look at Konstas.
There were 2 pull shots that Khawaja played early in the Gabba of Siraj, and this one not as convincing, but those are the only times he's looked like making runs, hasn't he, Sam?
Yeah, and surprising. I mean, Siraj, he knows that's not the length to be bowling. He just has not been full enough to him.
Khawaja's down to share a word or 2 around what he's seen from Siraj. Konstas, there'll be the 3 slips, gully points, wide mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Siraj sets in and he bowls to Konstas, who's wrapped on the pads. They're up and asking. They'll be denied. Might seem to be the issue as well as leg, and that's where the captain is put him. He's not to be talked into anything this time.
It's a good length from Siraj. Much fuller. And that'll be the area they keep attacking this youngster. Trying to get that ball. Good length, top of the knee roll. That's just a little bit down leg. But good movement, angling back in. And that's the area that I think they'll be targeting.
Just the way the bat comes down. It's always that gap.
Pay.com.au replay screen being studied. Siraj bowls again. Konstas stands down the pitch, had a swat and a miss. So the improvised stuff isn't working. The Indians, well, Siraj is prepared to tell Konstas that's not what Test cricket looks like.
It's not just the shots he's attempting. It's not looking very convincing. The head just went somewhere else there. It's all exciting if you're just sitting in the stands and enjoying a 19-year-old have a great time. But you're right, won't be fun in the dressing room.
Oh, can't imagine what Marnus Labuschagne's thinking at the moment, sitting there.
Siraj to Konstas, comes again, flicks off his pads through backward square. He'll find runs as Reddy chases it out into the deep. They'll turn for 3. So Konstas finds bat on ball with his aggression, goes to 5. The crowd is trying to urge him on. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier, is none for 12.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Khawaja 7, Konstas 5, Australia none for 12. Siraj, the booze of the crowd as he heads down to fine length. Jasprit Bumrah has ball in hand at the worn ends. He will be bowling again to Konstas, who tries the reverse round, caught it this time, flipped it up into the air all the way to the boundary for 4. It pitched 1 metre inside the rope. You can see where it landed. Konstas, with his improvised aggression, goes to 9. Boundary for Azito. Duel with Azito Power Tools.
Well, what got him out of trouble there was that was a genuine half volley from Bumrah. So it was right in the area to play that shot. And he got away with it. But if that ball is fractionally shorter... oh, God.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge for those who watch Test cricket all their lives. I can imagine if you're a certain age, whether you can actually watch this or not. Bumrah bowls, Konstas tries it again, flips it up over the corner, and it flies for 6. She's a bit madcap. And it has everybody involved. Sam Konstas is picking up Bumrah in the most unorthodox of ways.
The amazing thing, Gerard, is the last 2 balls, they could have been driven. Yeah. Either leg side, the first one, or that one was there for a cover drive. It was full enough to cover drive, but he's decided to use the pace and ramp it down over the slips.
They've checked that it's a 6 all right. A second burst of applause. Konstas is 15. Bumrah wasn't even waiting for the umpire to get back to his position. He's so eager to pick this up. It's devil-may-care stuff. None for 22. Bumrah to Konstas, danced down the pitch and had a swing outside the off stump. I suppose if he lasts, he'll be 100 by lunch.
Well, he's not going to die wondering here.
I don't know if it's just the license he's been given or the license he's given himself.
Yeah, be interesting to know what they've said to him. I guess they've just given him a license, given that they feel like there's nothing to lose, given the way that the series has played out so far.
Had spoken about throwing something back at Bumrah. This is nothing like he's seen in the series, and rarely like he would have seen in his Test days. Konstas stands and leaves. It's all a bit passé, doing that sort of thing.
Also his reaction after that first one, which went for 4, he went so close to Bumrah, almost just brushing his shoulder. We've seen it from the first ball, his face from Bumrah, the stare back at Jasprit Bumrah. He wants Bumrah to respect him, doesn't he, Simon? He wants him to feel like he's in there for the battle.
Bumrah strides in and he bowls to Konstas, who dances around, flicks it up over the top of the corner, and down she goes again. It hit the rope. It's hit the padding, so they'll check which parts. It feels like a 6. It feels like he's got 4-6.6. Konstas. Such an early move. Tilt the bat down. Let it hit on the angle to lift it up over the cordon. It's hit the base of the padding as it hit the ground at the same time.
And they're going to try and stop it now.
Yeah.
KL Rahul's moved straight to where those two balls have gone.
I suppose if they feel like it's his only shot, they're duty bound to shut it down.
It basically has been so far. He hasn't played one proper drive.
They might call this a 4, just having a look at the pay.com.au replay screen over and over. It's not often a 4 gets booed by a crowd, is it? So just mark him back for a moment. Konstas is 21. Last ball of Bumrah's over to him. And Konstas is playing the ball straight to mid-off. Wow. 14 from the over, none for 26. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Gingibiar.
Get ready for the Lombard Christmas sale. Starts tomorrow. Head to your local Lombard party store tomorrow for 50% off everything Christmas. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Against Test cricket for Henley Holmes. By Henley completed home and move in now. Siraj to Khawaja, catches everywhere. Over the wicket, bowls here, leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. The future is now. I mean, Kat, Test cricket's been going for 148 years. This is the 2,571st Test match. I doubt we've seen half an hour like that. For a bloke on debut, 19 years of age, it never lets you down.
Oh, I've never seen anything like this. Well, not, I've seen it in T20 cricket, but not in Test cricket. Yes. Not the first half an hour of play.
Yes, the caveat there. Test cricket, morning 1. Everything on the line. Packed house, MCG. Where else would you want to be? Siraj away from us. Delivers to Khawaja, who pulls and finds the gap at mid-wicket. Long boundary out towards the punt road end. They'll take 2. Konstas comfortably 3. Thinks about lapping him. Australia advanced to none for 29. Khawaja reaches double figures.
Well, the one thing about it is it's got Australia off to a flying start. None for 29. Both starting to feel comfortable now.
I mean, the audacity as well to do it against the bloke who's got 63 wickets at 14 this year and 22 at 10 in this series. He's been the defining cricketer of 2024. That's who he's doing it against, Baz.
While he's learning about Test cricket, I just overheard him ask the umpire, how does it work here? Can I change my gloves at the end of the next over?
It all started, I reckon, when he saw his face on the big screen during the anthems.
Yeah.
Saw it, smiled, laughed. No fear. He's back on strike here. Siraj to Konstas on 19. He walks at him and tries to slap him. Doesn't get much of it. Out towards the onside, it spills, no run. So he's 19 from 28, but that does not tell the story at all.
And India have thrown the gauntlet. They put that fielder straight back, the very fine third. Fine legs, very fine as well. So they're saying, okay, we've seen you can play shots behind the wicket. Let's see what you have in front of the wicket. They've left all of that onside open for him. Covers open.
So 2 slips, a fine leg, a fly slip. Siraj delivers and Konstas plays forward. Out into the onside it goes behind square to fine leg from the inside part of the bat. A few oohs and ahs from the bowler. 1 run added. Konstas 20, none for 30 the score in the 8th over.
Well, what he's done too is he's asked questions of Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma's spread the field now. He's worried about these boundaries. And it's going to present opportunities now to rotate the strike. So
changes the dynamic of the day, that's for sure. Back to Khawaja on 10. So 3 slips a gully, a leg slip. Siraj operating over the wicket to him. Khawaja leaves alone outside the line of the off stump, full and wide. 1 left in his 4th over. I think we all want to see a dot ball here so that we can see Bumrah to Konstas once again. Tests capped 468. Making an immediate impression. That'll go down in MCG folklore, that stuff.
Oh, no doubt. People will be talking about it all day now.
But we'll be talking about it in 20 years.
Yeah.
How can we not?
Yeah.
Who knows how it'll end, but how it started is spectacularly, thrillingly. Siraj up beyond umpire Goff. Northern end, bowls here. Khawaja forward, finds the gap behind point. To the left of the man at backward point. Returns for a second. Gets through comfortably. He's 12. Konstas down the other end on 20. Australia none for 32 after winning the toss and batting on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Oh, she's busy, especially Buller Road northbound heading up towards DFO. Could be worse. Could be on the Calder Freeway trying to get off Buller Road. The delays are all the way back before McNamara Avenue. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Get up to 60% off all mattresses. Plus, for a limited time, get free delivery. Only at Freedom. If you see anything on the roads, give us a buzz. 1300 595 937. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
GT Australia's apprenticeship experts, currently 57,000 in at the MCG. Sell out today. It'll swell through the course of the morning and the afternoon. Back to Bumrah and Konstas. KL Rahul's fly slip on the rope. Bumrah bowls. Konstas hit on the pad, didn't get far forward. Decision to make, goes the way of the batsman. Umpire Joel Wilson officiating at the southern end.
Great length from Bumrah. It just feels it might have been a bit high, indicating that. Not going to send it to DRS.
All those boundaries in the previous over came off really full deliveries as well.
Comfortably going over on the pay.com.au replay screen. No need for a review there.
This is the length that I think he'll hammer in on this over.
So Bumrah away from the Shane Warne stand. Bowls to Konstas on 20. Plays late to second slip on the bounce. Kohli does well to his right, knocks it down on the half volley. Not far away though. Might have just taken some weight out of his bottom hand, to be generous, Simon.
Yeah, it's a good piece of feeling from Virat Kohli. Just wonder whether third slip might have been catching that, being a bit closer. He's currently down in that catching position for the ramp shot, but this is a much better length from Bumrah.
Bolsters your point, not having a packed cordon because Konstas has changed the game so far. That was 144 clicks as well. Bumrah delivers. Konstas, leg stump line, balloons up off the thigh pad, gets down the other end. Hunt does the tidying up. A leg by will be signalled here by Joel Wilson. It takes Australia to number 33, halfway through the ninth over.
Well, Australia wanted dynamism at the top. That's what the selectors said when they dropped Nathan McSweeney and brought Konstas in. I don't think they were expecting what we've got so far.
They can't have imagined this, surely. Because I don't think he's played like this during the Shield season. Obviously, he's coming off the BBL, a couple of games in the BBL, but it's been a lot more orthodox.
It's a great point about what he's done in the Shield and playing for Australia A as well. Bumrah round the wicket, Khawaja leaves alone. I mean, that innings, the twin tons against South Australia, reports from that were, and seeing some of the footage, it was more like, well, we can set and forget with a guy he might be the second coming of, Ricky Ponting technically. That's what people were saying of a young 19-year-old who seemed to have everything organised, and he's had the switch flicked with some T20 cricket last week, and, well, they talked about playing with freedom. Left in the over. Bumrah operating around the wicket to Khawaja. Gets to the crease now, and Khawaja plays and misses a ball that pitches and angles away after trending back towards the off stump. Well bowled.
Yeah, this is the line around the wicket, just like that second innings at the Gabba, and just sparring at it outside off stump. That's been Khawaja's problem all series against Bumrah. It's a tough angle, ball angling in and then leaving him towards the slips, and knowing which one to play, which one to leave is tricky.
Last ball before extra drinks break put in today for the hot temperature here in Melbourne. So last ball here, Bumrah a bit closer to the stumps. Khawaja leg stump line, works it. Square of the man at fine leg for 4. Beautifully timed by Khawaja. Up to 16 with a boundary for Azito. Do it with the Azito power tools. 9 overs gone here at the G. It's none for 37 as drinks make their way onto the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of Konstas Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Find everything you need for your home at Springvale Homemaker Centre. Shop Harvey Norman, Domain, IKEA, Anaconda, JB Hi-Fi and more. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Check Kilmore Toyota's website for all stock available. It's not just Kilmore Toyota, but Seymour Toyota is also in our stable. Visit the range of demonstrator models available for test drive and sale, including Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
Bumrah. Australian opener off the pads, finds his first run through backward square. Sam Konstas is underway. Will be bowling again to Konstas, who tries the reverse round call this time. Took it up into the air all the way to the boundary for 4. Bumrah bowls, Konstas tries it again, flips it up over the corner and flies for 6. Strides in and he bowls to Konstas, who dances around, flips it up over the top of the corner and down she goes again and hit the rope.
Thrilling stuff at the end of our first Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break. The Great Australian Brew Australia, none for 37. Only 30 degrees outside. Normally the extra drinks breaks reserved for when it's a little bit hotter than that, but the scheduled or the forecast top is 40 today. We've got Tom Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Hello, Tommy.
Hello, Colo. Hello, Bharat. This opening partnership is 37, which is the highest for the series for Australia, eclipsing 31 in the first innings in Brisbane. And just those first 2 overs, this is according to Benny Jones from Fox, does a great job at Crick Buzz. Crick Viz. The most play and misses in the first 2 overs of a test since records began in 2006 is what we saw, which is no surprise.
Yeah, the ball didn't touch the bat in the first 2 overs.
Amazing.
So Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. Baz with us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Feels like the entire MCG is just taking a beat here, Baz. After that first 42 minutes of play, whatever it worked out to be. Bumrah versus Konstas, thrilling.
Bumrah's going at 4 and over.
Yes.
And that happened last.
Well, we have a data that against Siraj. Konstas facing him. The field's set for it. Siraj bowls and Konstas well forward. Correct. Knocks it on the head. Holds the pose as well.
This is what he needs to do, though. He needs to bring those shots out when you least expect it, or use them as a bit of surprise.
Well, there's one point after he tried 3 ramps in and over when shouldering arms to a ball earned a round of applause from the MCG. So in some respects, the jury's out. It's very watchable. Siraj in, bowls here. Konstas walks at him and blaze him through the covers. Doesn't quite time it well enough to reach the rope. Hit high on the bat. They'll take 2. They won't take on Jadeja. They'll be satisfied with that. Konstas to 22. None for 39 Australia.
Well, Simon Katich was talking about how much Manas must be dreading what was happening early doors when Konstas was missing his rams, but he and the rest of that batting lineup will be enjoying this. For the first time in this series, those Indian new ball attack is under a bit of pressure. Bumrah has gone for runs. Siraj as well now.
Siraj was on the way, then Konstas pulled out. I wonder the extent to which this was premeditated from Konstas and whether it was discussed within the team room that he would try and play in this enterprising fashion. And they talked a lot about freedom, but this is another level, of course. This is not something at all we're conditioned to. With Siraj away from us, bowls here. Konstas beaten on the inside edge. Cut in half from a ball that really jagged off the seam from back of a length.
Yeah, that's the ball that has been talked up a lot. The ball that comes in, look how late that bat came down. Huge gap. Just the way his bat comes down, the flow of his bat. Saw him get out a few times like that in the nets to Sean Abbott yesterday, but I said earlier he was practicing his reverse ramps and saying bowled Bumrah in his first ever hit as a member of the Test squad. So I don't think it's something he thought of this morning. Premeditated. He's been thinking about it for a while.
So Konstas, the right-hander, on debut, waits for Siraj, walks at him again and hits straight back off the bowler. Ricochets off his left leg. Siraj goes up and has a word as well. And Konstas walks straight back at him and has a little bit of a chance to garden. And umpire Goff walks up and just says, you two, keep a lid on things. I don't think anything untoward there. I'm not even sure if Siraj said anything. It was more the body language. We'll see here on the replay screen, pay.com.au.
He did say something. Yeah, and Konstas is walking straight at him with the bat in his hand.
Didn't say a word, Konstas. Has walked up and tapped the pitch where the ball pitched roughly.
Gerard's getting involved. He's giving the death stare.
Watching the body language of Kohli and Punt when he started reverse ramping at the start of play. So Siraj again bowls to Konstas. Plays back and hammers him behind backward point. He's hit all of that for 4. A boundary for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. Time for the bowler and the batter to exchange glances again. None for 43. That's a contemptuous shot. Walking and then stopping and then flying right out the middle of the blade.
He made a lot of room for himself there. And he walked straight down the middle of the pitch to let Siraj know what he thought of him. And Michael Goff just walked up and said, kid, don't think you can walk down the middle of the pitch like that.
3 4s and a 6 for Konstas. None for 43. Siraj to him here. He pulls a ball that gets big on him. From chest height. Just ballooned in the air. Just for a moment there. It looks like it might have been hanging sufficiently high enough that the square leg might have been in play. Not to be. End of another busy over. 7 runs coming from it.
Whoa.
Oh, here we go. Konstas and Kohli. We'll just hold here. Konstas and Kohli have made contact in the middle of the pitch. Shoulder to shoulder stuff, literally. The umpires are involved. Umpire Goff comes straight up to the pair and tries to calm things down. That's going to require a number of replays because that is usually something that match referees don't take kindly to. Talk us through the replay here, Baz.
It was Virat Kohli who walked into him.
Kohli's in strife there.
Just shoulder, I would charge him.
Konstas wasn't even looking in the direction of Kohli. And then Kohli turned around at him and gave him a further thought on the way through. And then Khawaja came in and everything settled down. But that's going to land Kohli in some strife on the back of what we've seen.
He just walked straight at him.
Made a beeline for him. Bang.
Yes, there you go.
I mean, no damage done, of course, but that'll be a talking point throughout the day. Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. None for 44 after 10. Drama at the G. Kohli involved. Konstas 27. Back on strike. Facing Bumrah. Field spread. Delivers here. Konstas makes room and slaps him. Past mid-off for 4. Wow. Taking that attitude to Jasprit Bumrah. We've seen nothing like this in 2024. Indeed, we've seldom seen anyone attack Jasprit Bumrah like this ever in Test cricket. Gave him all 3 stumps to aim at. Found himself with a ball to slap from the slot and did not miss. Boundaries for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools.
Shot of the morning.
31.
Shot of the morning. Take that, Jasprit Bumrah.
What is going on here? Bumrah, how does he respond? Konstas shows him his stumps again. Full of length. Pace off the ball. Leg stump line taken out to mid-on. No runs scored. This is T20 stuff. I mean, he's giving Bumrah the stumps. Who would dare? And Bumrah responding with the slower ball. Ravi Shastri jumping in at the perfect time for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Every ball on events. We've said that through the series with Bumrah all over Australia. Different story here. None for 48. Just the 11th over. Konstas waits for Bumrah. Southern end. Bowls here, wider on the crease. Pulls him out to deep backward square. We'll make that mid-wicket, my apologies. Deep backward square does the tidying up. They come through for a couple. Again, like the shot in the previous over. Didn't control it, but does rotate for a couple. He's 33. 50-run partnership for Australia. Ravi, Shastri, give us a sense of what you're thinking about all of this.
Just coming up...
1 sec. Here we go, all you.
Just coming up into the box, I saw 2 ambulances just outside the members. The heartbeat's pounding. The connoisseur is seeing something he's never seen before.
Bumrah to Konstas. It continues. Bowls here and he takes him over mid-on. Gets plenty of that. Has it gone the whole way? It's gone mighty close. Bay 13 tells the story. Either way, it's another boundary for Konstas, who is taking on Bumrah with every single ball. They'll have to go upstairs to confirm whether it's gone for 6 or not, Baz.
Oh.
But that was an off-stump line delivery that he's played across the line and hit right out of the screws.
This is great stuff.
It is 6. It's cleared the ropes by about 2 feet. It'll be so signalled here by umpire Wilson and appreciated by the MCG crowd. His second 6, he's 39. None for 56.
Oh, he's hit Bumrah for a 6 over the slip cordon. He's hit him for a 6 over Bumrah's own head.
39 from 42. 2 left in the over. Bumrah delivers. Konstas shows him the stumps again. Plays down a deep backward point with panache. What a shot. That is stunning batting. Yorker length from Bumrah. Showing him the stumps. Does not mind whatsoever. That is perfection.
Ooh.
Third man had no chance. Konstas 43, none for 60.
To say it's the exuberance of youth, it would be an understatement.
Yeah.
This is something else. Just shows the confidence he has. He mentioned in one of the interviews that, you know, I have a game plan. I'm going to play my game, and he's taken that out there to the MCG.
5 4s and 2 6s. Wow. Bumrah under the pump. Last ball of the over. Konstas shows him the stumps again. Threw him off again. Down towards the rope it runs. It pitches and stops and he won't quite get 4 for it, but he does get a couple. Huge over for Australia. 14, 15, 16, 17. Who knows how many runs from it. None for 62. Konstas 45. Khawaja 16. On the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. More words exchanged in the middle. More of that after the break.
Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 Benelong dining voucher. Ends December 31, 2024. T's, C's, exclusions and eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
18 from the over. Baz.
I've never seen this before. Young Konstas is getting the Australian crowd to roar for him.
Siraj over the wicket to Khawaja. 3 slips the gully. The more conventional field for the left-hander. Knocked into the offside. No run.
At the end of that last over, he just looked towards the Shane Warne stand and they were all roaring for him and he's saying, roar for me louder.
And every time Khawaja is on strike, you feel sanity has returned to the proceedings.
What did you make of the Kohli Konstas shoulder contact, Ravi?
Well, unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary.
He'll be in strife for that, won't he, Kohli?
I would imagine the match referee will look at it closely.
Andy Pycroft doing his 100th test match this week as match ref.
Yep.
Won't muck around. Has got a personality for calling it as he sees it best.
Yeah, no, unnecessary, you said, like intimidating the young kid for no reason.
Well, it's not doing him any harm whatsoever. He's carrying on in his merry way. This is a very, very good partnership, probably the best of the series so far.
It's not without risk. He's only just getting it beyond mid-off a couple of times there. Set wide. Round the wicket now. Change of angle from Siraj to Khawaja, who leaves alone. Hits the gloves hard of Rishabh Pant. So it's the fact that he's been able, Ravi, to have the field spread in different parts. A fly slip. No third slip. There might have been an opportunity there. Mid-off wider. Mid-on wider. He's got Rowan on his toes.
And this is what Australia needed. You know, since Warner retired, they've had no one at the top who take the attack to the opposition. Now, this young fella, you know, he's had a slice of luck, but my word, he's not afraid to play his own game. Talking about being expressive out there in the middle as a youngster, he's done exactly that.
Siraj away from us, northern end, Khawaja, leg stump line, tucks it into the onside, gets one. Sunda does the fielding. None for 63, 17 Khawaja. We get another look here at Sam Konstas.
Yes, probably the most hyped Test debut in a long time, Adam. 19-year-old doesn't happen very often in this part of the world. The whole country was waiting to see what he's got in store for us, and I don't think anybody expected this.
It reminded me of Brett Lee's debut. So, on this day 25 years ago, the same degree of interest in this young player who's coming through who could be anything.
Fourth youngest Australian.
Yep. So different to the last Open at the debut on Boxing Day. That was Ed Cowan in 2011 against India. Siraj bowls Konstas, gives himself space to fly it down to third man again. Not far away from the man at gully. Wants to, takes on the arm, gets through easy. The assertive running gets him to 47 with a couple. None for 65.
And suddenly when someone plays like this, Aaron Bharat, you know, everything stops happening. There's no movement. There's no swing. There are plenty other things on the mind of the Indian bowlers now. He's made them think for the first time in the series.
Bumrah is going at over 6-0 now.
Yep.
Completely changed the dynamic of the Bumrah-Australian relationship in the space of a spell. Siraj up bowls to Konstas. Short ball, takes it on, doesn't quite catch up with it. Over the gloves and over the blade, through to Rishabh Pant.
What was that Pat Cummins said yesterday? He said when you're 18 and making your debut, the pressure's not on you. If you fail, selectors look like idiots. Here, Konstas has made the selectors look like geniuses.
Think about all that dot ball pressure that was built up with McSweeney, and again, that's a different player, different role.
He set it up beautifully now for the middle order.
Yeah. Just having something to go on with. Tommy Morris said before it's the best partnership Australia have had in the series. At the top of the list. Come back to Tommy next over. Last ball here. Siraj up to Konstas. Dances at him. Takes on a short ball again over the top of the bat. Tried to flay it through mid-wicket. Bit of interest from the bowler, but there always is with Siraj. There'll be no review. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Australia none for 65. Konstas 47. Khawaja 17. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier. Gerard Whateley in for me.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Summer's here, and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in, and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds, and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. None for 65. Australia. Sam Konstas has knocked Jasprit Bumrah out of the attack. He took 18 from Bumrah's previous over, and now Akash Deep has been handed the ball at the Shane Warne stand end. It's Shane. Ravi Shastri has been remarkable.
Unbelievable. I mean, the crowd has really got the crowd going. I mean, outrageous will be an understatement, the way he's played.
Usman Khawaja, he's on 17. Akash opens up to him, and Khawaja off his toes, out through mid-wickets. He's going to find a couple of runs from the over-pitched first delivery. None for 67.
Well, that approach from Konstas has made Khawaja's job much easier as well. Like I mentioned, suddenly the ball stopped swinging, it stopped seaming. He's just taken the attack to the opposition. So it's a great start on Boxing Day. 67 for no loss. Just 12 overs.
Just 12 overs. Two slips and a gully in place. Khawaja faces up, dragged across the line. The under edge past the stumps, down to fine leg. Khawaja lucky to survive. He's 20 and shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Odysseys have shaken the weights. 47 from 47 balls. An innings that will have everybody talking already. And it has spread the field. Australia's desire to throw something different at India and at Bumrah in particular has paid huge dividends. 5 4s and 2 6s. Fly slip, fine leg, deep square. Akash over the wicket, bowls. Konstas drives past the bowler who got a hand to it and averted any runs.
You just feel at times he's playing the numbers game. It's as if as the bowler is bowling, he's made up his mind, this is the shot I want to play. And just gets himself into good positions to back himself playing those shots.
He's made anything seem possible from every ball that he's faced. Konstas with Akash on the approach. Konstas tucks up in defence.
What he's done is he's torn the coaching manual to shreds. He's made a mockery of it. He's shown his stumps, he's played the paddle shot, he's danced down the track.
So if you're heading into the backyard or out onto the street later today as a dad, what do you teach your kids? What do you allow them to do? Pretty much anything they like, it would seem. Akash bowls, Konstas comes forward to defend.
Sensible batting now. He's keeping the good balls out. I wonder what Mark Taylor told him when he gave him the cap. Anything, Gerard? I think he's doing just the opposite.
Tubby doesn't strike me as anything goes kind of guy, but he was clearly given licence in the strategic decision that was made. The odd part is this hasn't been Konstas as a shield player. Now, he did do it in the BBL the other night, but this is not how he actually won his place in the team. Konstas clips from his pads, wide of mid-on, helps himself to his 48th run. And that is the end of the over. None for 69 on the Tyre Power scoreboard big December deals sale.
Hello there. A slow stretch on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway from Eastlink past Cranbourne Frankston Road travelling outbound. It's slow on the Buller Road off-ramp from the Tulla Freeway, also on Buller Road heading into DFO. Centre Dandenong Road slow westbound into Moorabbin DFO. Sexyland's Boxing Day sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. None for 69. Konstas is 48. Mohammad Siraj is bowling to him. Konstas still at the crease, trying to flick it off his pads. It dribbles away to the leg side. He has one. He's coming back for 2. Crowd roars in anticipation. It's a half century of seismic proportions for Sam Konstas, who raises his bat to a sellout crowd. He has announced himself to a country. He has announced himself to the cricketing world. And what a stage to do it on.
On debut, it reminds me when David Hooks made his debut here. Centenary Test, got a 50, got a standing ovation. But this is massive. I mean, within the first hour of your Test debut, you're batting on 50. Some unbelievable shots.
50 from 52 balls, 5 4s, 2 6s. Siraj bowls to him. He's on the move. Hits high out to mid-wicket. He's pummeled that to the boundary.
Wow, what a shot. What a sound the ball made when it hit the bat. Might well have gone the distance. And he was giving him the charge when he played it. He just swatted it from his presence.
I've never known so many replays to check boundaries. He has peppered the rope right throughout the session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Struggling to even find where that ball landed. Konstas is just ready for the next, lapping all of it up. Very hard to see on the pictures that we're looking at. Colourful backdrop of a full house. Trying to zoom in and find it. And there it is.
Yeah, it's just bounced before.
It'll be 4. Konstas 54, the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Fluttering signal given by Michael Goff. Siraj in from his mark again. Konstas on the move. Swatted across the line, inside edge. Into the thigh. Stung.
Might have just hit him inside the knee. Knee roll.
Maybe a bit higher, I fancy. So bat down, gloves off. Medical staff called for. Big swing.
Oh,
yeah. Right of the box. So just a moment or two to compose himself, I'm sure. So steadily the gear has come off. So just the fearlessness of youth, Ravi, and you've seen young cricketers in this generation in particular.
I've not seen anything like this. I mean, day one, you're attempting the paddle sweep. You missed the first 2, then you hit a couple of 6s, then he's danced down the track. He's given himself room and crashed it through the offside. And then that last shot down the track and then the pull to mid-wicket as well. I mean, the crowd that's come in large numbers, no one would have left their seats once play started. Not often you see that. He's just got their attention almost immediately. 54 batting.
Tom Morris has been keeping some numbers for us. Tom.
Sam Konstas, unbelievable. Jasprit Bumrah hasn't been hit for 6 in 4 years in Test cricket. 25 Test matches. Sam Konstas did it twice in an hour. The other numbers that have come through just recently now, he scored 34 against Bumrah in this spell, the most any batter has ever scored against a spell of Bumrah in Test cricket. More than any batter ever in a spell against Bumrah, and he's done it on debut at the age of 19, the second youngest Australian ever to score a 50 in Test cricket.
The Cobram Estate, Australia's awarded extra virgin olive oil, and he's got the field spreads. An extra fielder to the leg side, leg slip, fine leg, deep backward square, mid-wickets hedging his bets, and Konstas just leans on a ball and picks up the single that he crafted by pushing that field back. So knocks it away to square and goes to 55, none for 76.
It's smartly played. If he shows that kind of maturity when the field is back and just knock it around for the singles, it's real problems for the captain in setting the field then, because it's spread out. And if he shows that he can also back his defense and knock it around, it's going to create real problems for the Indians.
Partnership 76 from 82 balls, running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. So adjustments are made for Khawaja. There's an extra cover that's been put in place, and Khawaja just knocks the ball away to the leg side to help himself to a run. Siraj has a slide at it, misses, single easily taken. So they're taunting India now, moving the field around.
It's such a big day, this Boxing Day Test match. The pressure is immense. It's a full house, series in the balance. It's the moving day of the series, and then you come out counter-punching like this. It's fantastic.
8 from this over with 1 to come. Konstas will see it. Meticulously setting the leg side field to try to rein the youngster in. Siraj loops around his mark, rushes in and bowls. Konstas dance down the pitch, a swing and a miss. None for 77 at the end of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard, big December sale.
Light up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips. All wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, two experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Conversation between batters and umpires, which then led the two umpires to come together. There's been a lot happen in an hour and 13 minutes. Sam Konstas is 55. Usman Khawaja is 21. Australia none for 77. Damien Fleming has come in to join us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Are you entertained, Flem?
I see it, but I just don't believe it.
Akash is bowling from the Warner end. Around the wicket, Khawaja plays and misses outside the off stump.
It's like Test cricket at one end and T20 at the other. And it's upsetting bowling-wise because they're just swinging and it's seaming excessively, but it's irrelevant because you become rattled that you can't just bowl your stock ball. Your stock balls can get ramped. It can get played and missed. It certainly helped Usman at the other end too, just being able to just play his own style and get down the other end. Never seen a start to a Boxing Day Test match like this.
Cash bowls, Khawaja defends.
And suddenly, you just get the feeling it's doing so much less now in the air, off the pitch. The bowlers have so many other things on their mind now for the first time.
I mean, you play Test cricket here, and you know this was the home ground for Victoria. You know, it's just notorious for what you're driving in the first session. You know, tennis bally bounce, and but it's irrelevant when someone's ramping that length.
This is unbelievable.
Cash bowls left alone.
It's like throwing caution to the winds. Just coming out there, 19 years of age. I have no baggage whatsoever. I'm going to play my game and express myself. My word, he's done that.
And we hear that, didn't we? Yeah. Coming in, his personality, but then to back it up, it's nuts.
It's one thing talking a game, and then totally another thing going out and doing exactly that. That too, Boxing Day, day one.
Akash to Khawaja, who pops it across up to mid-on. It just has enough clearance to get past KL Rahul, who was in full retreat to try to haul in the catch. False stroke, Khawaja survives. He's 22.
That would be a bonus for India, wouldn't it? Just to get one wicket, bit of momentum shift, get Manas out, who's had a tough series. But this field setting for first session, Boxing Day Test match, 6 millimetres of grass and it's moving, is nuts. There's only 2 slips. There's 3 outfielders, including a fine man, who's very fine.
Yes. So no gully. And the fly slip in place. Konstas is 55. Akash bowls 2. He's down the leg side. 3 to pass.
Of all the dismissals, I think that would be the most disappointing. A little strangle down the leg side.
Yeah, so India are just searching for one tight over just to restore some order. Just a single from it with one to come. And like T20, the field is changing with every ball. So cover is now moving across to mid-wickets. Entirely different dynamic. Grip in the opening morning of a Test match. Akash bowls dancing down the pitch, the swing and the miss from Konstas. He is doing it with ease for Dynabreeze. Industrial strength, heavy-duty fans. It's none for 78.
This week, get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the summer with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos will also bring premium audio to any and every room. Visit sonos.com to shop now. Offers end December 31st.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Australia none for 78. Khawaja 22. Konstas is 55. India go to spin before midday. They've got two of them in this changed lineup, which was a curiosity in its own right. But Jadeja is going to pick it up from the members' end. Shaking up the bowling with the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weights.
Not a bad move because sometimes when there's moisture in the surface, the ball does grip in the first session of play. And we've seen that in the past on Boxing Day. Two spinners playing in this Indian side.
Jadeja bowled largely without threats at the Gabba, none for 95, batted superbly. Just, what are they doing? The short legs, just getting all the gear strapped on. So Jace Wells just preparing for action and close. What did you think of the change to the Indian lineup? So Gill out, Sundar comes in, and Rohit's going back somewhere near the top.
I think they were worried about the weather and the heat. And this, just wanted to get that extra option. And I'm a little surprised. I thought it would have been between Reddy and Washington. I guess they feel at number 8, Reddy is the man. Jadeja will bat at 6.
3 in the deep on the leg side as a starting point, and that's with Khawaja on strike. Jadeja around the wicket. Khawaja defends the first ball, so they've gone the fine leg, the deep mid wicket, and the long on.
That's a bizarre field to Usman.
Yeah, slipping a short leg. Jadeja to Khawaja, clouts him across the line, and he's found the gap on the leg side, hammered it down to the boundary for 4 at backward square. Dropped it in short. Khawaja's eyes lit up. And he's a man transformed. He's 26.
Yeah, his job has been made a lot easier thanks to Konstas, and this will create real problems for India. If Australia don't allow Jadeja to settle, he wasn't at his best at the Gabba. They don't allow him to settle, then it's a real problems.
Khawaja leans forward to defend the offside.
That was a poor ball from the experienced Jadeja. I mean, he's got protection for supposed poor delivery, but that was just a half tracker.
For 82, Khawaja stands upright and defends. What a signalling being done, the deep backward square to fine leg. Khawaja plays from the stumps, and he's going to find a single out at points. None for 83, Khawaja to 27. Konstas will see 1 ball from Jadeja.
What's he doing here, Gerard? What's your expectations on what you've seen today?
Give yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance. But what are they going to do? They're going to have the long off and the deep mid wicket slip and a short leg. Konstas plays from the stumps. Out to cover. No run. End of the over. None for 83. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sail.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Looking for the perfect spot to catch live sports and enjoy great drinks? Head to 388 Sports Bar, right in the heart of Melbourne's CBD. With daily happy hour specials and big screens showing all your favourite sports, the game's always on at 388 Sports Bar.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of Konstas Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
So Siraj again, bowls to Konstas, plays back and hammers him behind backward point. He's hit all of that. It continues. Bowls here and he takes him over mid-on. Gets plenty of that.
Konstas still at the crease, trying to flick it off his pads. It dribbles away to the leg side. He has one. He's coming back for two. Crowd roars in anticipation. It's a half-century of seismic proportions for Sam Konstas. Siraj bowls to him. He's on the move. Hits high out to mid-wicket. He's pummeled that to the boundary. The hitting spree of Sam Konstas is the story of Boxing Day before noon. He is 55 from 59 balls. They're taking the additional drinks break here for Bundaberg ginger beer, given it is oppressively hot in Melbourne today. What are we currently? 32 degrees en route to a top of 37. There has been so much to take in here. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. None for 83. Konstas 55. Khawaja is 27. Let's see if we can make some sense of this as Simon Katich is in to join Damien Fleming. Hello to you both.
Morning, Flem.
Make
Gerard,
sense of
all our
this,
listeners.
Simon. It's been the most exciting commentary I can ever remember. It's exhilarating. And remember, they basically played and missed at the first 2 overs. For maidens, and this pitch is swinging and seaming, and Konstas is smashing the ball to areas that have never been hit in the history of Test match cricket at this ground. Is that right?
Yes, I feel that way.
It just goes to show how the evolution of Test cricket is moving so quickly. Yep. You know, we've talked about the way the English are playing it in Bazball, and obviously what we're seeing today is just this fearless brand of cricket that the youngsters now play. It doesn't matter what format.
Akashdeep is bowling from the worn end to Khawaja, who's leaning forward and defending. So Konstas has done the drinks break interview with Fox Cricket. He's feeling it. He's described it as quite surreal. He's playing with freedom and backing himself. The ramps, he looks to target Bumrah with
Who targets Bumrah?
Yes.
Who? Konstas, that's it.
And then on the aggro with Virat Kohli, which is going to have a big postscript of whatever happens on the field stays on the field. So the 19-year-old not sharing any of that for the moment. Khawaja faces up. He tried to pull. It got low on him. Squirted out to Gully. Jacewell dives forward. There were a lot of sounds in there, but it fell short of the field. No run.
It can't be underplayed, you know, the innings and the context it has on the Indian bowlers as well, because you've lost the toss. You need wickets early because of what you said about the weather, Gerard. You know, it's going to get really hot today. And there is movement in the air and off the pitch. But when someone's doing that to you, you lose your stop ball. Your stop ball is getting ramped. So what are the other options we're going to try?
Khawaja leaves tight to the off stump.
And you feel like you're chasing the game with your ball. You just can't build pressure. Can't get dot balls. And it's certainly helped Usman Khawaja at the other end. It's the best he's batted in the series.
No doubt. And Sharma's just gone defensive straight away. As soon as those couple of ramps went down off Bumrah, and as soon as the fielder went down there and then deep square leg went back as well, all of a sudden he had singles everywhere, and it's put so much pressure on India here.
Akash around the wickets. Khawaja blocks to mid-off. And he presented as such a threat so quickly that after 10 overs, Virat Kohli tried to physically impose himself and just walked straight into Konstas in a moment that, if the laws are applied suitably, Coley will be suspended for the Sydney Test.
Yeah, I was on 7 at the time. We had Simon Torfel, who, sort of let it go a little bit. And I'm saying, no, it's going to have to be reviewed. I still haven't had a good line of sight of it.
Larger leaves. It reminded me a lot of Rabada walking into Smith.
Yes.
And that set off a whole chain reaction. But he was suspended.
Yeah.
And then it got overturned, and then we know what happened in that series thereafter.
Well, I don't think the young kid did anything wrong. He wasn't even looking at Coley.
I think if you're a batsman, he was on the pitch when the confrontation happened. I think that's the batting. That's your zone.
Yeah.
I don't think fielders should be getting in there. But I need to see where Coley came from, because I think Ricky Ponting's gone hard that he was another pitch.
Kawaja leaves the rising delivery up over the off stump. And we'll pick that up in a tick. The end of the over, a maiden, none for 83 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sale.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. One check, 2 experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Jadeja, Konstas back, wrapped on the pad. They're asking, they're pleading, not out. Michael Goff says no. Jadeja was super interested. Rode up to have a chat. Punt.
Worried about
no. They will keep the powder dry. How's that? Get amongst it with the tinnies. How's that hazy pale ale available at Liquorland? Choose to drink wise.
Might have been going down leg too.
Feels that way on the replays we're having a look at. Konstas back, covers his stumps, plays past cover and gets a single down to Bumrah out long off, none for 84.
Even that field placement, well, why not have a mid-off? He hasn't gone over the top against spin. They've got the same to Usman. Why have a long on? I don't even want 2 men out straight away on the leg side.
Kawaja back, fiddles the ball out of the off stump, and he'll take a run out to points. And just 1 run it'll be. Ready gets back.
This is very negative captaincy from Rohit Sharma. He hasn't had a great series with bat or as captain.
But that's because of what's happened from these 2 openers, and particularly Konstas. He deserves the credit for putting India in this position.
None for 85. Konstas leans forward, strikes it down to long off. Easy runs. None for 86. Crucial moments for New Farm Australians through and through.
Well, it's 2 runs that didn't need to be scored off. So there's 3 unhurried runs already off 4 deliveries.
Raja drives straight to cover though. The drive was on. There's a beach ball out on the field at the punt road end.
That's what Konstas has been saying.
From the field, that security were not terribly interested in helping, so the Indian support staff are going to do so. I'm pretty sure that's somebody else's job, but that's okay. Yep. Last ball of Jadeja's over. Kawaja lets it spin away past the off stump. None for 86. This remarkable session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with ease. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by 1 battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home and move in now. Over 76,000 people here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Adam Collins jumping in with Simon Katich. About half an hour until lunch. New over begins. Deep to Konstas, who plays him out through cover. Not out the middle of the blade, but he will get a couple, maybe three. Of course it's three. Up to 60 comfortably. None for 89. Kat, hello.
Good afternoon, Colo. Yeah, once again, that's been Sam Konstas' mode of operation today. Just skipping down the wicket, staying leg side of the ball and opening up the offside. And Rohit Sharma's got some serious questions to answer now. He doesn't know what to do here. I don't think he's seen anything like this. Oh, he would have seen it in T20 cricket, but not in Test cricket.
Just the 19th over. Akash deep. Round the wicket. Southern end. Bowls to Khawaja on his hip. Works it into the onside where there won't be a single. Damien Fleming with us as well. Good afternoon.
Colo, good morning. No, it's been exhilarating play, hasn't it? I've never seen anything like this.
There was a lot made of the mindset work that he's done with Shane Watson over the last couple of years. I suppose just liberating yourself of all the preconceived notions. Something like that. Being able to
say that, but then to deliver.
Yeah.
Test match debut. There was 60,000 people there at ball one.
Here's deep. Stays around the wicket. Khawaja on the drive, but doesn't beat the bowler in his follow through.
And just the ramping. I've never seen it in the first few overs in Test match cricket.
Which totally threw Rohit. You're right, Kat. He's been chasing the game thereafter, not having the third slip when that chance could have gone there.
Yep.
Having mid-on and mid-off spread wide to protect more parts of the ground. Having deep backward square effectively at long leg. There would have been a chance to a conventional deep backward square when one of those pull shots came off the stickers. So he's making them do what they don't want to do. Halfway through the over, deep bowls to Khawaja around the wicket, edging. It doesn't quite reach Kohli at second slip, who dives to his left and takes it on the half volley. Thinks about a throw to the non-striker's end, but that won't be on either. Kohli, who's been busy as well. Watched the replay in the press box before of the Kohli-Konstas moment. It reminded me of watching a player walk down in a grand final into the forward pocket and make contact with someone with broken ribs heading into the game. You know, it was that kind of, I want to make my presence felt and test you out physically.
Yeah, I only just saw the replay the previous over. You can't go from the pitch over onto the pitch to make contact.
Made the beeline. There he is again, deep to Khawaja, driving out the middle of the bat to wideish mid-off, no single.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Because that angle isn't getting you to the slips.
And one target in mind, that much is absolutely clear. To play as much Test cricket as Kohli has and to get caught up in the moment to that extent. Bizarre.
Well, the bowlers were getting caught up to it. Siraj, and the more he got into it, the more he was smashed around the park.
Akash to finish his fourth over. He's got none for 8. Bowls to Khawaja here, wide on the crease and leaves alone. So Khawaja is there on 28. He's faced 51 balls. Konstas down the other end on 60 from 63. Australia none for 89 on the tyre power scoreboard. Big December deals sale.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Konstas is the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Jadeja new over to that man. He goes back and rides the bounce out to cover. No run, diving stop. And there again from Kohli. Tom Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate.
This is the exact wording in the ICC regulations.
Jadeja straight back goes again. Konstas in defence. Hits him on the pad first. Given. Did get forward. Goes up to consult Khawaja. Jadeja was convinced. So was umpire Goff. Will he review? It doesn't look like he's going to. The Konstas performance is over. Australia lose their first wicket on 89. He's going to receive quite the ovation from the Melbourne crowd for 60 runs. We're not going to forget in a hurry.
so he
Scattered
should.
the best of the modern game, but leg before wicket to Jadeja.
Yeah, and so he should, Colo. It's a remarkable knock. On debut, the nerves and the sense of occasion, that was absolutely plumb from Jadeja. But what a fine start to this young man's Test career. 60 off 65 balls. It was done in unconventional fashion, but that's the beauty of the modern game. They play without fear and challenge the norms, and he gets a wonderful ovation from this MCG crowd.
It's like he's made 160, Flem.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jadeja worried him. He kept playing for the spin, and it just kept sliding on. So he'll get better at that, but what an exhilarating debut innings, and the marking of hopefully a batting superstar for Australia. And it solves one other problem as well, that with McSweeney and Khawaja and Marnus, they're more accumulators of the ball. And obviously Warner, for well over a decade, set up Test matches with aggressive batting, and his partner could just play within themselves. But if Konstas, if that's his average strike rate, well, he's going to rip open Test matches.
The audacity of youth. They celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. The next batter to suit up is Marnus Labuschagne for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now, as Labuschagne prepares to take guard and start. A chance here. Jadeja to him. First ball, Labuschagne on the front foot, driving out to point at the middle of the bat.
Shown intent right from word go there. Good. Slapping one out to cover point. Real intent.
Jadeja up again, straight into it. Close to the stumps, round the wicket. Labuschagne forward, knocking it on the head to cover where Kohli throws at the stumps. In the end, Richard Punt had to dive away to his left to deny an overthrow. Did it hit Labuschagne's bat as well?
He's lost the plot here, Kohli.
Yeah.
There's no need for that.
See a replay here for pay.com.au. Nearly hit Labuschagne.
Gee, wouldn't want to nick another wide half volley.
Rolling here is Jadeja. Going back is Labuschagne off the mark with a deflection through about gully. So Labuschagne 1, Australia 1 for 90. One left in the successful over. It does feel that way, doesn't it? That having made that 100 at Perth, diminishing returns and a bad morning for Kohli.
It definitely turned, that delivery from Jadeja. Just a fraction short.
So well here in 2020. Finishes the over to Khawaja. Two catching men. He drives past. It's the straighter of those two. Out to point, past Silly Point. Throw comes in from square leg. No overthrows on offer. So the wicket of Sam Konstas for 60. Australia 1 for 90. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal. Sail down the other end is Khawaja on 28.
G'day there, Crouching Caulfield North, Balaclava Road outbound at Cambrook Road. One lane is closed. A slow stretch on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway outbound from Eastlink past Cranbourne Frankston Road. And it's heavy eastbound on the Princess Highway approaching Chadstone's Shopping Centre. Panadol helps relieve everyday pain. Not the pain of getting everyone in the car at the same time, but for that screaming kid's headache, Panadol's got you covered. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Incorrect use could be harmful. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
A replay between overs. They did not need the third umpire for that one, hitting Konstas on the back pad. Third umpire, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Cash deep. He's bowled 4 overs, conceded 8 runs. He's done a good job to tie things down.
I think he'll enjoy getting Marnus in. He bowls a natural outswinger. Thought he bowled pretty well in the first innings at the Gabba. Didn't get a lot of wickets, but he bowls fuller than what Rana did in the first 2 Test matches and can shape the ball around.
He's got 3 slips and a gully. Labuschagne on 1, the new man. Southern end bowls here, wide on the crease, balloons up around to leg gully off the thigh pad, maybe an inside edge as well. Look out towards umpire Wilson. It was leg buys, 1 for 91, back to Khawaja.
Well, it's no surprise this partnership between Akashdeep, who's now into his 5th over, and Jadeja have just tied things down for a period of time, and that's what India have failed to do in that first hour or so of play. And they've now got this little 19-minute window to try and open up another end here before the lunch break and try and claw back some momentum so they can start again after lunch. So it's a critical little period, this. A bit like how India lost a couple of wickets on the first day against Australia and Adelaide.
Just 2 slips deep around the wicket to Khawaja. He plays and misses a ball that shapes away beautifully.
It's his length that's that impressive. The batsmen feel like they've got to play it and they can still move the ball not only in, but he's deliberately met that too. An away swinger.
Classy stuff from Akashdeep. So bolstering your point, Flem.
Good
all
skills.
The analytical stuff from Cricinfo said that deep bowled beautifully last week in Brisbane, completely without luck. Yet to get in the book, but asking good questions. Deep. Southern end, bowls to Khawaja, plays late under his eyes out to backward point where there won't be a single.
And this is a great opportunity too for Rohit Sharma. He's found it tough already today, but, you know, there's a little period here. Let Khawaja cover drive here before lunch. There's still a bit of movement. Get the cover in, put another catcher in, whether it's a gully or a third slip, whatever he feels is the right option. Probably a gully, given that it's not as quick a wicket maybe as the Gabba, but open that up and see if he wants to play a big drive before lunch and try and open up both ends and have 2 new batsmen for 15 minutes before lunch.
I like it. He's not going to do it.
Deep bowls, Khawaja plays back. One hand off the bat, but comfortably down to fine leg where KL Rahul does the fielding. Khawaja 29, 1 for 92.
It's the first session. You know, you need one more wicket. Cover drives are always a risk. You played so much cricket here too, Kato. You know, driving on the up at the MCG, tennis ball bounce, you take a risk.
And we haven't, it's not really an area of Khawaja's game. He doesn't really want to get forward. So at least make him think about it. Like, don't just drift through this 15 minutes and go, oh, he's in now. Well, you can still knock him over in this period.
Gordon's packed for Labuschagne, who's going way across his stumps when facing up so far. Akashdeep to him, does so again, then shoulders arms. So trying to really take the stumps almost out of play by coming so far across.
They're 2 good balls away from having straight 3 down at lunch, and then you're back in the test match. But at the moment, it just looks like they're just going through what they've been doing for the last hour, which is defensive. But Konstas is gone. He was the damaging player.
Just a fraction short deep this over. How many cover drives have we seen?
Very few.
Not many this summer from Labuschagne, full stop, even at Adelaide. Deep to him here, covers open, defends out to mid-on, completes the over, couple runs from it. Australia 1 for 92, Labuschagne's 1, Khawaja's 29 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sales.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 60% off cutlery sets by Stanley Rogers. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The new highly anticipated limited XUV 700 Black Edition is now at Werribee Mahindra. It's the ultimate family vehicle with black design highlights and a range of unique extras from $43,990 drive away. While stocks last, T's and C's apply. LMCT 12710.
Our first session is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with ease. Seeing on the screen that Siraj had a few words to Labuschagne between overs. Jadeja around the wicket to Khawaja, lapping and getting it fine. There'll be runs there, at least 2. And they'll be satisfied there. Khawaja into the 30s. He's 31, 1 for 94. We welcome back Bharat Sundaresan as well. G'day, Baz.
G'day. Afternoon, Flem. Adam. Probably the most significant debut innings we've seen in a while on Australian soil. What it means for the future and the immediate future as well of this team.
Good shout, doing it on Boxing Day, batting first, taking the first ball, the full repertoire of modern shots, walking at Bumrah, giving him the stumps, ramping, reverse ramping, the works. Jadeja bowls and Khawaja defends.
I don't think Bumrah's been treated like that. Ever.
I think he
didn't have anything to solve there either, did he? Like,
T20 World Cup Bumrah win at 4.2 and over. He's got a run of ball today in a test match. Morning 1. Jadeja here, back of the length. Khawaja swivels and pulls fine. Helped it on its way for another single. Khawaja easing into it as well. He's 32, 1 for 95. The benefit of letting Khawaja not see much of Bumrah at all in that first 45 minutes as well.
Just so many positives besides his own game, isn't it? Like the crowd, the text messages, the bowlers not knowing where to bowl. They were just thrown off their game plans.
Jadeja bowling from our northern end. Slipping a short leg for Labuschagne. He's well forward in defence. Bat and pad stuck together.
And the stats show that he is susceptible to the in-swinger, the Australian under-19s and against Australia A, Sheffield Shield cricket.
Jadeja in, bowls. Labuschagne back to cut. Plays it beautifully. Had a small gap to work with between slip and backward point. Bisected those fielders. Gets a boundary. Well played Labuschagne. He's 5 with his first 4 for Azito. And it takes Australia to 1 for 99 in the 22nd over.
That's good timing, that. So to take a near weakness, once you start ramping, you know, the bowlers aren't trying to set you up for the in-swinger. They're just looking to survive.
7 from the over. Last ball, Jadeja. Labuschagne goes back once again, and it's a carbon copy. Finds the gap once more. It'll get to the rope slower on this occasion, but it'll still reach it. Back-to-back 4s for Labuschagne, playing with the spin. He's up to 9. It takes Australia to 100 as well. At the end of the over, they're 1 for 103 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Tommy Morris.
Sam Konstas hit Jasprit Bumrah for 34 runs off his spell today. No batter in Bumrah's Test career has hit him for 34 off one spell.
Ooh, wow. Now he's down taking selfies with the crowd, Sam Konstas. We're seeing on our screen here.
Wow.
Bumrah is back. Southern end, 2 slips on a gully, bowls to Khawaja, tangles him up, hits him on the thigh pad, spills into the offside. No run.
He spoke, Flem, about the impact it's had on the rest of the players. Like Marnus Labuschagne has walked out to bat with the Indian team a little flat. Every time he's walked out to bat, even if the openers have batted for a while, they've been on top. Bumrah has been breathing fire. And you can see the body language of the Indians. Rohit's not sure whether to attack or defend. He's eased it up for them as well.
What a moment for Konstas going into the crowd, signing autographs and taking photos before lunch on day 1. Just 19 years old. It's Bumrah here, though, bowling to Khawaja. Gets big on him. Plays it well. One hand off the bat, off the stickers down to where there's no short leg.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of that. So, important spell here for Bumrah. Sharma gives it to his gun-fast bowler, who's haunted the Australian top order this series, let's be honest. Particularly Usman Khawaja. And that is flew off a length.
Wasn't much short stuff, if any at all, really, from Bumrah to Konstas, was there?
No.
Siraj, yes, but not so much Bumrah. Conceded 38 runs in that spell. Khawaja, 32, waits for him here. Bumrah delivers close to the stumps, round the wicket, hits him on the pad. Is it via the inside edge? That's the decision of Joel Wilson. Maybe high as well. More enthusiasm from the bowler than the cordon, to be fair.
Looked high.
In fact, that's what Bumrah seemed to indicate as well. And just to your point, Flem, almost felt like even Bumrah was just expecting Konstas to try one of these shots and fail. Not a lot of thought put into how bat as well, maybe?
Side edge. And I wonder, Flem, the extent to which Konstas was able to prep for Bumrah, not bowling much short stuff. Come back to that after this ball to Khawaja. Still the 2 slips. Bowls here and Khawaja leaves alone. Knowing that the data points towards Konstas having a mode of dismissal bowled or leg before. I think 6 out of 17 first-class innings, but quite a bit for Australia 19s as well. So knowing that in all probability Bumrah was going to go after the stumps, and one way to get him away from that, get down low and ramp it.
Yeah, possibly. I'd like to know what his game plan is. I don't think he ramps like that in Shield cricket straight away, does he? No.
So 2 left for Bumrah. Probing here. Mexican wave goes round. Khawaja plays out to square leg conventionally. There won't be one to Nitish Kumar ready. So the wave passing beneath us here, as is custom on Boxing Day.
Yeah, it's an early wave. Boxing Day, the boo for the members, but the members are participating. Not quite as enthusiastic as the general public. Let's
Back
get
in
down
your
to
day,
May
Flem.
13, they'll be going off.
Back in your day, Fleming, if the members went up like that...
No, they wouldn't. They didn't. No.
It builds pace as it passes the Old Bay 13 region. Bumrah, all dots in the over so far. He's first back in the attack. Delivers to Kawaja, who plays from low on the bat out to square leg where there won't be a run. So a maiden for Bumrah back into the attack for India. Australia 1 for 103. Kawaja 32. Labuschagne 9. And that is our coverage for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home and Move In Now.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
It's going to be a change in bowling from the northern end. Akashdeep being swung around Flem from the southern end to effectively pick up where he left off. 5 overs, none for 9.
I'd just go a little bit for Deep. He's bowled really well. His figures suggest that. But I'll be trying to get Marnus to play that cover drive. Plenty of slips in place if he edges.
Back-to-back boundaries off Jadeja.
Oh, Slip Gordon's a little angry with Marnus for taking his own time, you can see.
3 of them in there. A gully as well. Away from us. Deep delivers. And Labuschagne turns it through mid-wicket. Leaned on the front pad. Nice little tuck. Nothing complicated. Gets 2, moves to double figures. He's 11 from 10.
That's more like
5.
old Marnus, isn't it? Even if you get onto middle or off stump, if it's half volley, I'm going to whip it through the leg side.
So Baz, he's not only shimmying forward, he's shimmying forward, then going back and across a long way like Steve Smith almost.
He is, yeah. He's been trying to hit a lot of balls. What I mean by that is he's tried to be very aggressive in every batting session he's had in between tests.
Extra mid-wicket goes in. That's Rahul. Third slip out after 1 ball. Deep bowls to Labuschagne, and he plays to mid-wicket. Goes to Suraj at mid-on, but doesn't collect it. Had he picked it up and thrown it cleanly, there might have been a bit of interest at Kawaja's end. Not to be. Labuschagne is 12, 1 for 106.
No, he's been haunted already this test match, Suraj. He's got a lot of passion. He's fiery. But he didn't know where to bowl to Konstas. And as you said, if he picked that up cleanly, run out was on.
So now Kawaja, who's 32. He's got the start he's been hoping for. 6 minutes till lunch. Kawaja faces deep bowls. He leaves alone. What that'll mean for Kawaja getting to the break, Flem?
Massive, isn't it? Massive.
He's just not been able to get away from that first Bumrah spell. Konstas allowed him to do that today. Rarely has he seen the 23rd or 24th over in this series.
No. The ball will get softer, and the conditions have been okay for the crowd, wasn't it? There was talk of 40 degrees and just sun. It's been a bit more humid.
He's deep up again, bowls to Kawaja. It's Fuller, and he's looking to drive, but picks out Suraj at mid-off. Kawaja made the point to us in the pre-game today about Konstas, about how when he walked into the dressing room when Australia were under the pump early 2011, that he was able to play with freedom and able to do things that he would find more difficult later in his career.
Yeah, exactly.
Those parallels here today to seeing Konstas do that. And Kawaja on the other side of his career, just scrapping to get into things once more. Just 1 half-century in 16 innings this year, Kawaja. Facing Akashdeep here, wider on the crease, hits him on the pad, but going well over the top. No appeal from the bowler.
I'm sure Kawaja wasn't signing autographs and taking selfies before lunch on his first morning as a test cricketer after having beaten up the best fast bowler in the world.
He did get plenty of coverage. That was when Kawaja 37. There were 9 pages in the Sydney Morning Herald the next day about it. Watching the replay here, it got Kawaja in the box via the inside edge. Second time we've seen an Aussie batter hit there in the session. Konstas was down for the count for a couple of moments. So, last ball here. Akashdeep bowls to Kawaja, who drives beautifully past Suraj just. Misfield, ultimately. Hit it well enough. had that one man to beat. They'll turn for 3. Khawaja building in confidence. He moves to 35. There were 6 runs from that over. Labuschagne 12 down the other end. Australia 1 for 109. The crucial moment in this session for New Farm. Australia through and through. Take your pick, though, are Konstas' ramps and reverses.
Summer's in full swing, and you're probably asking yourself, why don't we have a pool? So take the plunge now to start swimming in 2025. Get your free quote for a stunning fiberglass pool from Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company. With over 50 sizes and designs available, from small plunge pools, pool spa combos, and generous 12-metre pools, Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company will have the perfect fit for your dream backyard. Contact Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company for your free quote today. Visit melbournefiberglasspools.com.au.
And Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and Vijaz Halal Financial Services. Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan with me. Last over before lunch will be sent down by Jasprit Bumrah. He's got 3 slips for Khawaja. Rohit, Kohli, Rahul. Bowls here. Khawaja plays through the cordon, through about 6 slip. Past gully in essence. They'll get 2. And that'll be that, with Khawaja moving to 37, Australia. 1 for 111, all the ones on the board.
Just bizarre fields as well. I don't know why they need a mid-wicket. I'd have another catcher where that ball went. They're leaving cover open, so you don't want to be bowling that close to the leg stump.
We've seen the 2 gullies quite a bit in the series too, haven't we?
Particularly Bumrah to Khawaja.
And now he's gone entirely. That fielder's no longer there. He's gone squarer to more like a point, just about. Bumrah around the wicket to Khawaja, who plays forward defensively the mid-wicket.
Goes to that man, but it wouldn't have been a run with mid-on in there. So it's, I don't know, Rohit Sharma hasn't had a great session. It hasn't been helped because Konstas played basically a T20 innings on debut when he was ramping and charging the fast bowlers. But I don't think they've attacked Usman enough. Usman hasn't been taking them down.
So no noise from the Indian fans. What they would give for Bumrah to get in the action here to Khawaja. Last over before lunch, he leaves alone back of the length and taken with the fingers pointing up by Rishabh Pant.
They look a little shell-shocked, India. Konstas effect.
Back to Melbourne, we've come a long way. Please change the wicket.
Look at his figures. None for 40 of 7.3, but 3 maidens. So he's gone for 40 of 4.3.
Imagine having 18 runs taken from a Bumrah over
in the first session. Full stop.
Probably took about 14 overs last week at Brisbane to concede 18 runs, Bumrah. He was so frugal and so good, as he has been throughout. Bowls to Khawaja here, and Khawaja plays late with one hand off the bat, soft hands down to that gully area that we were talking about earlier in the overflow. Extra pace.
There's still plenty in this pitch, isn't it? Like, there's been deliveries that Usman's had to spar at. The ball's bounced around shoulder height, not being that short. There's still swing, there's still seam. But that'll get tested if this sun breaks out and it gets into the high 30s and it's baking the pitch. The Kookaburra ball softens. This could be a really good batting day for Australia.
2 balls until lunch. Conceded just 1 wicket. Bumrah passing umpire Wilson. Bowls to Khawaja. Maybe pace off there, but he works it nicely down to fine leg. Just adjusted in the crease, waited for it, gets off strike. Khawaja 37, 1 for 112. Looking for the speed gun. Yep, 123 kilometres an hour, so it was that slower variation, Baz.
It was. He tried a few to Sam Konstas. Didn't seem to work, really. Just the way these two have been able to rotate the strike of Bumrah, this is what did not happen at all in the first 3 tests. They were all sitting ducks, weren't they? Stuck in their crease. Bumrah could just set them up through the course of 1 over. Not today.
Put on 23. Last ball of the session will be faced by Marnus Labuschagne. Here's Bumrah. Southern end, bowls and Labuschagne down the leg side. A shout from the bowler, but not from the keeper. They won't be reviewing that. Waiting for the umpires to confirm that's the long break. Umpire Wilson goes up to the stumps. Over and lunch it will be. The bails come off here at the MCG. And what a couple of hours of Test cricket that has been. Australia up to 1 for 112. They've faced 25 overs. Konstas, 60 from 63, the only wicket to fall, leg before wicket to Jadeja. From the moment he walked out for the national anthem, smiling at the cameras, the curled lip, the way he took on the Indian attack in all sorts of weird and wonderful ways. It's a couple of hours of cricket, that 90 minutes especially when he was out there, Flem, we're never going to forget.
No, well done, Sam Konstas. I mean, the most exciting stints in the commentary box for many of us. Did he really play that shot? Has he played it again this ball? Oh, he played it again later in the over. So, yeah, we heard he's very confident individual. We saw in the first Big Bash game that, you know, he's certainly a 3-format player for Australia, but they have accelerated this game thanks to Konstas. They're 112 off just 25 overs, but more importantly, 9 wickets left in hand. So the scoring rate's very, very quick, and 9 wickets on a pitch that'll only get better.
Yeah, run rate of 4.5, those numbers for Jürgen Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. 1 wicket to fall in the session. As I mentioned, that was Jadeja, but India's quicks, especially Bumrah and Siraj, they'll have to think again the next time they bowl to Sam Konstas.
Oh, absolutely. The first 3 overs, it looked like Bumrah was just playing with Konstas, missed a couple of the first attempted ram shots, and then once he got going, even the great Bumrah looked pretty hapless, really. He went full, he even tried changing the pace of the ball, but Konstas had answers to everything. And we'll talk a lot about his ram shots. How about that shot where he just made room and slapped him down the ground for 4? That doesn't happen very often to Bumrah. And Rohit Sharma's captaincy has been tested yet again in this series, and he's had no answers. I was very surprised with the way they stayed defensive even after Konstas got out. And as a result, even Manas has got his eye in. Usman Khawaja bats through a session for the first time. So all looking good for Australia.
Yes, that shot through the BizCover save with BizCover Business Insurance on the go. Thank you, Damien Fleming. Brilliant as ever. Bharat Sundaresan as well as we move towards our lunch break. After the break, a little bit of Know Your History with Gerard Whateley and Shannon Gill. And Tom Morris will have Jackson and Brooke Warne in the lunch break as well. That's coming up next. Australia won the toss, packed MCG and made their way to 1 for 112 by the break. Sam Konstas 60 with 6 fours and a couple of sixes. Usman Khawaja still there on 38 along with Marnus Labuschagne on 12. Back in a moment with Gerard Whateley and Shannon Gill.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Reward for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Whenever we get stuck and need quality timber or decking real quick on site, we turn to the robot.
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies always helps us get the job done.
You can rely on Robot Building Supplies day in, day out. Right now, 90 by 35 MGP 10 pine is only $4.72 per metre. Discount for quantity. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years.
They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently road tripping up the coast. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Monty. In a bit of a pickle, and I could really use your Hilux. I promised this Ludwig guy I'd help move his grand piano. Turns out it's $2,000 for my ute. The thing weighs a heap. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind making a detour, I'd love to get this thing to the Opera House ASAP. Call me back?
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPick's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipechealth.com.au.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. One check, two experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
It's happening at Crown. Celebrate Indian cuisine at Crown's newest restaurant, Kolkata Cricket Club. Try Melbourne's best butter chicken, tandoori seafood and other spicy favourites. There are 18 top shelf bars to explore afterwards.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Larger clouts him across the line and he's found the gap on the leg side. Hammered it down to the boundary for 4 and backward square.
Asia straight back goes again. Konstas in defence. Hits him on the pad boost. Give it! Did get forward. Will he review? It doesn't look like he's going to. The Konstas performance is over. Heaven from the over. Last ball to Asia. Labuschagne goes back once again. And it's a carbon copy.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
A remarkable couple of hours to start the Boxing Day test. The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies from stumps to roof. We will bowl you away with our better prices. 1 for 112. Kawaja's 38. Labuschagne is 12. It was all about the Konstas innings. The state of play for iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. Konstas 60 from 65 balls, an innings that will be, I suspect, spoken about for many years to come in the way that he played it, tried the early ramp shots which he missed, and then he just took to Jasprit Bumrah. 6 fours and 2 sixes. Bumrah's first 6 overs, none for 38, so that part of the threat was nullified for a while. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 41. Bumrah much tighter once Konstas was gone. iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. Sam Konstas is the player of the day for Bingley. Better living every day. His half century was the Bendix Breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. And by the end of it, he was posing for selfies with crowd members and signing autographs. He didn't make it till lunch, but my goodness, he made an impression. Shannon Gill is here. To know where we're going, I don't know where we're going in Test cricket. To know where we're going, you've got to know where you've been. Know your history as a Thursday feature. We thought this is going to be a landmark Boxing Day. So let's recount a bit of the history of this day on the cricketing calendar. Thanks to Liquorland, supporting local legends, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. Shannon, Merry Christmas. Welcome.
Merry Christmas, Gerard. I think we've just seen some history, haven't we?
Oh, in 40 years' time, someone will be sitting here reminiscing about the first 90 minutes of the Sam Konstas career and what it did to Test cricket in this country.
Yeah, unbelievable, unbelievable.
Let's talk a bit of the history of the day, because it's entirely likely this will be the third 90,000+ crowd. It's possible that it will break the all-time record. So yes, but it hasn't all. People take it for granted that it's a longer history than it is.
Well, this is the thing. So Test cricket on Boxing Day didn't start till 1968. So before that, Victoria used to play New South Wales in a Sheffield Shield game on Boxing Day, starting Boxing Day, or around Boxing Day. So that was the real Boxing Day that started. Test cricket really didn't get hold as a Boxing Day tradition until 74, 75 and 75, 76, where they attracted 77,000 and 85,000 in those 2 years. So, and of course, going way back to 1866, there was the Tom Wills-led Aboriginal team that played against the MCG on Boxing Day. So all of those things are back in the past. But the thing I wanted to focus on today is 30 summers ago. So 30 summers ago, your co-commentator Damien Fleming played his debut test on home soil. He'd played one in Pakistan, but played his first test in Australia at the Melbourne Test. So 1994-95. The only problem was, day one of 1994-95, only 31,000 people were here. Why? Because it was Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve and not a Boxing Day test, which just staggers me to look back on. So this is a sort of part of a bigger story about where the place of the Boxing Day test and test cricket were in the cricket calendar back then.
So the convention was to play Christmas Eve, have Christmas Day off, and then day two, which is day 3 on the map, was Boxing Day.
And this wasn't... So the last time it happened was 94-95. It actually also happened in 88-89. And for some reason, 84-85 started on December 22. And then 89-90, there wasn't even a Boxing Day test. There was a one-dayer played on Boxing Day. So this was something quite weird, really, when we look back on it. But at the time, it wasn't as seen as weird. So Channel 9 really went all in on trying to make something of the Christmas spirit on Boxing Day. So we had Richie Benaud putting together a bit of a Christmas carol, and we had all of the players wishing Merry Christmas to viewers at home.
Just the day before Christmas, and as the story goes, it's one up Australia from their traditional foes. When they last met in sunny Brisbane town, it was a brave English team that eventually went down. One quickie, one spinner and a couple of dashes have weakened their chance of regaining those ashes. Can England stay cool and reverse that defeat, or will they succumb to Australia's heat?
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. I love getting presents. Any present's a good present. Even those pair of jocks that my auntie keeps sending me, thank you very much. What I most like about Christmas now is not having a set of toys with Mark anymore. What I like most about Christmas is getting lots of presents. Lots of clothes and chockies and things like that. Any sort of presents I'll do.
One quickie, one spinner and a couple of dashes.
Which shows that Richie Benaud should have been involved in Carols by Candlelight every year to promote the cricket coming up. So clearly they went all in. There's some really dodgy Santa Claus graphics on the screen that we can't see. But the question is, why the hell did we play on Christmas Eve? And like we do in this segment a lot of the times, there is a pretty easy answer here. As Peter McFarlane wrote in The Age, the answer, of course, is simple enough: money. Right, so it was complete. Now, but this shows what a different time we are living in now, that we can have a Boxing Day test where we're hoping to get 90,000 plus. At the time, there was a 2-day break mandatory between international matches, and Boxing Day was scheduled for Monday. So the match would have started Monday and finished Friday. 2 days break. They would have went the next Monday, go to Sydney playing Monday to Friday. What does that mean? Well, the problem is this is a time when the one-dayers were more important than test matches to people, and that would have ruled out the following weekend completely of one-day cricket. So a weekend playing one-day cricket in Brisbane was seen as more important than having a Boxing Day tradition. So they moved everything back purely to accommodate playing 2 one-dayers on the Saturday and the Sunday on like January 7 and 8 in Brisbane. So for that reason, we played on Christmas Eve, which seems just bizarre these days.
Yep. But the natural status of things was the biggest cricket day in your town wasn't a day of the test match, it was your one-dayer.
Yeah, and at the time, 94-95, there had not been a crowd of more than 60,000 on Boxing Day for 12 years. So that just shows where we're at now. And even then, if you look at Boxing Day crowds, and let's hope we get 90,000 today, but if you look at Boxing Day crowds, it was only in the mid to late 90s that we started getting 70 plus and so forth. Even 99, 2000, India are here. We didn't get 50,000 on Boxing Day, which just, I mean, there's lots of things that come into play. Indian migration is, a huge element to this. But Test cricket through the 80s and 90s was not the thing it is now. And people talk about, Test cricket's under threat. Well, I don't think it's under threat here. So it is, crowds at Boxing Day matches give a really good guide to what our tastes are across time. And it probably also shows we sometimes think there's a golden age where Test and one-day cricket both attracted big crowds. Not quite. It's not really like that. So I think we've always been in a point where one format of cricket has attracted bigger crowds than anything else.
So why now the sweet spot? So the rituals and the rhythms around Boxing Day, I think people feel like they go back generations, but they don't. They are so well entrenched now.
I think we've become an event sports society. So that is really easy, that Boxing Day this is what you do Boxing Day. And we were just talking before about even everything else that's going on around Christmas, we still turn up for Boxing Day. So I think we're an event society. It's a bit like, Anzac Day footy and so forth. There is things on the calendar that we focus on, whereas once upon a time, cricket was more spread across the summer and not necessarily on one time. So are we more engaged now in a full season of cricket or a full year of cricket? I don't know, but we're certainly more engaged as Boxing Day as an event that people turn up to, not necessarily just to watch cricket. Talking to Flem for a story on this earlier in the week, and we talked about the famous 1981 test where Kim Hughes makes 100 and then Dennis Lillee takes wickets in the last ball of the day, gets Viv Richards, which feels like there was a packed MCG. 39,000 people were there that day.
Really?
39,000. So we're not just talking like we were touching 50. Some of the crowds through that sort of 80s and 90s Boxing Day era when one-day cricket was supreme, 28,000 v New Zealand, 39 v West Indies, 84-85 when Boxing Day was day 4, 15,000.
Did Flem get his Boxing Day moment?
So this is the sad thing for Flem, is that when he walked out on the first day warming up, there was no one here. It was Christmas Eve. Everyone was doing Christmas shopping and stuffing turkeys and so forth. But Flem did end up getting his Boxing Day moment because Australia batted on the 24th, break for Christmas. The 26th, he comes in the morning to bat, makes 16, puts on 37 for the last wicket. I think probably a bit disappointed he was batting 11. So him and Steve Waugh put on 37. They lift Australia to a high score, and he ends up opening the bowling on Boxing Day. Doesn't get a wicket, but later in the test he gets a few big wickets to start to set up what ends up being the Warney hat-trick to finish the game on day 5.
Beautiful. Shannon, thank you.
Thank you, Gerard.
Shannon Gill, a bit of Know Your History around Boxing Day, its evolution and where we find ourselves now, heading for probably 90,000 before our day is done. Tom Morris is going to be with the Warn kids next. They're such a big part of this day. Australia 1 for 112. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's Tint-A-Car Octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal ticket you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
iPic Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPic's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Here's Pat Cummins for Liars Non-Alcoholic Spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, head to the website to upload it.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Breed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Historical Test cricket moments thanks to Acquired Financial Services, helping you acquire a better tomorrow.
On July 11, 1930, Sir Donald Bradman would amass what was at the time the highest individual batting score ever, with 334 runs at Leeds. Bradman dispatched the English attack to all parts, with 46 fours at an impressive strike rate of 74.55.
Acquired Financial Services. They understand that financing your dreams is more than just numbers. AcquiredFinance.com.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Here, Konstas walks at him and blaze him through the covers. Doesn't quite time it well enough to reach the rope. Hit high on the bat. They'll take two. They won't take on Jadeja.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover.
What an unbelievable first session of cricket here at the MCG. Australia 1 for 112. Khawaja and Labuschagne, they're not our batsmen. But really, it's all Sam Konstas, who made 60 from 65 balls on debut. We'll talk more deep cricket later on. But in the commentary box, we have cricketing royalty today. Jackson Warne and Brooke Warne. It's great to have you alongside me. What a pleasure it must be to be at the MCG with your dad's name adorning the stand and seeing a first session of cricket like that.
Yes, well, hello, Tommy, and thank you for having us.
Hi,
We're
Tommy.
so proud, aren't we?
Oh, it's been unbelievable.
We came here this morning, we were getting photos with people at the statue, we've gotten photos with people with the stand, and just to see everybody's eyes light up when they just talk about Dad is still so special, because yes, it is sad that he's not here, but to see his memories still live on so passionately in the cricketing fans is amazing.
So you walk in gate 2 and you see the Shane Warne statue, which is just iconic. But then you sit up here in the Olympic stand and you look over the ground and there's 90,000 people here and you see Shane Warne stand, and you both, along with your sister, sat over the top of the Shane Warne stand when it was revealed at his funeral. What does it do to you? What emotions does it evoke to sit here and see his name on probably the most famous sporting stand in Australia?
It's so well deserved. You know, it looks absolutely fantastic, and I love that it's the biggest sign as well.
Boldest
sign. Yeah,
sign.
exactly. And that's exactly what he was as well. So bold and filled with so much character and personality and love. And, yeah, it's just absolutely amazing.
And how's the support been from all his old teammates and Michael Vaughan and others who played against him? It must be extremely heartwarming that he was so loved, and you must feel that love when you walk into the MCG.
Yeah, well, we still feel like he's here because of the people that are still so warming and welcoming to us. Like, we walked into the commentary box earlier and everybody just wants to say hello and thank you for doing what you're doing. It's so nice to see you. What are you up to? And it's just cool that it's like Dad's memory through them lives on through us.
Yeah.
And it's just really nice. It's a really nice feeling because we still feel really home and really safe here.
It's in the commentary box up here.
We're excited to be here, and
so many nice memories. And just being up here, it's like you feel, like Jackson said, very much at home, and so many nice memories watching Dad in the commentary box and listening to him and sitting on the little step, and it's just so nice. It's hard, it's sad, but it's really special.
Of course. It says something about your amazing dad that you guys are so loved, largely because he was so loved. Like, you're great people in your own rights, but a lot of people don't know you that well, but because they loved him, they love you, and that must make you feel amazing.
It does make us feel amazing, and Brooke's definitely building her own name for herself now.
Yes.
We've cooked with Brooks and all of the stuff that Brooke's doing.
My wife loves that, by the way, Brooke.
Really?
Absolutely loves
it. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
But if it wasn't for, obviously, Dad and who he was and how much people loved him, we wouldn't have had that same reception. And it's just glad that since the State Memorial, people got to see a side of Dad that we had always known, which was Dad. It wasn't sort of the Shane one that everybody saw and knew. And it's just really nice on days like this when we can launch this initiative, which is the Shane Warne Legacy, and all the free health checks, that we get to be here and sort of honour Dad in that way.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think we would be... I'm a mini dad, as Jackson is as well, just with everything we do. And I think we've just been brought up so well by our mum and dad, and, you know, it's just amazing. So
we're talking to Brooke Warne and Jackson Warne, and you are here for a specific reason as well, the Shane Warne's legacy, and the health checks that are taking place all around the stadium. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so last year we had 23 machines that were checking for the hearts, and this year we've actually got over double, and we've got 52.
Wow.
And the heart machines, they check for your BMI, your average heart age, and it's pretty much just a basic health screening so if something does flag in the red, the nurses and our partners at SISU on standby can have the power to take you to a hospital.
Yeah.
Because we've actually got a handful of cases, which is last year, for example, somebody came to day one with his family, went and got the check, and there was pretty much all in the red. Later that day, he went to hospital, actually got some stents put in, and was here day 3. And it's just amazing that we've got access to be able to help people like that, because you just don't know who is. Like, you can't point at somebody and go, oh, that person's going to have a heart attack soon. Whether they're old, young, overweight, smoke, it can happen to anybody. And so for us to have a tangible service that people can use for free is pretty cool.
Literally saving lives, Brooke.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people think, oh, you know, it only affects men and, you know, women and all of this. Sorry. They think it only affects men, but women are actually at risk as well. And it doesn't matter what age you are. Anyone can be affected by heart disease. So it's amazing that this year as well, we've actually got the point of care finger prick check. So it's an extra 12 minutes, and it checks, it runs your bloods, and it checks your cholesterol levels and your diabetes risk as well. So it's just that little extra step, an extra 12 minutes. And, you know, these tests could potentially save your life.
And where are these tests around the stadium? 53, you said?
We've got 52, and they're all evenly spread out. There's some outside, there's some inside. So if you wanted to look for a machine, you'd definitely be able to find one.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, and incredible technology as well, and government support, and you've really built this from the ground up, haven't you, looking to save lives. I'd love to know how many people go through this every day or every test match.
Yeah, so we're so grateful for our partners, Sister, who have actually got these machines, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be able to honour Dad in this way. Like, their technology is so amazing that we are able to save lives for free and also so quickly. Like, to be able to have a check like this in under 5 minutes, which could potentially save your life, is
And without having to make an appointment, without having to go through all those hoops to be able to just get yourself checked. You know, if you just head to our website, put in your postcode, you'll be able to find the closest one. What is the website? ShameOnLegacy.com. So we're worldwide, which is fantastic. So you just need to put in your postcode, and in Australia, you'll be able. We have over 300 machines. So, you know, hopefully be able to get to everyone.
Do you ever think to yourself how proud your dad would be that you're doing this? You're making what really is a terrible situation into some sort of positive and saving lives in the process?
I think that's the only thing to do. Like, obviously, what happened to us and what happened to the world, but that was so negative. The only way to try and turn that around was to turn it into a positive. Like, if we were to leave, you know, if we weren't to do anything, his legacy would most likely be cricket, and it would be his records, and it'd be his stats, and it'd be his iconic moments. People would have his memories of him. But because of the legacy, and because we actually, when we came up with it, there was a halo effect which got called by the media in the hospitals, because the first 6 months after he had passed, before the legacy was even an idea, they were coming out with that because people were getting their hearts checked just because they heard the news. And there's a handful of those people that actually are alive because of Dad's news. And so, like, even to hear that is pretty special. But I know me, Brooke and Summer, we get a lot of the attention and a lot of the credit for the legacy, but there are so many people behind the scenes that have actually make
it all happen.
All the cogs work and making this happen, that we're able to be here and talk to you today. So it's a small team, but we've all got Dad's best interests.
Exactly.
And the feedback so far has been positive.
And no surprise in that. I mean, there's so many people that be thankful for the work that you're doing. What surprised you most about heart disease, Brooke, that you didn't know beforehand? Presumably you've learned a hell of a lot over the space of 18 months.
Well, I think it's just the shock of how quickly something can happen and how it can happen to anybody. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter whatever it is, it can affect anyone. So I think it's been incredible, the amount of people that have wanted to make a change to their health, to be able to find out if there is something wrong with them. And, you know, because that's because of Dad is just, you know, it's hard, but it's really special that, you know, we are able to do what we're doing.
And we'll have a hat tip at 3:50 p.m. each day. Quickly tell us about that.
Well, I think it's just so special to see now. I think this is the third year in a row, and we were here last year when they were doing it in the stands. We were actually at the top of the race, and just to see everybody slowly tip their hat, and then somebody in the crowd will go, Warnie, and then all of a sudden everybody in the crowd is just cheering Warnie while tipping the hat at 3:50. I think it's really cool.
It's incredible. And this year there's so many more people here, so it's going to be amazing at 3:50. I'm pumped.
Yeah, 90,000 people. I tip my hat to both of you. You're both doing an amazing job. Jackson, I've known you for a while. Brooke, I've just met you just before. But for young people to do what you're doing and making society better, that deserves so much praise, and I commend you for it. Thanks for having a chat today, and hopefully it all goes well today, and people can get their heart checks and their health checks, and you can save some lives.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for having us.
Jackson and Brooke Warne in the commentary box today. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl you away like Warnie with our better prices. We'll be back with the second session from the MCG after this.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day. For those Boxing Day sales, it's slow eastbound on the Princess Highway approaching Chadstone Shopping Centre, centre Dandenong Road slow westbound into Moorabbin DFO, and slow on Buller Road heading into DFO in Essendon. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit dakin.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Jolly Christmas Android deals at Telstra, like $500 off Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
It's happening at Crown. Celebrate Indian cuisine at Crown's newest restaurant, Kolkata Cricket Club. Try Melbourne's best butter chicken, tandoori seafood and other spicy favourites. There are 18 top shelf bars to explore afterwards.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Are you a gamer waiting for the deal of the year? Well, wait no longer. End-of-year offers are now on at Harvey Norman across the Acer Nitro gaming range. Acer Nitro V15 comes with the latest Intel Core i7 processor, giving you the gaming performance you need. Buy at Harvey Norman now. No need to wait.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently road tripping up the coast. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Monty. In a bit of a pickle, and I could really use your Hilux. I promised this Ludwig guy I'd help move his grand piano. Turns out it's $2,000 for my ute. The thing weighs a heap. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind making a detour, I'd love to get this thing to the Opera House ASAP. Call me back?
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
I think a twilight funeral would be good. I think a funeral's hard enough, so to have it at a really nice time of the day would be nice.
I suppose the twilight funeral, the positive to take out of it was just being with your family. I think that's probably the positive, is you reunite with your family, friends that you haven't caught up with in a little while.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for work blocker Karen Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work.
An electrifying opening to the Boxing Day Test. 1 for 112 Australia after choosing to bat entirely on the deeds of Sam Konstas, 60 from 65 balls. Just before we get this session underway, older brother Billy is with us in the box. Billy Konstas, welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me. What a captivating morning.
So a lot to take in, I'm sure. When you were down at the cap presentation this morning, what did you think might have been possible?
We had no expectation coming into today. Mark Taylor, what a man to present Sam with his cap. His accolades and records speak for himself. We're just taking it moment by moment and just blessed by God to be here today.
Did you think that he might launch that sort of assault?
I didn't know what to expect, to be honest with you. In the backyard, we did have the auto wicketkeeper, so the ramp was out of play. But yeah, what a morning.
What were you thinking watching it?
I was shaking my head, my heart rate was up. I'm like, Sammy, straight bat. But yeah, it works.
So he hadn't necessarily won his place doing this job playing like that. It's not that we haven't seen it. He did it in the BBL. So I'm so fascinated. How unlikely was it that he would play like that and so spectacularly and successfully?
I think he's always had all, he was a 3-format player. He had all the gears from a young age. I just think learning how to shift through the gears has developed quite recently in terms of being confident enough to play 360.
He seems to have handled it all so lightly and beautifully. What have you observed in him?
I think the key for Sam is his bad days and good days look very similar. Like, if he scores 100 or gets out for a duck, he'll come home, same attitude, same mindset. So I think that's the key. Don't ride the highs and lows of the sport. Just be present, and that's all.
How intense was the backyard cricket?
Pretty intense. I've had long days out in the field, stress fractures, you name it, bowling hours and hours to the kid. So, no, he goes okay.
Did you try to rough him up?
Oh, yes. When he'd get to about 60, 70, I'd bowl a few beamers, try and get him back in his crease before I'd go the full ball.
So you're partially responsible for his temperament to be able to absorb all of that?
Well, you can say that.
Did you share that dream together? Has he always been obsessed with cricket?
Like all three brothers from when we were little kids, we all had the dream to play for Australia. Backyard series, we try and replicate our favourite players like Shane Watson, Steve Smith, Virat Kohli's. And for Sam to be playing with some of them today is unbelievable.
Did you all play at the same club?
We all played for St George as juniors. Johnny and Sam, twin brothers, so they played through the grades together. I was a bit older, 4 years older. But as Sam went up the grades, he caught me slowly.
No one ever knows whether the dream's going to come true, but what age would you say you could pick, wow, like he is a real talent?
Like, it's funny to say, like, from the age of 7, he scored rep 100, and he's always just been scoring runs at every level he plays at. We didn't have any real expectation, but yeah, he's always had it, I think.
Akashdeep starts the session around the wicket. Usman Khawaja's beaten a play and a miss as he tried to defend on the off stump. So who's here?
So I've got my cousin Sam here, my brother Johnny, mum and dad, my uncle Stephen, and Sam's batting coach Damien, and a lot of Sam's friends from school.
Yeah. Have you been to the MCG before?
First time. Coming in, it's quite surreal. It hits you how big the ground actually is.
And your little brother had a meeting down the palm of his hand?
Yeah, that's it.
Incredible. Akashdeep is in from the members' end. He's around the wicket, bowls, and Khawaja leaves. What'd you make of the little confrontation with Virat Kohli?
I didn't mind it. Added a different spectacle to cricket. Get a bit of rugby league action going on in the cricket space. So if it gets viewers, it gets viewers. So happy days.
He's clearly not one to take a backward step.
Yeah, on the field he's got that hard exterior, but off the field he's such a humble guy. So it's funny to see how he shifts from on the field and off the field.
What's his singing voice like? He gave the national anthem a good rip.
Yeah, he was in the school choir in primary school, so he loves to sing loud.
Akash to Khawaja, who defends.
Loves to sing loudly, but not very good.
Give it the full-throated and sing like there's no one listening. Yeah, so, 90 minutes of batting, and then by the end of the session he was posing for selfies and signing autographs.
Yeah, it's quite surreal. Like, just even seeing people sign autographs on the street, I'm like, the kid's my little brother. Like, who is he, you know? But no, good on him. Blessing come true, and I hope all the best for him.
Will you stay for the whole game?
We'll be here for the full week up until New Year's, so yeah, should be good. Melbourne's a great city, so looking forward to getting out.
You have to think about travel plans, aren't you? Because there's, Sri Lanka and the West Indies, and there's a World Test Championship. I hope you've got your passport in order.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Akash bowls, Khawaja drives fluently, but he's picked out mid-off and won't get a run.
Quite a good life just following him around the world playing cricket, so hopefully we can do that.
What a step in a big adventure it's been. Billy, thank you for stopping by. Congratulations to the family. We can't wait to talk to Sam.
Yeah, it should be good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it'll be some sort of catch-up tonight. So Billy Konstas, Sam's older brother, a 60 that will reverberate right around the country. 60 from 65 balls with some of the most audacious shot-making Test cricket has seen. 2 slips and a gully in place. Khawaja knocks it away to cover. No run. 1 for 112. Khawaja's 38 and Labuschagne is 12. Ravi Shastri is in for the start of the session. Ravi, welcome.
Welcome, Gerard. Yeah, big session this for both sides. More importantly for Australia, because they can capitalise on that start. They've been given by Sam Konstas and Usman Khawaja. I mean, from Australia's point of view, they would want to bat through the session, not losing more than a wicket or 2 at most. India, on the other hand, need a 4-wicket session.
Akash bowls and Khawaja leaves the ball way outside the off stump that barely carries through to punt. So it's a maiden to start the session. 1 for 112. The scoreboard is for Toyota. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Simon Katich is in with Ravi for 420 pies. Australia's original fan food. Kat, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Ravi, all our listeners.
What a buzz around the place. So Test matches I was just trying to think back to when we had the last great Boxing Day. Boxing Day tests have been great and they've had iconic moments. But 2 years ago, Cam Green took 5 on Boxing Day. But before that, a century, you had to go back to 2017 when Warner scored a century against, I want to say the West Indies. And it might have been England. Yeah, and he got dropped on 99 or out from a no ball at 99. So it was a weird build-up to a century anyway. So that first 2 hours joins the rare Boxing Days. Warne's 700th, Dennis Lilly's heroics at the end of a day where Kim Hughes had made a century. Bumrah's in from the Warne end, bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves very tight to the off stump. It was just energising.
Well, you only get one chance to announce yourself, don't you, Ravi? And the young kid announced himself.
One thing for sure is a lot of people who are here today, I believe 82,000 now, they'll never forget that first 1 hour. Because for the way the young kid came out and took the attack to the opposition, it was audacious at his best.
And Bumrah suffered like never before at the hands of an opening batter. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who sparred to move forward, ended up getting tangled up, ball falls off his body to the pitch.
Well, I think it was the way he did it, because the first 2 ramp shots were probably there to hit for drives, either leg side or offside. But because they were so full, he then made it a little bit easier for himself to play the ramp. And that was probably the thing that stood out. And it really rattled India. I think it rattled Rohit Sharma, because then all of a sudden the field spread and there was not many fielders in the ring, and then there was one that bounced short of third slip, and he'd gone down to try and stop the ramp shot.
Suddenly everything had stopped. The Indians were tongue-tied. They'd run out of ideas.
They have a leg slip in place with 2 slips. Bumrah to Labuschagne, who's defending the ball to point.
And it made us forget about the fact that there was actually a fair bit happening out there in the middle of the seam.
Everything suddenly stopped. It stopped swinging. It stopped seaming. Apart from the ramp, he was giving the bowlers the charge. He was exposing his stumps, looking to hit it on the offside. My word, he did everything out there.
Bumrah rounds his mark. It's breezy. There's debris from the stands blowing around on the surface at the moment. Labuschagne down the leg side as he brushed it through to Parts. No, the umpire says. It was a rising delivery down the leg side, had a little spar at it. It was enough to get a bit of excitement, but not the full-throated appeal.
Yeah, deliberate ploy here with the leg slip in.
I thought Rohit signalled.
I just wonder, Simon, if the pitch will quicken up as the day progresses.
It should do. Speaking to Matt Page earlier this morning, he said there was a little bit of moisture in it, obviously given the heat that's going to be around today, but he was happy with how hard it was and the grass coverage, so it generally does quicken up as the day progresses here.
Labuschagne's on 12, facing Bumrah, leaving outside the off-stump.
Just seeing Labuschagne before lunch, I thought there was good intent there. He was looking to score more than anything else, because more often than not in the series, he's been in survival mode. So it's good to see.
2 and 3 in Perth, 64 in Adelaide, 12 and 1 in Brisbane. 12 not out here. It's overcast and hot inside the MCG. Bumrah doing nothing away at the start of the session. Bells and Labuschagne plays back for a maiden. The Toyota scoreboard, don't send a ute to do a Hilux job, remains 1 for 112.
Woken up tired, but you've got an epic day ahead? Get to work and smash your day with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Stay alert and boost your energy fast with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine energy than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into your glass or water bottle, let it fizz and tackle today. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
The weather update for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's 34 degrees at the MCG, heading for a top of 38. The pitches for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check 2 experts. The Quicks are extracting something from it now. Akash bowls and Kawaj defends from the stumps to mid-on. Nothing coming at the start of the session. Did Rowett go too defensive too quickly, Ravi?
He was made to do it. He just ran out of ideas because it took India by surprise. The counter-attack from Konstas. You could see the field spreading out immediately, and where Konstas was part, he then started knocking it around and taking the singles. So it showed a lot of maturity there. But the Indians were totally surprised by the onslaught.
Kawaja on strike leaves.
And I was surprised in that little 20-minute period before lunch. Once Konstas was out, they got the breakthrough, and Akash Deep had bowled well, Jadeja had bowled well in partnership. And there was still enough happening off the seam. I was surprised that he didn't bring another slip into Kawaj and just ask the question of him before the break. Go on, play a few shots, and even to Labuschagne. Because 1 or 2 more wickets there, much like Australia did to India in Adelaide, just changed the whole complexion of the test. You win that 15 minutes, 3 down in the lunch, you get a little bit more momentum coming out after break.
Akash to Kawaja, beaten.
I still believe they should do it, Sam, because they have to think wickets. Because with these 2 batsmen, you can control the game to an extent. With Sam Konstas, you didn't know what you were up against, what shot he's going to play. Is he going to run down at you? You know, he just didn't allow the bowlers to settle. Now they can settle down. They can bowl a few tight overs, but you need those men in catching position. So if there is an edge, you don't want a fielder not there.
I think just entice Kawaj in particular, because he just wants to sit on the crease at the moment. Doesn't really want to get forward. We'll open it up for him and say, do you want to score some runs through cover?
Akash bowls, Kawaj in behind defending. Akash picks up, shapes to shy, holds the ball.
And I always felt those little 20-minute windows before a break and after a break are great times to attack as a skipper. You can really change the course of a match with the tactics, offering up something. You've got to give something to get something in return.
It was often discussed in the changing rooms as well. You know, these are opportunities you must seize, because the batsman has to start afresh after the break. There's a chance, might just lose a little bit of concentration.
Kawaja leaves. So a little bit reminiscent at the start, where there were no runs in those first couple of overs, and then she just all changed.
And part of that too is the batsmen playing the percentages, getting themselves back in. As Ravi said, the wicket might have quickened up a little bit after lunch, been out in the sun, it's getting hotter. And once they get in, feel like they win the first 15, 20 minutes, then they can start to attack and expand and get some momentum in their innings.
Akash, last ball of the over. Kawaja plays it to cover. He's 38. Labuschagne is 12. Australia 1 for 112. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Work locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. This session of play, the middle of Boxing Day. 1 for 112. 3 maidens to start it. Jasprit Bumrah is in from the worn stand end, and he bowls to Labuschagne, who gets the bat out of the way to leave. So Bumrah's opening spell, 6 overs, none for 38. 3 overs for 3 runs since. It just shows how disruptive and destructive Konstas was.
And it takes a lot of bravery to do what he did today, because if he'd gotten out playing like that, well, we said after the first one, we're like, what is he doing? But then obviously once he executed what he wanted to do, you could see what his plan was, to throw him completely off his game.
Labuschagne from his pads straight to mid-wicket, no run.
And I just think this is where the game's headed in Test cricket, because the players are playing like this all the time. They're practicing it. Yes, it's a different game, red ball, white ball, but there's still the basics of the game are the same. If you watch the ball onto the bat and you back your own ability and you've practiced that shot enough, well, there's no reason why you can't execute it if you believe in yourself.
That's the thing. They practice it, because, many coaches would say, don't do that. You just play proper cricket. But someone like Konstas does practice it.
Umar Labuschagne defends from his pads.
And he was given the license, to be fair. Pat Cummins said before the game that we will encourage him to play his natural game. But I don't think he expected that kind of a natural game.
Well, it's great because it means that Pat Cummins has learnt from his own experience debuting as an 18-year-old and realising that, this is the attitude he's going to bring in, because he had that same sort of carefree attitude. Realistically, no one expects you to dominate because you're still a kid.
Breeze is stiff across the MCG at the moment. Bumrah to Labuschagne, leaving. Now, that was the licence that was given. So George Bailey, and there was a lot of debate around the shift that had been made, but his logic was sound. They wanted to throw something different at India. They were getting dictated to at the top. Had no slot on McSweeney. He was the expendable one, but they wanted a change in dynamic. What a change Sam Konstas gave them. Bumrah just trying to tighten the noose. Bowls to Labuschagne, who clips him away, but straight to mid-on.
It was a tactical move by the selectors to bring him in, because they would have seen the first 3 tests. They would have realised the game goes nowhere in the first 15-20 overs. There's hardly an attacking shot being played, or even the batsman looking to try and play, which allows India to get into the groove. So it was just perfect. So then when it comes off, they'll smell like roses.
Last ball of Bumrah's 10th over. Delivers to Labuschagne, who's in behind defending. 4 straight maidens since lunch. The Toyota scoreboard, don't send it you to do a Hilux job, stays 1 for 112.
Boxing Day is bigger than ever at Chadstone, with hundreds of offers in one destination. Skip the cricket and head to Chadstone. See the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Discover Jubilee, a place of affordable prestige in only 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD. Redefine quality living with house and land packages from $503,600 and amenities like childcare, schools, aquatic centre and gym. Celebrate pride of place. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. 1 for 112. Khawaja's 38. Labuschagne is 12. Akashdeep is in from the members' end around the wicket bowling, and Khawaja pulls with great venom. Lifted it through the field and out to mid-wicket for 4. First attacking stroke of the session. Whacked away. A boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Khawaja to 42.
Yeah, just too short there from Akashdeep, and Khawaja was sweating on that. It was a beautiful shot. Powered it through mid-wicket.
That's one of his favourite shots. He sits back, doesn't he, in the crease, so he picks up that length very quickly if it's at that height.
Khawaja creeping up on a half-century. These have been rare. Akash bowls full. He drives. He survives the play and the miss.
This is what India have to look to do more often. In fact, even keep the cover area open. Have another slip. Make him drive. He's sitting on the back foot. Because when he looks to drive, he really doesn't get that front foot far enough. He tends to play it on the up. So if there's any movement, there's a chance of that outside edge.
Wasn't stable over it. Hits the crease and bowls. Khawaja tried again, playing a miss, one hand off the bat.
That's exactly the area he's got to bowl. He's unfortunate there, Akashdeep. He's done everything right. Khawaja just hasn't hit it. But I agree, Ravi. I could see that cover coming out and having another catcher. And they could probably argue, well, he's playing it anyway. But if he plays it and gets it in the gap there between second slip and gully, they'll rue having the cover in.
There's still movement off the seam. And it's a little quicker than it was in the first session of play.
These are crucial moments for New Farm Australians through and through. Akash bowls again, and Khawaja's beaten trying to defend. Just hobbling across the crease. 3 in a row. Flem thinks that should be out.
Well, in a way, the batsman hasn't really executed the shots he's wanted to play. I mean, if you compare it to baseball, yeah, you could probably make a valid point.
Don't give him any encouragement.
No.
So suddenly a very good over on the build. 1 loose ball since lunch. Khawaja got that away. The rest is hard graft. Cash again. Khawaja finds the ball this time as he leans down in defence, plays it down the line of the onside, no run. Never miss a rolling bandwagon when you're a politician. The Prime Minister is in on the act. He's tweeted, Sam Konstas, wow. We'll be hosting him at Kirribilli next week and be at the test match at the SCG. It does remind me a little bit of the innings of Ashton Agar when he changed the national mood in sort of 2.5 hours, in the wee hours, on his test debut from misery to the 98s. Khawaja leaves the last ball of the over. 4 from it. 1 for 116 SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Take 1, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Steve Smith is the next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. At the moment, Labuschagne 12, pinned down by Bumrah, who's at him again. Edges short of Kohli at second slip. Got it safely to ground. Bumrah's closing in.
They're asking questions after lunch. The length is better, the line is better. Getting just a hint of movement off the seam. I think they've just bowled a little fuller since the lunch break.
You see that a lot here at the MCG. Nick's falling short. It wasn't a full-blooded drive from Labuschagne, just trying to defend it, so it went safely to ground.
Bowls, Labuschagne, that leapt at him, he got it safely to ground, guides it away to point, no run. If you take out that 40-minute portion, the rest of it, the bowling has been high quality, hard to get away and challenging. The play and miss ratio would be high if you take out Konstas did.
Or even the first sort of 4 or 5 overs, like there wasn't a lot of bat on ball and there was a lot of playing and missing. So, it only takes one of those to be nicked early on and it could be a completely different scenario here.
Bumrah to Labuschagne, he leaves over the stumps, left on length. Kohli's there at second slip. The ball at the start of the over landed in short of him. So the contact between Konstas and Kohli, which has us all looking towards the match referee, is what risk, Ravi, that's a suspension, do you think?
I think it's going to be a tough one. And Andy Pycroft, he's been around a long time. He's an experienced match referee.
Bumrah bowling with 2 slips and a leg slip. Labuschagne plays to mid-on.
Yeah, and he'll be looking at pretty seriously because there's physical contact there. Totally unnecessary though. Just not needed.
The dynamic was so interesting. Young teenager. It was the end of the 10th over. And Coley's been that enforcing character all the way through. Labuschagne ducks the bouncer, which was too short. Part does a good job to haul it in.
Well, it looked pretty clear from the footage that the young kid, he was unaware. He wasn't even looking in Coley's direction.
Last ball of Bumrah's over. He still has these sequence of maidens on the go. Which just shows how outside the norm the assault of Konstas was on him. Labuschagne can't find a run. He's clipping off his toes, but straight to mid-wicket. It bursts through, so misfielded by Jadeja and lets a bit of pressure off. Labuschagne finds a run, denies Bumrah his 6th maiden, and the scoreboard is 1 for 117. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home. Stand by. It's a no ball that's been signalled and move in now. So we're going to have an extra ball in the Bumrah over.
Talked about the shake-up to the Australian batting lineup. What about India's decision to drop Shubman Gill, Ravi? Were you surprised by that?
I'm surprised. I thought they'll make a choice between Nitish Reddy and Washington Sundar if they had to play another spinner.
So additional ball in the over by virtue of a no ball. Bumrah's around the wickets. He delivers to Khawaja, who plays from the inside portion of the bat to the onside. We'll pick it up in a tick. 1 for 118. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 1 for 118. Khawaja 42. Labuschagne 13. Akash Deep 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 19. Simon Katich and Ravi Shastri with you in commentary for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. 2 slips and a gully. Akash over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne clips from his pads and he'll find something at mid-wicket. They have one. Khawaja says no to a second as Reddy swoops on the ball. 1 for 119.
And how will Shubman Gill handle that decision? Given his year so far, it's been very good.
Very good. I don't think he'll be too impressed, to be honest, because it's not that he's played badly. I thought he got in both innings in Adelaide. Looked pretty organised. It's a big decision there because Jadeja now bats at number 6. Punt at 5.
Akash hitting into Khawaja, who leaves.
Or will they consider Reddy at 6? He's been pretty consistent this series.
Not a bad idea at all. Split the 2 left-handers.
Yeah. There's been a couple of innings where he's been caught with a tail at the end, and had he been with another batsman, he probably would have got more runs, given the way he was hitting him.
Still cloud cover at the MCG, but brighter than it's been as it gets hotter and hotter into the mid-30s. Akash bowls, Khawaja defends from the off-stump. The cultural difference around just selection manoeuvring. Australia historically, it's not just this team, but very reluctant to make that sort of shuffling change. But India, nimble in their thinking. Is whatever they think from game to game gives them the best chance without worrying about ownership of position within a team.
Yeah, it's always been that way. They just felt here they needed more resources in the bowling department, considering that if the weather is hot and humid.
To Khawaja, it's just short of Coley. A couple have landed short of second slip in this session.
It's a tough place to field here because they'll feel like they just cannot get any closer. And the danger is you creep up, and then the chance comes. And then That one was nowhere near carrying, but it was played softly by Khawaja. It wasn't a full-blooded drive, just checked his hands, stopped the shot. But at this pace, they can't really get too much closer than where they are at the moment.
The pay.com.au replay screen, a long way short of Coley. Akash striving, Khawaja driving, knocked down by Akash in his follow-through. And on the bootlaces, no run. So really tight half hour here. 7 runs only. Edges that haven't carried. High-quality maiden overs. Not the wicket that India is desperately searching for. Not yet, at least. Akash has 1 left in this. Comes in from the members' ends. Khawaja is leaving outside the off stump. 1 for 119. The Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Afternoon legends, another big day smashed. Now tackle your hobbies, side hustles or workouts with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Boost your energy levels and maintain your focus with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into water, let it fizz and tackle tonight. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Middle session for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. A far quieter start to the second session of play. Just 7 runs added in half an hour. But a few boos. And, well, the reason for that should be fairly obvious by this stage of the series. Simon Katich is going to be Mohammad Siraj entering the attack, or re-entering the attack from the Shane Warne stand end. He bowled 7 overs, none for 34 when Konstas was in his pomp earlier today. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo. Yeah, the villain has returned. The pantomime villain.
Shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. There you go. Siraj, who started the series so well, diminishing returns thereafter. 2 slips the gully, bowling to Labuschagne, who stays at home. He's hitting the tummy. At least that's how it looks from behind him. He went down on his knees, then jumped straight back up, as he loves to do when he's hit by the ball, wherever it is. We'll see a replay front on here. Fairly sure we'll see a replay for pay.com.au. Here it is, Kat. Where did it hit him?
I'll be all right.
Yep.
Exactly where we thought.
Exactly there. Third time we've seen a player hit in the box today, if you're keeping those numbers.
They're still moving off the seam. That's darted back off the seam.
All our numbers for Ewan Heinrich, by the way, even getting hit in the box. So the crowd involved, Indian fans roaring for Siraj. He bowls here to Labuschagne and hits him again somewhere. Labuschagne down on his haunches. That time it's clear where he's been felled. On both knees, 2 in a row to start the spell. And Siraj was actually appealing there, which gives you some sense of how reliable he is as a narrator with leg before. If you hit there, it's not hitting the stumps, Mohammed. That's flush too. Not pretty replays for pay.com.au as far as Marnus Labuschagne is concerned.
Yeah, just probing. It's back of a length, but Labuschagne wants to get at the ball and he squares up. Just needs to let it come to him. Get a bit eager here because there's been good pressure built up by these Indian quicks straight after the break.
It's one of those that's hit him in the box hard enough that it requires Nick Jones to run out from the Aussie support staff.
Not much he can do for him.
No, well, we saw Sam Konstas when he was hit there earlier today, nearly sort of pull it out.
I thought you were going to say something else, Colin.
It was what it was.
Yeah, no, it did look that way.
He looked like he was about to. I mean, I know the advertisement.
That's the fearlessness of youth, isn't it? It's a great example of it.
Yeah, he didn't mind who was anyway. I don't know exactly, as you say, what are you actually saying to Marnus at this point?
Yeah, just take a few deep breaths. That's probably the biggest thing. Oh, there's a cherry not where you intended it.
So Siraj up and about again. 0433 98 11 16. The correspondence has got a fraction more interesting in the last couple of minutes. If I can't read the top one out, that's okay. So 4 hits in the box for Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. There you go, got it out. Siraj will go back to his mark, and Labuschagne will go back to where he started. And the Indian crowd will find their voice pretty much for the first time today. They sat in the Ponsford stand, the active Indian support area over there with the Swami Army, the Bharat Army. I'd love to roar again. 1 for 119, we reset. Siraj up, bowls to Labuschagne. Same length, different line. Leg stump pushed in towards the mid-wicket region where there are a couple of fielders. A square leg, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, all patrolling. A deep backward square on the rope. A leg gully around the corner. 2 slips gully. And the mid-off, wideish mid-off on the offside, so a 4-5 field.
Yeah, a real indicator that they're going to attack Marnus Labuschagne's strength. He's strong leg side, but you're going to have that area heavily guarded, and it's going to allow them to attack the stumps. Obviously feel like the nicks aren't going to carry through the slips. Only the 2 now, no gully.
Siraj southern end, Labuschagne goes back and defends and keeps it away from where he's been hit twice, I suspect, judging by the body language. Damien Fleming about to join us as well. 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Full house here at the MCG on a day where nearly 80,000 people are here. We'll grow yet further as we wind our way through the afternoon. Two balls left in the over. And so it is for Labuschagne. Leg gully waiting. Siraj bowls and he leaves alone Labuschagne after pouncing forward, pounding forward, I should say, on that front foot. He's really wanting to get out of his crease, isn't he, every ball?
Well, he knows that if he gets caught on the crease that the LB or the bowl's in play, and he's batting outside of his crease a fraction just to try and nullify that threat.
Start from this pair. They put on 24 in 23 balls before lunch. They've just been dragged back after the long break. All dots in this Siraj over so far. Last ball of it coming here to Labuschagne on the hip out to mid-wicket once more. Maiden complete. 1 for 119. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job. Labuschagne's 14, Khawaja's 42.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? You'll be bowled over with the range of air conditioning solutions to suit any home design. Switch to a Dakin this summer and transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au for more info. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Our coverage is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Good afternoon, Damien Fleming.
Good afternoon, Colo, Caddo, listeners. A little bit of a different session, this one. Back to Test cricket.
Yeah, war of attrition, isn't it? Trying to wear these two down with the ball, but then they're also trying to wear these Indian bowlers down to attack later on today.
Khawaja's 42 from 97. Facing deep round the wicket, 2 slips, goes back defence to mid-on, no run. What a chance for Khawaja. We spoke to him before play about being in a position to put pressure back on India. Now, it's not super hot. It's 34 degrees, but you know, hot enough if you're spending some time out there.
Yeah, definitely. And it's supposed to get hotter. The only thing that saved the Indians so far is the clouds are here, isn't it? The sun hasn't broken through and really baked, the pitch and the players. But with each spell, it's going to get tougher and tougher. There's already less swing in this session than the first.
Deep delivers. Khawaja drives straight to the man at mid-on. He struck it beautifully down towards the rope. It will reach it just. A diving attempt beneath us here by Sundar. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with the Azito power tools, but a great sign for Khawaja as he advances to 46.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Perfect on drive. It was a good length from Akashdeep offering the drive, but it was just a tad straight. And Khawaja just punched it beautifully with the full face of the bat between the stumps and mid-on.
Now he's needed this Khawaja. 5 boundaries. One of them away from a 50. Deep bowls and Khawaja leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. averaging 24 this year, coming into this final test of 2024, Khawaja. It's a long time since that last ton at Edgbaston last year. Needs to absolutely make the most of this start that he's enjoyed. He's faced 100 balls exactly.
And Australia as well. One for 123. I haven't had this luxury too much this summer.
Sun hidden by some clouders. Deep works his way in, away from us, bowls to Khawaja, back of a length, through the court, and that'll be a boundary, and indeed he's 50. So 2 fours in the 40s gets Khawaja to that milestone for the first time this summer, only the second time this year, just at the point where it was getting almost urgent for Khawaja to get himself into the series. He's done exactly that. Australia 1 for 127. Usman finding some rhythm.
Well, that's what happens when you have a cover and you don't have an extra catcher. There's a big gap between second and gully, and that's exactly where Khawaja gets it. Not quite where he intended, but he's not worried about that. Gets to 50, and Rohit Sharma once again missing a trick.
And again, he's deep. 2 left in the over. Khawaja leaves alone. There was barely a celebration there from Khawaja, knowing that this has got to be the start of something. But it's not the first time we're not having that third slip being a problem for India today.
Oh, I'd love to talk to Rohit Sharma right now on the headset. We've been talking last session, but from the first over of this session, he doesn't hurt you through the covers. You can have mid-off can be squarer. Then you might bowl fuller. And if that edge goes to third slip, you get what you deserve. I just don't understand these field placements.
Kashdeep, the unlucky bowler again, as he was a number of times last week at Brisbane. Over the wicket to Khawaja on 50. He completes the over here, leaves alone. The ball hits the gloves of Rishabh Pant. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to a Hilux job. 1 for 127. Khawaja 50. Labuschagne 14.
With the season of suburban cricket heating up, it's time to start winning for your club. And Yeah Nah's Ultimate Cricket Competition means you could win 10 cases of Yeah Nah 0% alcohol beer for your cricket club this summer. For your chance, visit iCanWin.com.au or the SEN win page, and in 25 words or less, tell us why your club needs Yeah Nah this summer. Say yeah to the fun and nah to the consequences. Yeah Nah 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
Yeah Nah, yeah Nah.
We're here at the MCG for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home and Move In now. Got Tom Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil on demerit points.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't sound too fun, does it? Especially when you talk about driving. But we're talking about Virat Kohli's incident with Sam Konstas from earlier today. Cricket Australia has released a statement saying the match referee will look at it at the end of today's play.
Suraj Labuschagne, 4-5 field, bowls here, full and straight, and knocked on the head back to the bowler.
So 4 demerit points would trigger a suspension for the New Year's test, and a level 2, that would be a level 2 offence. 3 demerit points or less would be a fine of varying descriptions. And for a reference point, Kagiso Rabada on Steve Smith in 2018, it was eventually overturned on appeal. That received 3 demerit points. So you'd imagine, given the level of force for this particular incident, it would be at least 3, which means it would be a suspension for Sydney.
That was trial of the century stuff at Cape Town, Flem. That was a really weird week. Before another weird week, Siraj bowls here to Labuschagne, works it to leg slip or leg gully on the bounce. It did carry an awfully long way towards Jaiswal, just to his right, well stopped.
Yeah, I think we'll all watch with interest.
Just to be
when
clear,
the last ball's bowled today, it won't be the end of it.
No, just to be clear, Tommy, so you're saying if it were a level 2 offence, he could get the full throw to 4 points and be suspended?
3 or 4 points is a level 2 offence. 3 can either be a suspension and a fine, or just a heavy fine. But 4 demerit points is always a suspension.
And Kohli hasn't got any carryover points for what it's worth. His last point was 2019.
In a T20 or a one-day, wasn't it, when he was batting?
Andy Pycroft, the match referee this week. Work to do later. Siraj bowls wide of the crease, hits Labuschagne again. Did that get up to the box for the 3rd time in 2 overs? Maybe high on the thigh pad. Either way, he walks out to short leg, gives whatever's going on a rub.
There's not a lot of love for Marnus out there, wasn't it? When he got hit on the box last over, no Indian fielder went to him. And there's certainly no love lost between Siraj and Marnus. They are into each other, but Siraj producing balls that are discomfort to Marnus at the moment, but the Aussies, they're battling hard here. It's not free-flowing whatsoever.
Again, that was inside edge that probably saved the box, actually. High on the thigh pad, pay.com.au, replay screen. Southern end here, Siraj, head of steam being built up. Short ball, takes it on, top edge, 4. Not where he intended the hook to go, Labuschagne, but caught up with it sufficiently. He's 18 with the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito. 1 for 131.
Not a bad idea. It just wasn't a good bouncer. It did surprise Marnus. He played it at the last minute. If he'd got it outside off stump and a bit higher, I think there could have been a chance to be caught down a fine leg.
So the fine leg's squarer now. Earlier today when Konstas was batting, there were 2 down there. One at long leg and one at more there for the ramp, but the game's moved on quite a bit from there. They're put on 42, this pair. It's actually off the helmet, that previous boundary. Siraj bowls here, and Labuschagne tucks it just behind square leg where there will be runs. 2 of them to Akashdeep at fine leg. They considered a third, but that's not quite on. So Labuschagne to 21 for 133. Yeah, seeing that back on the pay.com today, your replay screen. They clearly hit Labuschagne, perhaps via the inside edge, but you can see it. So typically that would prompt a little check. But
he's actually checking his helmet now himself. He wanted 3 there, but Usman not quite as quick as Marnus between the wickets.
And the thing with the helmet is that if Labuschagne knows it didn't hit the bat, he'll want the runs, right? 2 runs are a concussion test. He'd be 2, or 4 indeed, as far as it went then. Here we go. Siraj bowls to Labuschagne on the hip. Down towards fine leg it goes.
Another collision.
Yeah, a single, wasn't it?
Batter and bowler now.
Okay, we'll come back and have a look at that in the break. There were 7 runs taken from that over, 1 for 134 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send it to do a Hilux job. Labuschagne's on 21 and Khawaja's on 50. Here with Tom Morris for the Copper Estate, Australia's most awarded extra urgent olive oil. There was a collision there as they were running between wickets with Labuschagne and Siraj. Nothing in it. We've had a few of those today.
So the key is that was accidental, and that could be what Virat Kohli may argue. We don't know. Now, Rabada was found guilty in the end of conduct that is contrary to the spirit of the game, and that was downgraded from being found guilty of making inappropriate and deliberate physical contact with a player. So there are levels to this, how deliberate it is, how intentional it is, how negligent it is. They're the words that are used, and whether it's contrary to the spirit of the game. I mean, I'll leave you guys to editorialise it. We all saw it with our own eyes.
Yeah, fair point. Change of bowler for India. Nitish Kumar ready. He's picked up Labuschagne twice in the series. He's got the slip. He's got the, call it 4th slip more than gully. 5-4 field away from us at the northern end. His first ball of the test match ready. He's left alone well wide of the off stump. No pace in that through the gloves of
Richard. Yeah, it's like he's bowling in a 50-over game, isn't it? First ball of a test match. Once again, don't like it. Bring point in. Do you really need backward square early on? Sometimes you bowl to the fields that are set for you, and this is set to bang it short. And he's a medium pace swinger.
The 2 times he's got Labuschagne has been behind the wicket. A little tempter last week at Brisbane, which was...
Yeah, I'll check whether he's getting any swing.
Likes to shape it away. He's up to the crease here, close to the stumps. Bowls to Labuschagne, who shimmies forward and defends to cover. KL Rahul fields in that position. So he's been brought 1 spot up the list, and Nitish Kumar ready with the bat. They've sent from 8 to 7. So extra spinner in the Indian team today. That change. Washington Sundar in for Shubman Gill. Change of configuration.
The problem with that team is if Washington Sundar is bowling in this innings, it means Australia a lot of runs.
Labuschagne waits for ready, bowls here, and Labuschagne drives square for 1 to the deep backward point. Could be 2. Khawaja wants to be set back by Labuschagne.
Right decision.
Would have given Labuschagne a lot of work to do to the danger end. Moves to 22 with the single, 1 for 135.
Good for Muzzy, though. There was real intent, wasn't there, to try and get another run. So a bit of change of pace here for Usman Khawaja. Ready more in the mid-120s. He's best when he's bowling full and allowing that red kookaburra to swing.
So he's on 50, Khawaja. Ready. We'll go over the wicket to him. 2 catches in the cordon. Khawaja leg stump line, hits him on the pad and appeal from the bowler. The ball's behind square. They get through for a leg bye. Michael Goff will signal that in a moment from now, I assume. It's making sure there'll be no review, of course, before they go through the formalities. 1 for 136. There will be no review. Khawaja did get a score here at the G at the first time of asking. He made 144 against the Windies. That's back in 2015. He had to wait 4 summers to get a Boxing Day Test match. A couple of 50s as well, but missed out here in recent years. So gets the chance this afternoon to really tuck in, make the most of this. Labuschagne's turn. Ready in here. Slinging action. Full. And defended out to cover no
Good
run.
bowling, isn't it? He's bowling fuller than any of the other Indian quicks so far. And you can see both players defending stoutly. Khawaja hit on the pads. It was going down leg, but I like that length here at the MCG, particularly on day 1. Tennis bally bounce. They do not want to drive on the up with hard hands.
Based on the scores here in recent years, 1 for 136 is a very, very good position to be on day 1. Ready finishes his first over here, and Labuschagne's in behind it defensively. 2 runs from the over, 1 for 136. That's on the 2-over scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job. Khawaja 50, Labuschagne 22. MCG for Henley Holmes by Henley complete at home and move in now. Comparisons between Sam Konstas and a guy who made his test debut here in 1999, a test you played in, Brett Lee, with so much excitement that day too.
Wow factor. Wow factor like Konstas today, Brett Lee. Maybe to this day, that's the fastest bowling I've seen. So to do it on debut.
Fifer there, wasn't it? Siraji in his 10th over begins to Khawaja, who works it with his front pad, one hand off the bat towards mid-wicket, gets 1. He's 51, 1 for 137.
Yeah, I think we batted first Boxing Day, and actually Brett and myself might have put on 50 with the bat. And he was already doing some big slogs down mid-on, which was a feature of his lower order hitting. But he got a wicket in his first over. And what I loved about Brett there, and he got caught up, I think, with bowling fast and bowling a lot of bounces. But in these first couple of tests, he bowled, must have been close to 160, but he pitched the ball up. He swung it. So he's getting bolds and LBWs, and then there was always the constant threat of the bouncer.
Siraj to Labuschagne down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it.
And expectations were high straight away, weren't they? I just felt like we'd found the Shane Warne fast bowling, which in hindsight was unfair. Because, to be, like a Dennis Lilly type, a Shane Warne, there's charisma, but there's constant high performance over a long period of time. And he was a fine test bowler, Brett Lee. Probably a better one-day bowler, where I think the restrictions helped him, right? That he couldn't bowl too many bounces, and it forced him to bowl fuller, because he did have a good ounce swing.
Siraj up, bowls here to Labuschagne, defending from the middle stump line to mid-wicket, Rahul Fields.
But there was sheer fear from some of the Indian batsmen, particularly the tail. I think I was at a leg gully to a left-handed batsman. I can't remember who it was. And I remember he got hit on the hand, and oh my God. And of all people he went to sympathy from, it was Justin Langer at bat pad. So he's getting donuts there. But it was just so fast.
And the MCG was rocking.
Yeah.
What was then the Great Southern Stand. It was day 2 of that test match. Great one to be here for. Siraj bowls to Labuschagne, hits him again in the midriff. You can hear him commentating himself through the stump mic. Is that the 3rd time in 3 overs he's been whacked in the box? I reckon it might have been.
It's going to need a replacement box. How many boxes do they have?
Let's see it on the pay.com.au replay screen. And yep, it sure is.
Yeah, he could do a reasonable Bee Gees impersonation right now. Marnus Labuschagne.
Siraj on target, you could say. Making it difficult. He's got the catching mid-wicket. He's got the leg gully. Got the man back for the short ball. 2 left in the over. Siraj southern end bowls to Labuschagne, who roars no when defending off the back foot. A couple of words exchanged between the Queenslander and Siraj, as seems to be the case every over.
No one's chatted more in this series, including teammates, than Siraj and Marnus out there in the middle.
They should probably go to dinner at some point. They might get on quite well. Who knows?
Yeah, see, Marnus doesn't play IPL, does he?
No.
So he won't be as chummy with these Indian players.
Great point. Because you can see there is some affection towards the Aussies and Siraj who've played with him and know him. He's got that white line fever, doesn't he?
Certainly.
1 for 137. Last ball of the over. To Labuschagne. Siraj in, bowls, and he defends again. No run. Good from Labuschagne. Through the stump mic. 1 for 137 remains the score. 22 for him, 51 at Khawaja on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send me to do a highlights job.
G'day there. Heavy eastbound on the Princess Highway approaching Chadstone Shopping Centre. Centre Dandenong Road is slow westbound into Moorabbin DFO and slow on the Buller Road off-ramp from the Teller Freeway and Buller Road itself heavy heading into DFO Essendon. Join over 2 million Aussies who've lost weight with the Lady Shake, and there's never been a better time with up to 30% off site-wide. Start now at theladysshake.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
We're here with Henley Holmes by Henley Completed Home and Move In now, talking Boxing Day debuts. Quite a few good ones over the years, because of course the Melbourne Test didn't automatically equal a Boxing Day debut. Only when the Test started being played consistently here in the 1970s on this date. Khawaja facing Reddies. 2 slips in the cordon, bowls here over the wicket, defends into the offside. Gary Cozier, 100 on debut.
Was it at the MCG, Coase? Yeah. Against the West Indies?
Steve Waugh, way back in 1985.
Not a great debut, though, for Steve, was it?
No.
David Hooks, obviously, centenary test.
Centenary test, although that wasn't the Boxing Day test as such. Depends how you shape these things up. In more recent years, Jackson Bird in 2012.
Matthew Nicholson.
There's a beauty from you, Flam. The year before, Brett Lee.
Yeah, that was the year before, wasn't it?
What a test that was. Over the wicket here. Ready to Khawaja, who drives straight, but not straight enough to beat Jasprit Bumrah.
Good bowling, very good bowling.
Matthew Nicholson, who was batting what felt like about 8 in the evening here with Steve Waugh, when they took the extra half an hour and another extra half an hour trying to chase down about 200 odd.
We wanted to finish it that night. Why? We had all the next day.
An eventful
we
3
got
days.
that wrong.
Yes. Ed Cowan, the most recent opener, who went to the same.
Did it get 60 odd?
A bit more, I reckon. Somewhere between 70 and 80.
Against India.
Yeah. And he was ready, bowling over the wicket to Khawaja, driving sweetly again to mid-off. Went to the same school as Sam Konstas, as it turns out. So a bit of a through line between that pair. Phil Jakes, a few years on from that. Martin Love, Joe Burns. So they've got a few. Had their first chance in Test cricket here on.
Was Bolo on debut?
Of course. How can we forget?
Was that a memorable debut?
I think we were sat next to each other, weren't we, Flem? There was a bit going on that day.
Golden.
In this commentary box. Khawaja's 51. Ready bowls to him, and he clips behind square for 1 to move to 52. 1 for 138. Tom Morris as well. He's got something on opening batters.
Yes, Colo, just the first time in 5 years that two Australian openers have both made 50s in the same innings of a test on home soil. So it's been a lean run in these conditions. Khawaja and Konstas today have done just that.
Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil. Tony Doddermate.
Oh. How we didn't get man of the match.
Yeah. Is that 5 for and a 50, wasn't it? Something like that?
Yeah, at least. Maybe 6 for. Yeah. Was it 5 for?
Oh, whatever it was.
And he found out on the morning he was playing. And they bowled straight away.
Ready, up, bowls here. Bouncer, ducks by Labuschagne. There was nearly a Victorian who made his test debut here in 2012. We learnt this when writing the Glenn Maxwell book this year, that he got a phone call at 7:30 in the morning from Mickey Arthur to say, get to the G right now. He wasn't in the squad. Get to the G right now. Shane Watson's got a bit of a problem with his calf. So Maxie didn't even tell his parents, jumped in the car, Boxing Day out in South Belgrave, drove to the G, had to give his phone over because of all the anti-corruption stuff, didn't tell anyone that until about 45 minutes before the test, he was going to make his test debut here at the G on Boxing Day.
What a shame.
Tell me about it. Ready to finish here and defending, working his way forward is Labuschagne. Ends the over. Flem jumps out. 1 for 138 is the score as drinks start to get their way made out into the middle. So they started at 1 for 112 this session. Khawaja's advanced to a well-made 50. He's 52 not out. Labuschagne is with him on 22. This pair have put on 49. And that is all on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. And the drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. After it, Gerard Whateley in for me.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Are you a gamer? Get the Acer Nitro gaming range with the latest Intel Core i7 processor, delivering the power and performance you need. Buy today at Harvey Norman.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of Konstas Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Steve delivers. Khawaja drives straight to the man at mid-on. He struck it beautifully down towards the rope. It will reach it just. Deep works his way in, away from us, bowls to Khawaja, back of a length, through the cord, and that'll be a boundary, and indeed is 50. Just at the point where it was getting almost urgent for Khawaja to get himself into the series, he's done exactly that. Southern end here, Siraj, head of steam being built up, short ball, takes it on, top edge, 4.
The drinks break for Billy. Superior instant filtered water systems. 34 degrees at the MCG, 2:15 in the afternoon. A subdued hour since the lunch break. 26 runs have been added without loss. Australia 1 for 138. Khawaja is 52. Labuschagne is 22. And you are listening to SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Gerard, Whateley and Bharat Sundaresan with you. Hello, Bharat.
Afternoon, Gerard. Relaxed drinks break that for both teams after the mayhem of this morning.
Just the flow of it shows the value of the 50 minutes of Konstas batting, where he just went berserk and propelled the scoreline along, because it's a hard graft in the way that the MCG we know it to be since the work was done on the pitch 5 years ago. Mohamed Siraj, 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 42. He's going to be bowling from the Shane Warne stand end. And Usman Khawaja, vital runs for the veteran opener. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Siraj pitches up at the off stump and he's defended.
And since that Konstas attacked the assault on the Indians, they've really struggled to get themselves back up. Gerard, you see the body language, you see Rohit Sharma's captaincy as well, the fields he set. And even now, Manas is not looked 100% comfortable out there. Usman Khawaja has batted really well to get to 52, but the odd balls jumping at him, odd balls staying down. It's not really the easiest pitch to bat on.
Siraj is over the wicket bowling to Khawaja, who clips from his pads out to one of the deep fielders on the leg side. Deep square, Reddy comes up, does the fielding, a single take at Khawaja's 53.
Like you said, this is what they wanted. They, speaking to Andrew McDonald the other day, he said we needed some dynamism at the top. It's not really a take on Nathan McSweeney as a test cricketer. It's just that we need a different approach at the top. And a lot of people are going to see Konstas and what he's done today and assume this is how he bats. And yes, he did play a few ramps in that pink ball game, which was a 50-over game, wasn't it? Against the Indian tourists in Canberra. He's more in the proper test or first-class opener mode. Plays shots, but not outrageous shots like what we saw today. So it came from nowhere.
50-run stands between Khawaja and Labuschagne. Labuschagne jams down on the ball out of the off stump, runs it to point for another single, 1 for 140.
And these two under pressure batters in particular have really made the most of it. Kind of seen the energy in the Indian camp. Not the same all the other times they've been together at the crease. Manas has walked out to bat. It felt like the Indians are on the hunt. Bumrah is all over them. But even though he hasn't looked very fluid or fluent so far, Manas, he's looked largely untroubled.
He is 53 from 111 balls. Khawaja ducks a bouncer that is far too high. Yeah, so Bumrah's 11 overs, 5 maidens, none for 43. He was 6 overs, none for 38. So his next 5 overs are for 5 runs, which is very much in keeping with the way that he's bowled. His first 2 overs were, he gave nothing away. Beat Konstas, play and miss 4 times in the first over. And the first 2 attempts to ramp were plays and misses and sort of really curious moments. And then he just teed off on Bumrah in a way that we know no other batter has been able to do. Khawaja is driving, knocked down by Siraj in his follow-through. No run conceded.
And he's, if anything, provided a blueprint to other teams around the world as well. Unfortunately, though, the next big series for India is against England, and they obviously invented everything, so they won't let Konstas take credit for it.
So they'll claim Konstas, won't they? They'll claim this is the Baz Ball effect.
Yeah, Ben Duckett must be waking up very soon and ready to take credit for it, like he did for Yashasvi as well.
Siraj, it is a bit laboured given the heat out in the middle. He bowls another bouncer and he tumbles over in the aftermath. Siraj is okay. Khawaja was untempted. 2 from the over, 1 for 140. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Grab the kids. Everyone's beloved high-speed hedgehog is back in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the must-see movie these school holidays. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Change of bowler, shaking up the attack for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. 1 for 140, Ravindra Jadeja. 4 overs, 1 for 20. He is the lone wicket taker. Before you dig, before every job, search before you dig online every time. He's bowling to Labuschagne, who tried to cut from the stumps, a ball that nearly dislodged the off bail.
That's a bad shot, boys.
You don't need to say anything more, Gerard.
Oh, that's close.
Admission from Labuschagne. It is a bad shot when you're trying to cut Jadeja. And it's that close to off stump. He's so quick off the surface.
They're going to go with a spinner with a slip and now a gully, essentially, for that very shot. Labuschagne plays upright as he defends from the stumps. 23 from 58 balls, Labuschagne. It's been laboured in every way, but he is occupying. He's plonking forward to defend with bat and pad tied together.
A couple of boundaries of Jadeja before the lunch break in that direction. This one was a bit too tight.
Jadeja is around the wickets. Labuschagne forward to defend.
See Washington, Sundar, India going in with 2 spinners and a pretty long lower order.
This is the 40th over. Labuschagne defends to cover.
Rohit saying we need a silly point. He's captain, and I think we are going to get silly point, are we?
Yes. There has been an element. Israel has been left to chase the game from early. That Konstas knocked him off balance so quickly. And it was full-blown defence for a while, and it has had the dynamic as moving the field 2-3 times and over. Not really settling into any sort of consistent line of attack for periods. Jadeja to Labuschagne. Down the leg side, it's turned to backward square, so a single missed by Labuschagne. 1 for 140. That is a maiden over on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Middle session of Boxing Day for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. 1 for 140. Khawaja 53. Labuschagne 23. Sam Konstas on debut as a 19-year-old, the leading run scorer with 60. Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Mohammad Siraj is toiling away. Khawaja is proving a roadblock. 53 from 114 balls. Siraj sizes him up from around the wicket. Khawaja takes him off the pads. Just a bit of hollow, as you heard off the bat, out to backward square for a single. So we started our day talking about the flash of anger from Virat Kohli at the airport and the ramifications of that, the split that quite often happens in an Australian-Indian series, whether it's teams or whether it's surrounds or whether it's media. I feel like we're right there with the Kohli shoulder charge into Konstas, which I think by any reasonable Australian assessment is a suspension.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be playing in Sydney just on the prima facie case. Labuschagne on 23. He defends forward. The other side of that is, the Indian side of things, is a gross overreaction. If it's anything, it's a fine. You walk the delicate line between parties here, Bharat. Where do you see things?
Well, if it was anyone else, Gerard, we wouldn't even be discussing it or debating how this is going to play out. And sadly, that's just how our sport works. With Virat Kohli involved, everything gets turned up a notch or tuned up a notch. So we'll have to really wait and see. And by tomorrow morning or by this evening, when, like you said, the story gets played out in 2 different ways. There's the Australian version of it and there'll be an Indian version of it, don't you worry.
Siraj bowls, Labuschagne blocks.
Now, we'll not be surprised if the Indian version, or I'm not saying the entire Indian media contingent is going to take his side or defend him or condone what he did. But there will be a section, a large section, the ones which gets the views and the clicks, which will try to connect what happened today to what happened at the airport and say this was started by the Australian media, or everyone will be brushed, it will be used, everybody will be put in the same bracket, say, look, they angered him and this is the outcome of it. I will be surprised if that's not one narrative that comes out.
Siraj to Labuschagne, plays the ball to the offside mirror.
And because the prima facie evidence, he walked straight into him, and you could see it, and I was on air when it happened. I saw him walk across from, say, the third pitch that you can see on the square, or 2 pitches down from the playing surface, and he walked straight towards him, and I thought he was going to say something to Konstas. And if you just rewind it a bit, after the 5th ball of that over, Virat just stood next to him, and I call it the death stare. He was just giving him the death stare, and Konstas maybe didn't notice him or didn't even react to that. I think that would have pushed Kohli even more.
Labuschagne has the strike. He runs the ball to point and he'll help himself to a run. Just to drop and go. He's 24.
And from the way I saw it, it was almost a case of I'll let you know who I am. And that's what led to the shoulder charge. And then obviously he pretended like it was not his fault. And every little thing will be dissected, though. Even the fact that Usman Khawaja put an arm around Virat Kohli's shoulder and not Konstas will be used as defense from the Indian side, I'm sure.
These things do have a history of escalating. Khawaja flicks the last ball of the over down to fine leg. Crisp that time from the blade. Khawaja's 55. The score is 1 for 143. The flashpoint of the day, the crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. The Kohli charge into Konstas.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say
Menulog? SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia 1 for 143. Labuschagne 24, Khawaja 55 is on strike. Jadeja begins his new over, 3 in the deep on the leg side. Khawaja stands upright, plays back to the bowler.
And then the question is, if the letter of the law is followed and he does get suspended, then what next?
Jadeja around the wicket. Khawaja tucks the ball to leg. He'll take a single to square. 56, it's 1 for 144.
I mean, you remember the India A game and just the ball tampering topic itself was brushed aside so quickly. This is Virat Kohli you're talking about, and even the hint of him not playing the last test because of that charge, I can't see the Indian team or those around the Indian team just lying down and going, yeah, we accept it. It just doesn't work that way in our sport, does it? Especially if the Indians are involved.
Silly mid-off in place for Labuschagne, who defends. So the cynical side of things, which is this is the way it breaks, is Australian audiences will go, well, India runs cricket, they won't have the stones to suspend him. And if they do, India will then threaten boycott and the like, which we've been there plenty of times, be it Monkeygate, be it COVID, the threat to get things on their terms.
And even before India became the almighty India, it's 2001 in South Africa when they literally did that, when Sachin Tendulkar was accused of ball tampering.
Jadeja looking for his second wicket. Labuschagne denying him as he defends.
And some of the players were suspended for over-appealing by the late Mike Dennis. That led to them playing that last test match, but it wasn't official. It was an unofficial test match.
Labuschagne drives through the silly mid-off and out to deep cover. He'll get a couple ready. Just took a... ended up sort of... It was Washington who ended up dancing over the top of the ball once or twice before he got down to pick it up. 2 for the total, which stands at 146.
So sadly, it's not straightforward. It's... in the next few hours will tell us which way it's going.
Last ball of Jadesia's over and Labuschagne sees it off as he defends to Coley, who's right in the spotlight. 1 for 146. The Toyota scoreboard don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. The crowd is beyond 82,000. So the flow of the day, you know, this is one of my pet projects. At the start, so for the first ball of the day, there was 57,316. And by noon, where I think the test should start, there was 76,106 in. So an additional 20,000. Kawaja is clipping from his pads out to deep mid-wicket. He'll take a single and advance the total to 147. By lunch, that was 79,500, and in the hour after, it's grown to 82. So if you took the festive decision to start the test at noon, you would have had an extra 20,000 people to witness that first ball. Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat, all our listeners.
This is the attritional phase, isn't it? Australia given the opportunity here with the bull at a gate start. 112 in the first session. Grind India for a while. In the heat, this is the 43rd over of the innings. Siraj bowls. Labuschagne runs it to point but can't find a run.
Manas looking better and better. I mean, it's all about Konstas, but all I've been keeping an eye on in the last couple of hours.
Siraj has followed through and flipped the bails around. Now will Labuschagne put them back, or will he just leave things as they are? For the moment, he's decided to leave them.
Last time that happened, Manas flipped it, and the end of the over, Rishabh flipped it again. So not easy being an umpire these days. Nope. So Manas seems to have added an extra bat tap. Things that only I care about.
Labuschagne and Siraj just running between wickets. There was a brush between the pair of them. Siraj bowls and Labuschagne full face of the bat guides it to point, no run.
But even some of the things we've seen from the Indians, I wonder how much of it is they like to create this whole siege mentality feel to them, and it's a lot of caricaturing that does happen around Australia and Australian media. They're out to get you, and everything is looked at as any hindrance is looked at as being intentional. It's a mind game. In most cases it's not. It's just it's all in their head at times.
Partnership is worth 58. Siraj pulls out as some more debris is floating around the middle.
Yeah, you wonder how much of that frustration or the hangover of the frustration from what happened at the airport the other day with his family is still lingering, and you'd have to say it potentially is, given what we saw earlier.
Manas tucked the plastic bag into his pocket. Siraj is mid-over. Bowls and Labuschagne drive. Siraj couldn't stop that one. Thrashed through mid-off for 4. Labuschagne, glorious sense of timing. He goes to 30. That's 1 for 151. So the next milestone reached in the 43rd over.
I don't know why he's handed that plastic bag to the umpire. It's the best shot he's played in a while. I would have kept it with me as a lucky charm. But you're right, Simon. I think with Virat, he just looked edgy. He's looked like he wants a fight. He's not getting it from the Australian players.
Big gap between the keeper and first slip now. Punt and Rowett. And again, Manas just halts Siraj on the run as more plastic bags, food wrappers, blowing around on the ground.
Sorry.
Looks like a chip packet. Brown paper wrapping just off the square.
calling himself a Labrador for some reason. I have no idea, Manas.
Siraj just trying to get through the over. And bowls to Labuschagne, who clips from his pads beautifully through mid-wickets. A trademark shot from Manas out into the deep. Washington will overhaul it. They'll come back for 3. Labuschagne advances to 33. It's 1 for 154.
These last couple of shots, the drive down the ground was superb. You haven't seen a lot of that this series from him, and this was from outside off stump and just picked off through mid-wicket. It's heavily guarded, but beautiful placement. And just looks like, Ravi mentioned it earlier, the wicket's probably quickened up a bit after lunch, and that's just coming onto the bat beautifully. So, decent batting conditions here now, and the ball's nearly 43 overs old. So, this next little period could be the period where Australia really try and get a huge advantage in this test match.
Khawaja ducks the bouncer to complete the over. 8 from it. 1 for 154. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Got F Plus? Gotta have fees, right? Nope, not happening. Not with SmartPay zero cost F Plus. Visit smartpay.com.au. T's and C's and minimum turnover apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This pair doing it with ease with Dynabreeze Industrial Strength Heavy Duty fans. Khawaja 57, Labuschagne 33. The partnership is worth 65. 1 for 154. Jadeja from the members' end bowls, and Labuschagne back covering the stumps, making sure it doesn't slide through. Everyone's picking up rubbish, even Virat doing his civic duty. Labuschagne back and defending to silly mid-off.
Bishop wants him to land every ball on that spot. Create an atmosphere, he says.
Labuschagne for defending. No is the call. It snuck past the silly mid-off, but not wide enough of Kohli. Jace Will's under the helmet. Rowett's at first slip. Only 2 in addition to punt around the bat. Dancing down the pitch, Labuschagne didn't get there. Had to block and survive.
He left early then. Jadeja got a good look and he was able to change his length nicely late.
Labuschagne from the crease, bat and pad tight in unison.
And that's a pretty good indicator that he's not comfortable with that man under his nose on the offside. He's trying to just take him out of the game here.
Last of the over, Labuschagne straight bat out to mid-off. 1 for 154 at the end of it. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services is that 8-run over from Siraj. He's out of the attack, so back to Jasprit Bumrah. Still half an hour out from tea. So Rowett trying a lot. 11 overs, 5 maidens, none for 43. Bumrah around the wicket to Khawaja, who pulls straight to mid-wicket. Shockingly soft dismissal. Khawaja can't believe what he's just done. Bumrah strikes for the first ball of a fresh spell. And he begins the task of dragging India back into it. Khawaja gone for 57. Australia 2 for 154.
He's Q-ended that straight to mid-wicket. He cannot believe it. It's come right off the bottom of the bat, and just given the timing of it, just lobbed straight out to KL Rahul at mid-wicket, who took an easy catch. Bumrah had his hand in his head. His hands over his head. He couldn't believe what he just witnessed. It was a rank half-tracker. Deserved to be dispatched, but just the timing of it straight off the queue end. Khawaja can't believe it. Played beautifully for 57 though, and he set Australia up nicely. We're now 2 for 154.
India celebrate the wickets for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
Yeah, good on KL Rahul to grab that. I think he was the most shocked guy on the field. He didn't expect that ball to come at all. You could see he was moving to his left. He thought Khawaja was going to middle it. He had the presence of mind to just grab it, and you're right. India have not had much to laugh about today. Bumrah found that very, very funny. Khawaja didn't. Just when it felt like he'd done enough to earn the right to take on the Indian attack. Hasn't bowled too many short deliveries today, Jasprit Bumrah. That kind of just sat up on the pitch, didn't it?
Yes, what a strange dismissal.
It's a shot he's played really well in the last couple of tests, particularly the Gabba, and then even today earlier, played a couple of nice ones. So it was there to hit. He just didn't execute the shot. It was just purely the timing. But in a way, you can consider it quite unlucky, the fact that it's hit right on the end of the bat and skewed straight to mid-wicket. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, just the kind of series he's had. So often he's looked like he's about to escape a Bumrah spell and got out of the last ball. Here he's done all the hard work and gets out of the first ball of a Bumrah spell.
The next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sail on now. He used to own the MCG, Steve Smith. More than 1,000 test runs here, an average of 78. A bit of it is in the past now. A run of 4 consecutive centuries. Bumrah to Smith, who's running the ball to points, rode the bounce, opened the blade, safely to turf.
The other day, Steve Smith was having one of his usual hits, and it's a tough pitch he was batting on. It was seaming around everywhere, and I just looked at him and said, look, I get paid for the day. If you get a pitch like this in the middle, it could be over in 2 days. And he said, yeah, I'm expecting something worse in the middle. And I was like, oh dear. But so far it's been, especially the way it's playing now, don't think you should have too many things to worry about, Steve Smith.
2 slips, gully, leg slip. Bumrah from the worn stand end over the wicket. Smith covers his stumps, lets it pass. He's a long way across. He spoke in Brisbane around the early nerves and the exaggerated movement across his stumps before he found the trigger that he was looking for. It's further across than I'm sure he's trying to be.
And he's just got to be careful about the trap that they're going to use with that leg slip in play. Bumrah will throw the odd in-swinger in, and he won't mind if it's clipped down to fine leg, because it could bring Jaiswal into play there.
Smith faces up to Bumrah. Smith leaves ball and gets further away as Part dives away to his right to take.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the India-Australia test here 10 years ago, where MS Dhoni had the leg slip for Steve Smith. Not a single ball went to him. Well, Smith just happily scored all around the ground. But things have changed since. He's been out twice already like that in the series. Strangled.
Bumrah. Sweatband near the elbow of his left arm. His right arm over. Smith edges short of Coley. That has been rinse and repeat. Ball's not carrying into the cordon. Coley took it well with the right hand, threw it in. Smith survives. Still legitimate edge. Pay.com.au replay screen.
Comfortably well short, and that's the danger of having a crowded slips cordon here. You've got to have them because you want to put pressure on the new batsman, but you don't always get the rewards here at the MCG in the slip region.
Bumrah to Smith, defends to leg. A wicket maiden from the spearhead. Australia 2 for 154. The Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
Simon, Katich and Bharat Sundaresan with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Adam Collins jumping in to take you through to the tea break on day one. Labuschagne facing Jadeja, well forward in defence. Wants one momentarily, but Akashdeep cuts it off at mid-off. Labuschagne 33, Smith yet to score after Usman Khawaja was caught at mid-wicket from a half-tracker from the bottom of his bat. Bizarre.
Jadeja's building some pressure here. Just given 3 runs in 3 overs in this spell.
Slipping a silly point. Bowls to Labuschagne. He goes back and defends down towards mid-on. No run. Missed the chance there, Khawaja, to really cash in on a warm day, Simon.
Yeah, he did. He did a lot of things right today, and it helped having that partnership with Konstas early. Helped him get into the innings and bat with more intent.
Jadeja delivers, and Labuschagne goes back and places it once again to mid-wicket.
And just noticed Virat Kohli's come a little bit straighter this over for Jadeja, because Labuschagne is eyeing off a single to the left of Akashdeep, who's at mid-off. So Kohli decided to come a bit straighter just to make that shot a little bit harder for him.
Going on behind the bowler's arm as well, possibly. Back again, Jadeja to Labuschagne, round the wicket, driving wide of mid-off, takes on deep, he's through. Well played, well ran. They could consider an overthrow, but both men went well beyond the finish line, as it were. He's 34, Labuschagne. It's 2 for 155.
Just like you called it, Simon Katich. That's what he was looking for. He got the length right as well, so he didn't have to push it too hard.
So Smith has faced 5 balls from Bumrah, yet to score. Loves batting here at the MCG, averages 78. Made 400s in a row here between 2014 and 2017. Jadeja bowls, Smith goes back and defends a dart. That's like sort of peak Smith, isn't it? that era when he was just an absolute run machine. Centuries in 4 consecutive summers in Boxing Day Test matches. What he would give for another here after one last week. Last ball of the over, well forward, smothering the spin. He's faced 7 dots. Smith yet to score. Labuschagne on 34 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. 2 for 155.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Coverage is for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home and Move In. Now Tom Morris as well.
22 wickets for the series for Jasprit Bumrah at an average of 11.5. He has Khawaja 5 times, more than any other Australian batter now.
Starts his 13th over here. He's got a catching mid-wicket for Labuschagne. 2 slips in the gully. Southern end bowls and Labuschagne defends. Back towards mid-on, no run.
Made even more remarkable by the fact that before this series, Khawaja had faced 154 balls from him in Test cricket, and he never got out to Bumrah. What a turnaround in this summer. 5 times he has Khawaja. Of course, he got McSweeney Cat 4 times.
64 wickets this year, comfortably the most in the world. Plenty of chances to add to it across the next 4 or 5 days. Away from the Shane Warne stand into Labuschagne. Bowls here, and Labuschagne goes back and defends down the pitch.
This is the timing of the Khawaja dismissal as well. You spoke about Bumrah or bust at the Gabba, and India's looked pretty toothless after the Konstas attack. Bumrah looked like Bumrah after Konstas got out. And if they could have just seen off this spell with Khawaja and Mana still out there, there's really not much India have left to throw at them.
Responsibility shifts to Labuschagne, having gotten the start. He's up to 34. Has to be there till tea at least. Bumrah bowls to him and Labuschagne gets forward defensively again.
I think when we look back on this series, I think there's a fair bit of significance in the fact that Bumrah was captain in Perth where they got the right result, and when you look back at how they bowled there, it was easily their best performance of this series so far, and not just because of the conditions. You know, they got bowled out for 150, but just in terms of the length, they were fuller and straighter and hitting the stumps. Even today they've been too short on a wicket that's done a bit with the new ball.
Bumrah in, bowls Labuschagne to square leg, or mid-wicket rather, no run either way.
And I just think today there's been a number of opportunities for Rohit Sharma, and I think he got rattled by what young Sam Konstas did early on. It really showed in terms of they haven't adjusted their lengths fuller, maybe a little bit after the lunch break. They've been a little bit fuller, and there's been a few more drives back down the ground, but he hasn't really attacked in and around the breaks. We spoke about it earlier. You know, he kept the cover in for Khawaja, who hadn't really been cover driving.
2 left in the over for Bumrah. Sun back out at Melbourne. Bowls here, Labuschagne. Plays to cover, wants a quick single. There won't be one, though. 3 men converge upon it. It's Jaiswal from point gets there first.
He's getting a warning there for the umpire, but there's not much he can do there.
Got a scamper after it, that's for sure.
But yeah, I just wonder whether, you know, Rohit's battles, particularly with the bat, and getting here late and being a bit of a disjointed campaign, has ended up affecting how they've gone about things, because, you know, he's got his own battles with his own game rather than, you know, rectifying some of the stuff that the team needs to improve on as well.
Fine point. Last ball, Bumrah. All dots so far. Labuschagne outside part of the bat, taken in the gully on the bounce by Jaiswal again. Ends the over. 2 for 155. A maiden there from Bumrah. Labuschagne 34. Smith yet to score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 60% off cutlery sets by Stanley Rogers. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
It's happening at Crown. Celebrate Indian cuisine at Crown's newest restaurant, Kolkata Cricket Club. Try Melbourne's best butter chicken, tandoori seafood and other spicy favourites. There are 18 top shelf bars to explore afterwards.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
This session is for work locker Karam at Downs and Pakenham. Simon jumping on the front bench with me here. Got a text about you actually from the crowd, Simon, as Jadeja starts a new over to Smith yet to score round the wicket. Smith plays it late, adjusts his shot in the crease and slaps it through cover. He'll get off the mark with a couple. Smith 2, Australia 2 for 157. Our correspondent's name is Brett. There's a bloke in my section wearing a Simon Katich one-day Australia top. He's pumped up.
Are they giving away those, or giving donation to the Shane Warne legacy, just to wear them?
Jadeja bowls and Smith goes back in defence. As pumped up as Simon Katich was in that one-day top when he made 100 at Brisbane and started running towards the press box and abusing the journos.
Just giving him a reminder.
Jadeja bowls here and Smith lunges forward, smothering any spin that might be there. There has been a little bit so far, hasn't there?
Yeah, just a little bit, yeah. I think he's done a good job, really. He's kept it reasonably tight, under 3 and over.
Straight back to it, bowls again. Smith does exactly the same thing, albeit a ball with more bounce. It balloons up into probably the stickers of the bat. Silly point, not quite in the frame, although he is there, Jaiswal.
He's got a good record against these two too, but mainly in India.
Delivers once more, and Smith back, leg stump line, around the corner, no single to Bumrah.
He's just teasing there, Bumrah. He's in between there at 45. He's just trying to entice them to take that single, but they're reluctant to.
Jadeja's going to get through this over in a minute. Great for the over rate, if nothing else. Well, plenty else, of course. Number 1 all-rounder in the world. Finishing here, and Smith again gets forward to a ball that bounces up and hits on the splice. Goes to point, no concerns. 2 runs from it on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. 2 for 157. Labuschagne 34. Smith on 2.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home and move in now. Jasprit Bumrah will start over 14. Interesting point you were making before about the success India enjoyed at Perth when Bumrah was leading. They've only won one test in their last 6, and that was the one that Bumrah was captain for. Take from that what you will. He's got the only wicket to fall in the session. That was Khawaja. Bowls here to Labuschagne, who clips to square leg. Thought he beat the man there, not quite. So there's 2 men in that, patrolling that mid-wicket forward square leg area. And there's a mid-on and there's a fine leg. Broadly conventional 5-4 field.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Rob Sharma's a fine captain. He's had an amazing career. But there are times where we've seen this series, India play with some spirit, and there was definitely that on day 1 in Perth. And I just don't think we've seen that same sort of intent, particularly from the bowling group, since that day.
So Bumrah up, bowls to Labuschagne here. He pulls the ball to forward square. So that fielder again, second touch in the space of a couple of deliveries. No run on offer.
And I think back to that day, I remember vividly Bumrah being at mid-off, particularly when the young Indian quicks were bowling, and there was obviously Siraj, who bowled well in Perth, and Harshit Rana, who bowled an absolute beauty to Travis Head. And I don't think, you can't underestimate that, because having that experience at mid-off, being in their ear every ball, just guiding them through that, it's harder when you're at first slip as skipper, where Rohit Sharma is at the moment.
Bumrah's operating from the southern end. Wide on the crease to Labuschagne and beats him with one that really takes off from the surface. Interest from Rohit Sharma at first slip, but nothing really going on from the bowler. That was vastly quicker, or at least it felt quicker anyway, in the high 130s. His previous over was about 5 Ks short of that. We'll see it again for pay.com.au.
We had a little fish at it. Lucky he didn't get a little nibble on that. Rohit Sharma for a minute tried to convince Bumrah, but they knew he didn't hear anything. It'll be loud out there in the middle now, mid-afternoon at the G on Boxing Day. Ooh. You don't hear too much out there, Colo.
82,000 in. There'll be more after tea as well, I suspect. Bumrah bowls and Labuschagne plays into the onside where there won't be a single. Reminds me of the day when there was 80-odd thousand people in here, and you silenced the crowd when picking up Verinder Sehwag on 195. Caught in the deep.
The regulation full bunger just dipped on him a little bit. Straight to deep long on.
We'll be getting up there too, 82,000. Maybe Tommy Morris can fetch this. We know what the top 3 are for attendances at the MCG. The Test cricket, that is. The biggest back in 2013 as Bumrah bowls here to Labuschagne. Yorker length, digs it out, clears gully on the bounce. Jaiswal not quite tall enough. Kohli down from second slip, does the tidying up about 5 metres inside the rope. They get back for 2. Labuschagne 36, 2 for 159. Tommy?
I'll get to the crowd in a moment, but Marnus Labuschagne has just brought up his 100 balls faced against Bumrah for the series for 9 runs.
Very good. I might pitch that later. Cheers, Tommy, for the Cobham mistake.
No worries, Cole. I'll use it in the final word.
You know how these things work.
Yes. I'll get back to you on the crowd.
Yeah, so the top 3 stand out, but 82 won't be far away from perhaps top 5. Bumrah to finish the over. Labuschagne faces up and tucks in behind square. Calls for 2. It'll take some doing. Labuschagne to the keeper's end. The ball goes to the bowler's end. And Smith through as well. Well played, well run. A couple of times in that over. Takes Labuschagne to 38. 2 for 161. Smith down the other end on 2. Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of Konstas Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home and move in now. So, yeah, that biggest crowd here on Boxing Day was 91,112. That was in 2013. Famously, 90,800 here for the deciding test of the 60-61 series. And there was 87,978 here on the 4th of January 1937, which must have been the day after the rest day, with the sticky wicket here where all hell broke loose and Bradman strummed 270 not out, if you don't mind. So they were all in to see the Don in a ridiculous series that Australia came back from 2-0 down to win 3-2, the only time in Test history. Jadeja around the wicket here to Smith, forward in defence, out to cover, no run. Jadeja doing a job, and we're going it a couple and over.
Yeah, he's looking dangerous here. Steve Smith's worried about that silly point.
Jadeja straight back, short ball, smacks it out towards mid-wicket and beats the man at mid-on. So it was work to do for Siraj, who put in the dive, didn't get to the contest, much to the enjoyment of the crowd. He ends up on the turf himself. Boundaries for Azito. Smith first, putting away that half-tracker. He's 6, 2 for 165.
Yeah, not quite where he wanted to hit it. He got a little bit straighter than he wanted, Steve Smith. Probably just bounced a little bit on him, but certainly was short enough to play the shot. And he gets the maximum reward of 4 past mid-on.
Jadeja bowls and Smith gets forward to defend. They've had some great contests over the years, these two. Thinking back to the test we did at Pune in 2017, Cat.
Gee, Smith played well there.
Privileged to be there for that with Jadeja and Smith. Box office bowls again. He's defending to cover. No run. Set and forget from Jadeja, waiting for Smith to make a mistake.
Just wonder whether that silly point can come a little bit straighter to him.
Jadeja delivers. Smith, once again, not far from silly point on the half volley, ballooned up off the hand. Jaiswal took the pace off it. Out to backward point, no run. They could have a second catcher maybe in the silly point. He'll finish here. And Smith defends down the pitch. Just the boundary from the over. 2 for 165 with Labuschagne 38. Smith on 6. Yet to see the third umpire in this session. When we do, it'll be for 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Simon Katich with me through to the tea break, which is 8 minutes away for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. A session that's for the most part gone Australia's way, although they have been hard held. They were at 2 for 112. Now they're, make that 1 for 112, and they're 2 for 165. So they were going at 4.5 in the first session, dragged way back in the second.
Yeah, and a lot of that's come down to disciplined bowling, but also probably a different mindset from Labuschagne and Khawaja. They were just prepared to try and wear this Indian bowling lineup down, and at some point they'll be able to attack later on. It's now 50 overs old.
Bumrah, 2 slips in the gully for Labuschagne. They're on 38. Bowls here, and he plays with the outside part of the bat to Jaiswal on the bounce in the gully, no run.
Still a lot of overs remaining today. India are already -2. And they've had Jadeja bowl. Quick overs, so still slow.
I'll tell you what, that's not for nothing when it comes to World Test Championship calculations either. We saw Australia drop a point here against India 4 years ago. It cost them a spot in the final, and we've got a similar dynamic at the moment between Australia and India. They're neck and neck.
Well, Australia's still got to win 2 of these last 4 tests that they play in.
And India could get away with winning 1 of these 2 if results go their way. India might make that Bumrah bowls here, and Labuschagne goes back to defend. So if Sri Lanka would then turn over Australia, that could get India through. But to have India's destiny in their own hands, they need to win both of these. The excitement of the World Test Championship, but overrates definitely play a role. England have had like 22 points taken off them in this cycle because they don't care about their overrate. As Ben Stokes has said multiple times, he doesn't care about the World Test Championship or how it works, and it's bizarre. It really is weird. Bumrah, southern end, bowls here. Labuschagne, wide on the crease, defends again. Did you see Ben Stokes during the week on social media in reference to his injury?
Yeah.
Some expletives thrown in there about what he'll do when he returns to Test cricket in 3 months' time, and that type of thing. They're fueled by goodwill, that England team, aren't they? There's so much positive energy being funneled into it.
Well, there's a number of them that are at the top of their games at the moment. When you look at Joe Root and Harry Brook and young Gus Atkinson, who's come along in the last 12 months.
They've done that well this year, bringing new blokes in. Bumrah bowls here. Labuschagne takes on the hook shot. There is a fielder down there, though. Thought he got it fine of Vitish Kumar ready, not quite, gets one. Labuschagne 39, 2 for 166 with 2 left in the over. I suppose the question is, does that marry up with reality, just how positive it's been? Because they're losing as many as they're winning.
Yeah.
No ball signalled retrospectively. They all help. 2 for 167, seeing it back on the replay screen. Bumrah clearly over.
Yeah, it's that balancing act between being renowned for being entertainers, and which is great for the game and keeping Test cricket alive, but also the balance between being successful as well, which is what you're playing for as a competitive team, to win tournaments and win the World Test Championship. That's something they haven't been able to do yet.
Bumrah gets a crack at Smith here. 3 left in the over after the no ball. Right on the crease, Smith plays awkwardly, but down to fine leg it goes. He had his front pad kicked out towards the leg side when he made contact with the ball. He's 7 with the single, 2 for 168.
It's an amazing ability that he's got to be able to shuffle over, but then open up his left hip and make sure that that front pad, his left pad, is clear of the line of the ball, so he doesn't get caught playing across it.
So 20 balls now, Smith for 7. Labuschagne's faced 100 balls for his 39. The ladder back on strike. Catching mid-wickets back as well as Bumrah bowls. Labuschagne, Yorker length, digs it out. Can he possibly take some pace off that, I wonder? I'm going to look towards the radar. 120.4, there it is. There was a very famous slower ball Yorker from Jasprit Bumrah, bowled from the southern end back in 2018 to Shaw Marsh, wasn't there?
Yeah. And he used it earlier today when Sam Konstas was going. It dips late. That was right on the money. It was well watched by Labuschagne. He missed that and it was trouble.
Rohit Sharma's gone up and... Do you have a word to Labuschagne there, Tommy? I think he might have. Square leg umpire was involved as well. Anyway, Bumrah once more. Bowls here. Labuschagne leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Ends the over. Bumrah's got 1 for 50. We'll probably have 2 more overs before tea because Jadeja will get through his in about 60 seconds. 2 for 168. Haven't had any LBW shouts of any real vigour in the session. When we do, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinnies. How's that hazy pale ale? Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. The partnership of 65 between Khawaja and Labuschagne was broken up when Khawaja was the one man to fall in the session. Caught at mid-wicket, the bottom of his bat for 57 from the bowling of Bumrah. His pair put on 14 since then. Jadeja beneath us, readies himself to go again. Bowls to Smith. Silly point and a slip. Round the corner it goes from a full delivery. Easy single. Smith 8 getting off strike in the last over or penultimate over before tea, depending on how we go. 2 for 169.
Well, he should get through this. 307 on the big screen. He generally bowls his overs in about a minute.
So Jadeja up bowls here. Labuschagne forward inside edge just in front of square where Rahul does the fielding. Again, a single taken. 2 for 170. Labuschagne into the 40s.
Squirted that square of mid-wicket. Just coming a little bit straighter here. Jadeja trying to get a wicket before the break. Attacking the stumps.
Jadeja straight into it and bowls, and again in front of square. This time it's Smith will get 1 to Rahul. So 3 singles to start the over. 2 for 171. Smith up to 9. We've got 2 minutes for 3 balls for Jadeja. So Bumrah should get 1 more crack, barring something silly or a boundary. Labuschagne waits for Jadeja and he defends not far away from silly point. Thus the oohs and ahs from Rishabh Pant through the effects mic, but it's square of that catching man. Ball straight back to him. Labuschagne's 40, plays late, plays back, straight to backward point. No concerns there playing with the spin. However, it was close to the off stump.
Yeah, Jadeja won't mind him trying to beat that backward point, man, particularly if it's around off stump. He played and missed one earlier, just nearly nicked it through to Rishabh Pant.
Last ball of the quick over, and Labuschagne drives, but it's cut off by Jadeja athletically, and he's followed through. So 3 singles from it. 2 for 171. Labuschagne is 40. Smith is on 9. Our player of the day for Bingley, better living every day, Sam Konstas, who made an exhilarating 60 in the first 90 minutes of play this morning after Australia won the toss and batted. But you're right about England bringing players through this year. You can add Jacob Bethel to that, who was pretty much a gut pick, wasn't it? No numbers to go on at red ball level. But
and batted at 3 too, didn't he?
Yeah, a couple of scores there. Could give them an interesting problem around Ollie Pope. Jamie Smith would come back as the keeper.
Jamie Smith was outstanding.
Yeah.
The other one that's come on, particularly in the New Zealand tour, is Bryden Cass.
Yeah. Cass will undoubtedly play in Australia. I'm sure you've dealt with him in England, but he's tall and quick.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace about him. He's strong. South African lad. So fits the mould of an England cricketer.
Still got the South African tats on the arm, doesn't he, Bryden Cass?
Yeah.
He was suspended for the first half of the England season for getting caught up in putting some bets on years ago, and so missed a lot of cricket, but came back and now played a bit of Test cricket. Last over before tea, Washington Sundar into the attack, round the wicket from the southern end. His first ball of the Test match is defended by Smith back down the pitch, no run.
Oh, I'm surprised it's taking Rohit Sharma so long to bowl Sundar, particularly when Khawaja was in. I thought they might try him just to see if there was any bounce for him, a little bit of turn to the left-hander. And now with two righties, he's coming around the wicket in outfield.
Second Test of the series. Bowled well against New Zealand. Round the wicket to Smith, who deflects into the onside. Jaiswal at short leg. Takes his Test wickets at 16 this year, Washington Sundar, albeit in a relatively small sample size. So 2 catching men on the leg side, plus a slip. Virat Kohli leg slip. Jaiswal under the lid. Sundar delivers. Smith forward, defending, just straight of short leg, so there'll be one out to mid-wicket. Smith to double figures. He's 10. 2 for 172. Tom Morris is with us as well. Copper mistake.
You asked about the crowds, Colo. So already we're into the top 5 biggest crowds for day 1 of Boxing Day tests. Once you get into mid-80s, you start to look at top 3 or top 4. West
fun.
Indies in 1975, 85,000 Boxing Day test.
Wow. What year was that, sorry?
1975.
Is that the Gary Cozier debut? Round the wicket, Sundar bowls. And past Labuschane's edge. It's nothing on the way through. It was all the gloves of Richard. Whipped the bails off in a flash for a moment. I thought that was his off stump.
Yeah, so did I.
We'll see it back on our screen. And that was one stump away from trouble. No third umpire called upon for Aymar, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 1-3 Aymar today. Kept his back foot anchored to the turf. 2 balls left till tea. Labuschane's done a lot of hard work. Has to get through. Sundar passes umpire Wilson. Wide on the crease, round the wicket. Labuschagne using his feet. Great response. Straight at the man at mid-off. Down to the rope it goes for 4. Beautifully played. Labuschagne getting to the pitch of the ball, playing against the spin, advancing to 44. 2 for 176.
Yeah, that was a seriously classy shot there from Labuschagne. Just used the angle and then beautifully moved into the ball with quick footwork. Just shimming down. And didn't try and overhit it. That ball was probably on leg stump line. Just hit it a little bit inside out beautifully past Bumrah.
Last ball before tea. Sundar bowls and Labuschagne drives again at the middle of the bat, but this time Bumrah cuts it off. So that will be time as called by umpire Wilson. Australia in that session moved from 1 for 112 to 2 for 176. There's still 37 overs remaining today, so plenty of time. Labuschagne there on 44 from 109. Smith 10 from 25. This pair have put on 22 since Usman Khawaja was caught at mid-wicket from the bowling of Bumrah for 57. So at 2 for 176 on a day that's only getting hotter here in Melbourne, Simon. The chance for Australia to make the very most of this in the final session.
Yeah, they certainly have. Setting it up nicely, only being 2 wickets down, and Labuschagne moving to 44 not out. Smith just starting his innings and being 10 not out. So dare say these two will be hungry for runs after the break, and they've still got 37 overs remaining, so they'll look at that as a positive where if they do get set after tea, they'll be able to really carry on and get a substantial partnership to try and put Australia above the 300 mark in this first innings and even go beyond that.
And the game within a game for Marnus Labuschagne, of course, runs at Adelaide, but double failure last week, double failure at Perth. How important it is for him to take this start and make something of it?
Oh, definitely, because you never know what's around the corner in this game. We've seen it, you know, some tough wickets. Conditions are good here today. The wicket looks good. The ball's now 53 overs old. It's been hot, so everything is in his favour to make the most of this opportunity now.
Indeed, running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, the steady, hot and strong. Thank you, Kat. We'll hear from you straight after the break. Stay up to date with everything BBL on the Big Bash app. Live scores, exclusive content, player stats, personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. It'll be Tommy Morris and Damien Fleming with you for the tea break in just a moment. The score here at the MCG Tea Day 1, Australia 2 for 176.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say,
Menulog? For your Boxing Day, the Boxing Day test itself has extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct, which is making Brunton Avenue and Jolly Road quite slow at the moment, and slow on the Buller Road off-ramp from the Tulla Freeway and Buller Road heavy heading into the DFO as well. Sip, sip, hooray for these deals at BWS, like a case of Hans Superdry 30-pack block cans for $64. Save 8. Hurry, and it's Tuesday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's tint to car octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
Whether you're buying your first home, upsizing to suit your growing family, looking to invest, or empty nesting now the kids are off, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. That's right, with great rates and personalised support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's really no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Right now, there's even more reasons to buy a Toro. Purchase a 42-inch E-Time Cutter 60-volt max battery powered ride-on mower and get a bonus 60-volt max Flex Force string trimmer and leaf blower.
T's and C's apply and while stocks last. See torocatalogue.com.au for details.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. Also that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
Let's go!
Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. Sizzling moments for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat.
To Khawaja, who pulls straight to mid-wickets. Shockingly soft dismissal. Khawaja can't believe what he's just done.
Razor straight back, short ball. Smacks it out towards mid-wicket and beats the man at mid-on. Passes umpire was wide on the crease, round the wicket. Labuschagne using his feet, great response. Straight at the man at mid-on. Down to the rope it goes to the ball.
The tea break for Dakin, transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
It's been Australia's day so far, 2 for 186 on day one at the MCG. This is the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Damien Fleming is up in the commentary box. The state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back pain and neck pain. Visit eipechhealth.com.au. Australia's day so far, but still a big last session coming up.
It is, but the Australians, I'd rather be in their position at the moment. Very hot today, 8 wickets in hand. I'd love in this session, though, Tom, just the run rate to accelerate a little bit. I mean, Sam Konstas that was exhilarating, that knock at the start. But the significance of it is how hard the Australian batsmen have had to battle around that. So hopefully the heat is pressuring the Indians in the field. They're still close to 30 overs till the second new ball. So runs and at a reasonably quick pace, hopefully, for the Australians.
So Sam Konstas is the player of the day so far, thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. Flem, we have cricketing royalty in the commentary box today, but we also have football royalty in the commentary box. It's your daughter, Jasmine Fleming, Hawthorn AFLW star. G'day, Jasmine.
Hey, Tom. Thanks for having me on.
Now, what we do at tea time is we roll through a few different segments. You've seen a couple already with your dad. The Bendix Breaks big moment. Did any spring to mind?
Oh, it has to be Coley bumping into Sonny on his debut. I think that's something you normally see on a footy field, so I loved it. But yeah, that has to be the big moment.
Does he deserve a week, do you think, in footy terms?
Oh, in footy terms, you never know with MRO. So, no, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That's well answered, Jazz.
Bendix Break, big moments. Bendix, the best known breaks. I mean, that was clearly the moment of the day that will generate the most discussion post-play.
Oh, well, there's discussion now. It's going to be magnified post-game, Tom.
Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. And as you have said during the coverage, it's how it gets adjudicated, isn't it?
There's been 3 instances of players receiving straight suspensions under the current code of conduct. Once for abusing an umpire, twice for ball tampering, never for physical contact with another player. So every time there's been physical contact between 2 players, it's always been lesser demerit points, which is equal to fine, including Rabada in South Africa. So it'll be intriguing to see how it plays out under the spectre of the BCCI and the ICC and that whole political scene, which can be quite complex.
Yep, certainly so. But let's wait till we hear, as I said, the way that they adjudicate that. The question has to be asked why, Coley went off his line.
Yep.
Did he do everything not for that collision? And Konstas, I don't know what more he could do. He's not at fault.
Yeah, no, I'm completely in agreement with you there. Indian Twitter would say otherwise, but I completely agree with you, Flem. Jasmine, what brings you to the cricket today, and what sort of cricketer were you?
Oh, I love Boxing Day. It's my favourite part of the year. Obviously, Christmas yesterday, but this is the one day of the year that I love coming to. Day one, great weather here, and catching up with some friends. I played a little bit of cricket in my junior days, so it's good to kind of be a spectator.
Oh, she's being a little bit modest.
So what sort of cricketer was she, Flem?
Oh, very good all-rounder. Yeah. Gun field, which wouldn't surprise you if you saw her running in the midfield for the Hawks. Debuted for Box Hill ones maybe at 13. And generally captain her age group, Vic Metro, up until under 15s or under 16s?
Yeah, around then.
So, she was tracking more for the WBBL, particularly how the AFLW wasn't established early on, that's fair to say. And then it got to, I'll let you tell it, but draft year, you had to make a decision.
Yeah, it was kind of like similar to the boys, which I think is awesome that the AFLW was getting to that point. So it was December, I reckon, after the Boxing Day tests, really, and I decided I was invited to the AFLW Academy, and I think that kind of sparked something in me. I thought I'd played enough cricket, and yeah, really, just from there, I've never really looked back.
Yeah, and you rubbed shoulders with some pretty talented cricketers as well at Box Hill.
Yeah, it was very lucky. It's a club of Meg Lanning and Anna Lanning. I never got to play with Meg. I think I got dropped for a couple of times, which is very fair enough.
You were crook a couple of times too.
Yeah, but yeah, Anna was my captain for a while. So yeah, I got to play with a lot of handy cricketers, which is awesome, especially in the women's game, seeing how that's progressing in the cricket. So yeah, it's awesome.
We always compare women's sport across different sports. Like soccer's a long way ahead. I feel like cricket is probably 7, 8, 9, 10 years ahead of footy, but footy's come on leaps and bounds the last couple of years as well. How do you see that balance between different sports and how they've progressed?
100%. I think I was 13 when the AFLW came in, and I think the impact on that on me, I got back into footy because of that. And now seeing, I've got a little sister who's 13 now, and seeing the talent of that age group is insane. And now to think maybe 10 years from now, when they're in the league, it's going to be pretty scary. But yeah, it is pretty awesome to see the development.
We still haven't seen probably girls that started in female Auskit go all the way through.
That's your daughter though, isn't it? Your youngest daughter.
Yes, Isabel. Yeah. So definitely, but she's only 13. There might be girls that are 15, so they're not drafted yet. So that's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. How did you have a daughter that became such a good footballer? How did that happen with respect?
Well, I trained her.
Okay.
Passed on the skills.
Yeah, of course.
It's fair to say I didn't pass on the pace. I was a bit like the late, great Shane Warne.
Yes.
Very good overhead, good skills, too slow.
And third in the best and fairest this year at the Hawks. A bit unlucky, I reckon, not to knock off the top two, Liza West and Emily Bates.
No, definitely not. I was very surprised to be in the top 3 in the end. And those two are superstars, so I get to learn off the best, which is pretty, awesome.
Thanks for joining us in the commentary box. Hopefully we see more of you across the AFLW and also cricket in the future as well. A bit of a dual sport star, Flem.
Maybe a bit of commentary with the cricket as well, Jazz.
Take Flem's job, the bowlologist.
Hey, settle down.
Hey, how often does he talk about bowlology at home, over the cornflakes for breakfast?
Every single conversation.
Great answer.
They had to read my book. I read the book when they were little babies.
Here's an audio
Just a
book
little
as well.
chapter.
It's our Bible at the moment.
The Bible. Yeah, the Bible. Jasmine, appreciate your time. Jasmine Fleming and Damien Fleming here at T. Keep cool this summer with Ream Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. And that is the state of play from Jasmine Fleming for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipecehealth.com.au. And this has been the Tea Break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The last session for the MCG coming up next.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Listen up, thrifters. Get ready to save 50% on clothing at Savers during their one-day clothing sale tomorrow at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
For your Boxing Day, the Boxing Day test itself has extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct, which is making Bronson Avenue and Jolly Road quite slow at the moment, and slow on the Buller Road off-ramp from the Teller Freeway and Buller Road heavy heading into the DFO as well. Sip, sip, hooray for these deals at BWS, like a case of Hans Superdry 30-pack block cans for $64, save 8. Hurry, and it's Tuesday, T's and C's apply, choose to drink wise, and don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Don't miss Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout with up to 30% off store-wide for 48 hours only. Razorback 4x4 seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. Perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, they're super easy to clean and keep your four-wheel drive seat covers protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. Choose from a range of premium materials and colours with free shipping nationwide. Get in quick. Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout ends December 27. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Leave your weekday worries behind on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday where every day is the weekend. From bumper cars with your crew to a couple's massage for the both of you. Save up to 60% off your second guest, while kids sail from just $59 a day. Plus, book now with a half-price deposit. Whether you're looking to dial up your weekend with a short getaway or escape to the South Pacific, get on board with Royal Caribbean. Conditions apply. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au now.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
Ring-a-ding-ding!
All aboard! It's time to set sail with Tasman Butchers. Shop at Tasman for your chance to win a 10-day ultra-luxury Silver Sea cruise voyage for 2 people. Worth $23,000, you'll be sailing from Melbourne to Fremantle aboard the ultra-luxury Silver Nova. Stay in a classic veranda suite with butler service, gourmet dining and premium beverages all included. Just make a purchase at Tasman Butchers and complete your entry form online. Comp closes Sunday, December 1st, 11:59pm AEST. T's and C's apply. Full details, tasmanbutchers.com.au.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Australia 2 for 176 at the MCG. Players walking back onto the field after the tea break. The weather update for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's 37 degrees with a stiff breeze blowing. The pitch update from Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check 2 experts. There's been plenty in it. It's a day that's played out with sort of one carved out portion, and that's what Sam Konstas did on debut. And Josh Inglis is carrying the drinks for Liquorland, your 12th man, bringing you the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. Peter Lalor. Pete, lovely to see you.
Boy, oh boy, Gerard, what have we seen today?
What have we
seen? It's not just a changing of the guard, is it? I mean, I reckon he has made a few very good test players feel a little old today. How does somebody that young, that precocious, that audacious come and take the game down like that?
And not just ex-players, I think lifelong test spectators are trying to figure out how they feel about it all.
Look, I'm talking about Usman Khawaja. He was still standing at the lights and the kid had run across the road. Brilliant cricket. As good a cricket as you will ever see that first session.
Yep. An electrifying couple of hours and then a really steady period through the middle. 1 for 64 in the previous session. It all amounts to 2 for 176. Jadeja is bowling from the members' end. Labuschagne is 44. Smith is 10. Jadeja has sent down 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. He got the wicket of Konstas for 60. Khawaja fell to Bumrah for 57. Crowd is 83,026 at last call. Jadeja begins. And Smith tickles the ball out to mid-wicket. No run.
The crowd's thinned out a little bit. They're overwhelmed by the morning. They need to go home and have a lie down.
Those who are here might have been fully satisfied with what they'd seen. Smith playing back from the stumps. Cuts, won't find the run. Washington closes that down from cover. So the progression of the crowd through the day, 57,361 for the first ball. At noon, there was 76,106. Smith is forward to drive, and he'll beat mid-wicket, pick up a run as Bumrah has to get out of mid-on to do the fielding. Smith is 11, 2 for 177. And then just only a few additionals, really, from that lunch crowd of 79,000. It was 82, it's now 83. And I'm sure the heat has played its role with some who have chosen not to come. But it's a thumping big crowd. Top 5 already all time for Boxing Day. Labuschagne knocks it away to point, no run.
He just couldn't wait to get out there, could he? Did you see that?
Yeah.
He left Usman Khawaja on the boundary line. He was out in the middle.
Jadeja bowls and Labuschagne from the stumps turns to leg. It was a beautiful image. One's 19, one's 38. One's seen it all. He'll arrive when he's ready. The other one rushing to the scene to get his first taste of it. Labuschagne jumps down the pitch, clouts the ball down the ground. It lands in front of the side screen and runs to the rope for 4. A moment of aggression from Marnus Labuschagne, who progresses to 48. It's 2 for 181 on the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
He's looked good. Marnus Labuschagne. He's looked to score. He didn't quite get all of that, but he got down the pitch and got it over the bowler's head first over after the break. Good to see.
How does Rowett marshal his troops? They've done a bit of bowling in the heat. Bumrah has been restricted to 1 wicket from his 15 overs. Bumrah sent down 15, Siraj 13, Akashdeep 11, so it's his turn. Jadeja 12, Reddy 2, and Washington Sundar 1.
Good batting wicket. It was a good toss to win.
Yep.
It's probably the best batting wicket we've seen in this series.
Probably so. Akashdeep, 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 28. 2 slips in place as a catching mid-wicket. Smith's on strike. He runs the ball to point. No run. So how have you ordered your thoughts around the Konstas innings?
Some people are born fully formed. You know, when they look for the next Dalai Lama, they go out and they find a child in a cradle somewhere in the back hills of Tibet. And they show him some prayer beads and he goes, they're mine, I'm the next Dalai Lama. I reckon this kid was born fully formed. If you'd have showed him a baggy green, he'd have said, that's mine.
Akash bowls. Smith was on the move. He got wrapped on the pad when he got there. They're up and pleading and turned down. Not dissimilar to Khawaja in the first session. He was a long way down the pitch, Smith, and he's waving it away. There's a conversation going on between keeper, captain, bowler and Kohli. They're going to let it be. Let the clock tick down. Shout for how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's how's that? Hazy pale ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
He'd advanced down the pitch on that one. I think it was going to be going over. They don't want to waste another review, India. They're still discussing it. They don't seem to have much system around their DRS, do they?
Pitching in line. Umpire's call on the top of the off bail. Could definitely have been given. Umpire's call. Joel Wilson gave it not out. India couldn't have had it reversed. They might have been left further frustrated. Cash Smith's across his stumps, tickling it down the leg side for 4. It's the finest of glances, well away from Parks. And Smith goes to 15, the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
I've seen Smith dismissed like that earlier in the series, clipping off his thigh pad, but in a little bit more control of that one. Didn't get as big on him. And India do not have a fielder in there anyway.
And she's bowling from the worn stand end.
I mean, we're all going to get carried away about Konstas. So, just excuse us this moment.
So we should get carried away. Akash bowls and Smith is driving out through the vacant cover region. There's runs to be had. They'll turn for 2 and get back for a 3rd. Labuschagne to the danger end. Not a bad throw either from the deep, all the way up over the stumps. But 3 for Smith. He's played that through the biz covers. Save with biz cover, business insurance on the go. 2 for 188.
Just batting with intent. Good positive intent. They showed a little bit of this in the last test, these last 2 tests, these 2. But once Konstas sets that tone, they sort of responded in kind. I go back to him being fully formed, and that's just the fact that I think from before he was in double figures, he was making hundreds. He's made hundreds at every level in his cricket. He's making 1,000 runs at every grade in his cricket. When his grade club said, no, you're not ready for first-class cricket.
Akash bowls, Labuschagne squared up, defends 12.
So he was at St George. It was a very good cricket club. He'd made centuries at every division up. They weren't quite sure that he was ready for a go in the at A grade level. So he said, OK, I'm going somewhere else where I can play A grade cricket. He went there, he made 1,000 runs in a year. He broke records at a club where Steve Smith, Phil Jakes, players like that have played. You never doubt him. And he never doubts himself. That's the most astonishing thing about him.
Akash to Labuschagne, who runs the ball through the court and wide of Kohli at second. They'll come back for 2. Kohli's a central figure today. We'll discuss him with Pete Lawler as we go. 9 from the over, 2 for 190. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. It's 50 for Marnus Labuschagne, his 2nd half century of the series, as he pegs his way back to some form of fluency. It's 50 from 114 balls. Marnus looks set.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Managed to make a complete hash of all of that. Smith's defended the first ball from Jadeja's fresh over. He does go quickly, the spinner. Smith turns into leg. They go for the sharp single. Not fielded. Picked up by Siraj, who closed under the floppy. Single taken, 2 for 191.
Not one of India's best fielders, Siraj.
No. So we'll pick up Konstas in the next over. Jadeja just goes too quickly.
He does, doesn't he?
To delve further into our conversation. There's a slip and a silly mid-off. Labuschagne is on 50. Plays from the stumps. Siraj right on the spot this time at mid-wicket. No run. So the field has been spread far and wide from pretty early on as Rowett, his head was scrambled under the Konstas attack forward to defend his Labuschagne, but this is a more attacking field. 2 around the bat, and there's a backward point, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep back, and backward square. Yeah. Beautifully played by Labuschagne. Waited on it, opened the blade, ran it past first slip. Couple of runs down to 3rd. Deft touch. Labuschagne's 52.
He's in very good touch. He played consecutive boundaries before the break from the spinner there. Just runs it down, plays it late, in complete control, uses the pace of the ball.
Last ball of Jadeja's 13th over. Labuschagne drives through extra cover. The inside-out drive, got a big piece of it. It's going all the way. Across the MCG turf for 4. And Labuschagne is going. He's 56. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. 2 for 197.
Light up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper.
chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips, all wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 2 for 197, Labuschagne 56. Smith is 19. Australia have got some runs on the go after the tea break. Gerard, Whateley and Peter Lalor, who's in place for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan foods. Akash deep, none for 37 from his 12 overs. He's bowling to Steve Smith. There's a catching mid-wicket along with the 2 slips in place. Smith across his stumps, turns to the leg. It's well guarded, no runs. And more on the Konstas phenomenon.
Konstas phenomenon. Well, I mean, if you wanted to be negative, you might suggest that he's cocky. He's so self-assured. But I noticed that Shane Watson calls him fearless. I prefer that description. And it's kind of the modern way, isn't it, with the really good young players you see coming through in the England lineup. And so they don't fear failure. When you're as good a bat as Sam Konstas is, you don't seem to fear anything. You're trying to ramp Bumrah in his 2nd or 3rd over.
Smith wrapped on the pads, playing forwards, pleading. Akash wanted that desperately. Joe Wilson took a long time to turn him down. Now, Smith hadn't advanced on that occasion. It's punt and row it without the bowler's involvement this time. And they're going to review. Didn't go on the previous, which was umpire's call. Smith was a long way forward. He's not nearly as far in terms of safety. We go for Imar's The Shed, giving cashback rewards with insurance.
I've checked the fit placement and it's a fair delivery. Front and first, please.
I think the issue is going to be line, not length here. Behind the wicket, they're indicating that they thought it was a bit leg stump, and it looked like that from up here.
It's a long way across. It's on the knee roll.
Can I have RTS to check if there is any bat involved?
Certainly.
Just roll back once again for me. Keep rolling. There's a clear gap as the ball passes the bat, satisfied. No bat involved.
This has got a good shout at the leg stump, this.
Pitching outside off, impacting line and wickets missing. Joel will be staying with your not out decision. Stand by.
Missing down the leg side. And by a bit further than you would think. On that live action. Yeah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. So India left frustrated.
Getting back to Konstas and his fearlessness, it had such an effect on the opposition. He took Bumrah down. All Bumrah could do was laugh about that. Bumrah plays the game in great spirit. Mohammad Siraj got the red mist about 8 balls into bowling to him. He couldn't cope with being treated with disdain by a kid who charges him.
Akash tries again, bowls to Smith, who turns down the leg side. Didn't get a big piece of that. It just trickles away for the keeper to come around. They'll take a run. It's a leg bye. 2 for 198.
I think, as I said down on the boundary this morning, Virat Kohli's found his angry pills again on this tour. So that incident in the airport, which wasn't his best moment, really poor by Virat Kohli. He should be on. He should be in trouble for that, and if he's not in trouble for that, I think we've got a lot of questions to ask about the way this game's officiated. You cannot have a player deviate from their line like that and charge an opposition player, charge into them.
Labuschagne tucks it off his pad straight to square leg. They're able to take a single as Washington comes around. 2 for 199. Worthy of suspension?
So every single person I talk to thinks, oh, they'll find a way not to suspend Virat Kohli. He should be suspended. And I don't want Virat Kohli to be suspended from the game. I love Virat Kohli in Test cricket. I like Virat Kohli. But what he did then is just dead wrong. I mean, we saw Rabada charge Steve Smith in South Africa ahead of the Sandpaper Test match. It's slightly different from that. I'll get back to that.
Ash bowls to Smith. That was a very odd leave. It was down the leg side, and once it had passed, Smith went through with a theatrical bat high flex.
It's a bit ruffled here, Smith. He's not quite sure. Not moving as well as he'd like to. He struck on the pad a couple of times. One was umpire's call. I was a bit surprised that they called that last one missing. I thought that would have been clipping at the least. Getting back to when Kagiso Rabada charged Steve Smith in that test at Johannesburg, wasn't it?
Smith defends as he squared up. More with Pete in just a moment. 2 for 199. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 2 for 199. Labuschagne 57, Smith 19. Jadesia's going to continue from the members' end. So how different Rabada Smith?
Which was at Port Elizabeth, Adam Collins tells me. Well, it was in the heat of the moment. A bowler charged into a batter. In his follow-through, he shouldn't have done it, but it was in the heat of the moment.
Jadesia to Labuschagne, blocks.
So, you give fast bowlers a little bit of leeway there. There's no forethought to it. It's not a deliberate action as such.
Labuschagne back covers the stumps. He takes the single across the popping crease. It's all well judged by Smith. So there were 3 closing. The keeper had ground to make, and it was just going to trickle between them. That's the 200 up for Australia in the 58th over of the innings. And the hat tip for Shane Warne at 3:50 p.m. Crowd being encouraged. Brooke and Jackson are down on the boundary in the midst of a rapid fire over. Smith is able to knock it away to mid-wickets. Shane Warne's image, the king, with that trademark pose, bowed, holding out the floppy. And around the lower terraces, particularly of the MCG, there's a lot of hat doffing going on. Smith cracks the ball across the line. Bumrah won't get there. At mid-on, it scoots away and goes for 4. It was dragged down short by Jadesia. Smith sent it on its way. He's 23, the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Chanting for Warney, particularly down in Bay 13. Smith on the advance, straight down the ground. A couple of bounces under the side screen for 4. He's got a taste for Jadesia. He's taken him for 2 boundaries in succession. Smith is getting going.
Hit that one with intent, didn't he? Low and hard. Got to the pitch of the ball, used his feet well.
Last ball of the over. Smith inside out. He can't penetrate the covers. And it's fielded by KL Rahul. 2 for 208. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now.
Yes, for your Boxing Day afternoon. The Boxing Day test itself over in Richmond has extra foot traffic around the MCG. So Brunton Avenue, Jolimont Road are quite slow at the moment. Heavy both ways on the Princess Highway as well, approaching Chadson's shopping complex. And today only at Harvey Norman, spend $250 or more on selected products and get 10% of your purchase price in bonus gift cards. Boxing Day only, T's and C's apply. Gift card valid for 1 month. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
This session, the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 2 for 208. So Australia advancing things quickly here. 32 runs in 22 minutes. Keep in mind only 64 runs in the previous session. Labuschagne's 58. Smith is 27. Akash is bowling and Labuschagne has the strike. He defends to off. So we're in the middle of the difference between a bowler and his follow-through and a fielder deliberately walking into a batter.
A fielder who probably walks 25 metres and deviates significantly from his course to drop a shoulder into a batsman. It's just not on. There should be no physical contact at all in a game of cricket. And if Kagiso Rabada can get 3 points for doing that, which is what he got on a level 2 offence, it's 4 points for Virat Kohli, and that's a suspension.
Labuschagne readies himself. He flashed at the wide drive, and he misses.
I'll tell you one thing, it won't happen. The game finds every way to make an excuse and get around these things. But these are the sort of things you've got to draw a line on. I mean, I get upset when bowlers get down into batsmen's face in their appeals, in their exchanges, in their send-offs, so that you stay out of that space. It's too provocative. Something could happen. Dropping your shoulder into somebody like that, a 19-year-old kid in his first test, when you're a statesman of the game.
Cash bowls. Labuschagne tucks it around the corner. There is protection on the leg side, but he nursed it well to backward square. Bumrah comes around to do the fielding. They're going to come back for a third. Bumrah got it off quickly, but it's a long throw in from the punt road end. And Labuschagne goes to 61.
It's just not on. It was a deliberate act. It was a calculated act, and it was wrong. It's not playing footy, Virat. As much as I like you, as much as I love everything you bring to cricket, you should be harshly judged for that.
I think that's a position that is almost impossible to argue against. I know there are those who won't want to go there and will fight from some sort of defence, but that is just a textbook suspension for the reasons you have perfectly articulated. Smith runs the ball past Kohli. At second slip, there's runs to be had at third. Kohli's chasing valiantly, dives, saves the boundary. He'll keep it to 3. Smith up to 30. It's 2 for 114.
His partnership's worth 60 now. Australia 2 for 214. If these two can go on, it's going to be one of the critical partnerships of this series. It will set Australia up ahead of Sydney. They're the two veteran batters in the side. They can both get to 3 figures. Let Travis Head have some fun. Mitch Marsh find his feet. Australia are away in this game.
Labuschagne now the leading run scorer with 61 for Australian outdoor living, bringing the backyard dreams to life.
They both hinted at being back in form. They need a bit of consistency from both of them.
Labuschagne turns to leg. He gets safely to ground and away from Jaiswal. At leg gully, and it's misfielded by Bumrah. So this is where the fatigue starts to play a role. And it gifts Labuschagne an extra run. He's 63.
It's a big ground. There's a lot of space to cover, and they're batting with intent. So Bumrah's bowled a few overs today. He has every right to be tired, and he does look tired, actually.
He's sent down 15. He's taken 1 wicket. He bore the brunt of the Konstas attack early. Overs of 14 and 18. Absolutely unheard of.
Konstas was protecting Khawaja.
Labuschagne off his hip again, beats Jaiswal at the leg gully and picks up an extra run to Bumrah, who'll get the Bronx. Fields cleanly this time. 9 from the over. 2 for 217 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Get a jolly Android deal this Christmas at Telstra, like $500 off the Google Pixel 9 Pro when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
Australia's batting partner, IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Konstas 60, Khawaja 57, Labuschagne 64. So the top 3 have all topped 50, which has been a rare occasion in recent history. Smith's on his way in 30, and Washington Sundar has been tossed the ball. So here's the change that India made. Washington in and Gill out, weakening the batting. 2 spinners. Day 1, Jadeja's bowled plenty already, and now Washington with his second over. He will start with a slip and a back pad. There's a deep square and long on. Labuschagne has the strike. He sweeps. He doesn't quite beat the infield. Nice piece of fielding done at backward square to keep it to 1.
Well, the long on's back, 15 metres inside the boundary. It's Bumrah.
So Akash was at backward square. He's just been pushed a couple of steps further back with Smith on strike. Labuschagne 65. Washington around the wicket bowls. Smith takes it from the pads out to the deep mid-wicket for a single. He's 31. So what about the way that Konstas did it with the ramping, Pete?
What do you say? The fact that he tried it once, missed, tried it again, missed, tried it a third time, bang, he was away. It was almost like we were watching Test cricket change before our eyes. That somebody had the audacity, somebody was so bold that they would do that. He was playing in the inverse V.
Labuschagne forward, tucks it away to straight mid-wicket, no run.
Is there a cricket coach in the world that would not have screamed that, for God's sake? But I'd love to know what Shane Watson would say about that.
Labuschagne dances down the pitch. He clips it away to long on. Brings Bumrah off the rope. Takes a single to go to 66.
It's an easy single there now. He doesn't have to risk it by going over the top. It's asking them to go inside out here.
Smith's on 31. Washington bowls to him. Plays it away to deep mid-wicket. Take a single. This is the splash of youth has suited this team in particular well. Felt that way coming in. It'd be good for the team itself. It'd be good for the way we view the team. And then in 90 minutes, it was like something you couldn't have imagined. And it'll be written about at great length and pondered in all sorts of different ways as the highlight of Boxing Day. Labuschagne doesn't have to face Washington, just lost his run in.
Damien Fleming says he came out of the commentary box. I've never had more fun in my life than commentating on that session. He said, and I'm serious.
Labuschagne, last ball, smacks it away to mid-off, but picked out Coley. 2 for 221 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job, too.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's tint to car octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Adam Collins jumping in from old mate Pete Lawler. We've got Simon Katich here as well for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Nice passage of play for Australia since 2.
Afternoon, Colo, Pete, all our listeners.
Been a long time since the top 3 have all passed 50 in a test match.
46 runs since 2, as it turns out, in about half an hour. So that's a nice rate they're going at as well, as Akash Deep pulls out after making his way to the crease to start his new over.
Really has been like tournament play for the Australians this series, hasn't it? It got better as they've gone on. These two in particular.
Labuschagne up to 66. That's his high score at the MCG in Test cricket. He's made 63 here twice, last year and in 2019. Smith on strike here on 32, well in behind the first ball of the over. A ground that he loves, Smith. Averages 78 here, 100 last week. Foundation laid. He's faced 48 balls for his 32 so far.
Well, I was saying before you came on that I think this is Australia's chance to really sort of get on top of India now, isn't it?
Yeah. They win this session, they could pretty much put them out of this test match. You know, these two bat to stumps and Australia 2 for 300 plus. Then makes it very difficult to come back from there.
Still 30 overs remaining, and they might get that in with Jadeja in the team. Bowling here is deep. Smith goes back and defends into the onside, no run.
Yeah, and conversely to the Australians, gradually improving as the series has gone on. Since Perth, Indians, you'd say, have gone backwards.
And the other thing is they'll get Travis Head in just when they want him to walk in. I think he walked in, Tommy had it last week, the 40th over and the 37th over in his 200s. Well, we're already up to the 61st here. this is the time whenever it is, when Travis Head wants to come in and make the most of an attack that's a little bit weary, with a ball that's a little bit old. Leg slip for Smith as well. Akash deep bowls to him here. Southern end leaves alone, not far from the off stump. He throws his hands back to bowler.
It's turned a dirty yellow, that wicket out there, hasn't it? No hint of green. A bit different to what we were looking at last week. It was as green as your shirt last week, Colin.
It's very real though, isn't it, Kat, that the average here per wicket, CricViz did these numbers before the test, since the 2017 Ashes here, that horrible test match, has been 25 per wicket, whereas it's the lowest number around the country. The contrast there being Sydney is the highest at 37, which is a fairly big chunk across it.
But this wicket's playing very well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Akash bowls here to Smith, hits him on the pad, across his stumps. Umpire Wilson says no. Well, that was, you would have heard it through the stump mic. That was an insistent appeal. He ran all the way up to Stephen Smith. He pled with him. They've already used one review unsuccessfully this session with Akash Deep. 2-1, and they will not be going upstairs. The leg before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy pale ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Fellas.
That's just embarrassing for Akash Deep. He's up inside the batsman's crease. He's jumping up and down like a child having a tantrum, and his captain said, "Nah, mate, we're not going up with that."
Watching the replay here, very high.
Yeah, high.
What's he thinking?
And he was wide on the crease too, so it's created an angle, which means the ball's probably likely to go down leg as well.
I thought his captain was going to have to go upstairs just to back up his bowler.
Pay.com.au replay screen clearly over the top. Umpire Wilson said the same. Akash again, wider on the crease, past Smith's outside edge. That was Fuller. Made him play, seemed away, better delivery.
Smith acknowledges how good that one was.
Oh, yeah, watching it again for pay.com.au, that's straight into treat from wide on the crease. And we're seeing the projection. It was going over the top and missing leg stump that leg before a couple of balls ago. So they're lucky not to have used the review for the second time.
They were. But this isn't looking like an MCG wicket that we've seen in the past 4 years in first class or test cricket, is it, really?
They get something from it. Akash to finish the over. Smith across the stumps and ducks the bumper. Maiden 2 for 221. Labuschagne 66. Smith 32. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
You're having a fantastic Boxing Day, of course, sitting back and relaxing and watching the cricket. If you find yourself around Richmond, the Boxing Day test itself has a lot of extra foot traffic around the G precinct, so Brunton Avenue and Jolymont Road are quite slow at the moment, and congestion around High Point on Rosemond Road and Gordon Street. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit dakin.com.au and don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Our third session, cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. So twice in the session, Akash Deep's gone big on the appeal. At least he turned around. Siraj doesn't even bother turning around.
Yeah, that is.
But it was, yes, on the excessive side.
That gets up my nose as well. A few things getting up my nose at the moment.
So a long way to go today. 29 overs. They should get them in because they've got two spinners. One of them, Sundar, bowling from our northern end. Delivers here to Labuschagne, reversing straight away. Appeal for lead before from the wicketkeeper punt. The ball spills away. His suggestion was that it was pad first before the bat caught up. Another decision for Rohit to make after umpire Goff turns it down. 10 seconds left on the clock.
He and Rishabh Pant led the charge. Sundar hardly appealed.
3,
I think so, mate. 2,
1, no. So we'll see on the replay here whether...
That's the glove.
That was maybe the confusion there. It was the softer sound and not the bat itself. 2 for 222. So satisfying to say. Labuschagne 67. Some of the bowls here, and Smith, easy as you like, down to Bumrah at long on, where one of two men set back on the leg side. Smith 33, 2 for 223.
India have had 13 DRS reviews this series, and they've only got one right.
1 out of 13.
Yep.
Wow.
It's been a good series for the umpires.
Simon Katich with the good oil. Bowling here is Sundar, using his feet in response to that is Labuschagne out to cover, where KL Rahul collects, moving to his right. He's had about 40 touches today, KL Rahul. 40 touches on the MCG, wrong time of year for that.
Have you seen this message from Brett?
Tell me. Is it about Cat wearing a one-day top? Other way around. Sundaresan's here and into the onside, working it is Labuschagne with his wrist, but no single.
Yeah. Am I allowed to read from this machine? That's usually the guy that's sitting in your chair.
No, you can do it.
Brett says there's a bloke in my section wearing a Simon Katich ODI Australia top.
So
he's pumped up.
We did see that. Sorry, we did give
you said that earlier,
Sorry,
did you?
we did. But thank you again. Sundaresan over the wicket. Going back here is Labuschagne playing it to mid-wicket where there's a fielder in close, but not that close.
Do you know this guy, Simon?
Don't think so.
Oh. Well, he's not Brett, but he's sitting near Brett.
I wonder how many people are here now. They usually give us an update around this time of day. Sundar bowls and he lets it spin down the leg side. Labuschagne doesn't quite get a glove by punt either. 2 singles from the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. It's 2 for 223. Labuschagne 67, Smith 33, partnership 69.
Boxing Day is bigger than ever at Chadstone with hundreds of offers in one destination. Skip the cricket and head to Chadstone. See the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Akash Deep will continue. He's bowled 15 overs, none for 47. For Smith, he's got the leg slip, plus the 2 conventional slips. Catching mid-wicket as well. Bowls here, Smith, off the shoulder of the blade, out to square leg, no run. Questioning on that text line about the flags across the scoreboard here at the MCG, which are blowing towards, shall we say, towards long on when Akash Deep's bowling, in the direction of Bay 13. So we've got the Australian flag, the Indian flag, the Cricket Australia flag, the MCC flag, so the Melbourne Cricket Club, and the MCG flag as well. They're the 5 flags. Our correspondent, Alan, 0433 98 11 16. Reasonably strong breeze as well. It's helped contribute to the temperature not reaching the 40 that was forecast earlier in the week. Appreciated by everybody who's here, I'm sure.
Have you got a Simon Katich ODI shirt?
I don't. I've got a few shirts floating around. I've got a Michael Divenuto Australian shirt.
45 ODIs, Cat. 100. Good average.
We did talk about that 100 earlier.
Good average.
We got cross with you. And
oh, really?
Akash bowls here to Smith, who's in behind it, defending the cover, no run. Played in the 438 game.
Yeah. What an amazing game that was.
Average 36. Strike rate of 69.
Too slow, mate. Simple as that.
What's the best sheet you got? 0433 98 11 16. I got a thing the other day for Christmas that's known as Dead Stock. Never heard of it before.
Right.
There's these Instagram accounts that deal in it these days where they sell stock that's been sitting in warehouses that never got sold.
Yeah.
So I got given for Christmas a Hawthorn hoodie from 1992, but not a replica. One of the originals made.
Still in the box?
Well, it's brand spanking new. It's been sitting in a warehouse.
I've seen that in vintage stores. Yeah. Old Polaco shirts and things like that.
Cash bowls here to Smith, leg stump line towards short leg, where there is a man now. Shows well, but it lands in front of him, no run. I've been searching for an Australia A top from 30 years ago for years. That Australia A team had Ricky Ponting as a 19-year-old, Justin Langer, Matthew Hayden, Darren Lehman, Michael Bevan, all the rest of it. Once saw a guy at a nightclub wearing one. went up to him and said, I'll swap shirts with you. I'll give you $400 for my shirt for your shirt.
It's kind of weird colour.
He said no, and I said, I respect you. I respect you for keeping it. Don't take the money. Keep something like that.
Who is this man?
Got to find it. Akash bowls here. Smith takes on the short ball, on the hook, but gets it straight through mid-wicket. Didn't middle it, but it's the purpose there from Stephen Smith, and back for 3. Up to 36. Australia 2 for 226.
What sort of nightclub let someone in wearing a cricket shirt, for God's sake?
Indie Club. Indie Club in Melbourne.
Really?
Yeah. Razzmatazz upstairs.
Was it ironic?
I don't know. Just might have been. If you wear band shirts from the 90s and 80s, why can't you wear a cricket top?
But when did this happen?
about 10 years ago. Still on the hunt. What is your best shirt? 0433 98 11 16. Akash. Southern end bowls to Labuschagne down the leg side. Thought about a flirt. Thought better of it.
Do you still have your old shirts, Simon?
I do.
Because you could sell them to Colo.
Yeah. I'll donate.
Make a good profit.
I'll donate him to Colo. I might have to find him one. I don't have an A shirt though. That was a bit before my time.
The A shirt special. Greg Rao, who led the bowling for Australia in that attack, still wears his green Australia A trousers around the house as a pair of tracky decks. The man who nearly beat Australia in that first final.
Yeah.
Anyway, another time. Last ball of the over here. Akash up. Bowls to Smith. Make that Labuschagne, my apologies. Knocks it out towards mid-off from the back foot. End of the over. 3 runs coming from it. 2 for 226 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Labuschagne 67, Smith 36.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
All our numbers on the coverage for Junheinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. Matty Donald back in the studio tells me this is the first time the top 3 have all passed 50 since Rawalpindi in 2022, a test we were all at. I think part of our soul is still there. That was a long 5 days, Pete.
That was the flattest test wicket I've ever seen.
Sundar starts the new over, bowls to Smith. What a drive that is. Shot of the day, at least as far as the number 4 is concerned. To the pitch of the ball, swinging through it, turned it into a half volley, advances to 40. Down to long off, the ball thuds into the advertising boards beneath us. Boundaries for Azudo, do it with the Azudo Power Tools.
Yeah, it's been a feature of Steve Smith's play today. He's been prepared to run down to both spinners and hit them straight this time along the ground.
Sundar to Smith, how does he respond? Another full delivery. Smith tries to lace it through cover, but another touch for KL Rahul in that position.
It's raced to 40. He's looking really good here. Just 59 balls.
Good nick. Sundar to Smith. Smith forward, round the corner. Gets one. Waits it well enough to consider a second, but they'll be happy with that. 2 for 231. They've moved pretty quickly since tea as well. They were 2 for 176. They were only going at 2.3 in the middle session, but a fair bit quicker than that since the short break.
And this is what they did really well up at the Gabba the other day. Both Head and Smith really attacked in that sort of 50 to 80 over period, which is exactly what we're in here.
Sundar halfway through the over, away from us, to Labuschagne, who dances and defends to mid-wicket like he's Jiteshwar Pujara.
Well, Rohit Sharma did indicate that he wanted Ravi Ashwin to come on and come to Melbourne, and I think he'd rather have thrown him the ball right now.
Isn't that a weird part of this? The Ashwin retired at Brisbane. Sundar bowls here, 2 left in the over. Going back this time is Labuschagne, finding a way to get it square of the man at cover. Rahul once more, they rotate for a couple. Labuschagne 69, 2 for 233. I mean, if only Ashwin knew this was going to be the reconfiguration, there's no way he's going home. No way in the world.
It's starting to look a little bit odd, that retirement, isn't it, in retrospect, especially when you look at what's going on today.
He was clearly cross.
He was.
We saw him in the basement at the Gabba when he retired. He wasn't best pleased.
There's a touch of the Damien Martins about it. I'm out of here. I've had enough.
7 from the over so far. We'll come back to the text and your favourite shirts when we've got a fast bowler bowling. It's difficult with a spinner. A few tweaks round the wicket. Change of angle for one delivery. Sundar to Labuschagne. Short leg in. It's a dart on off stump and full and defended. So he stays on 69. Smith 41. 2 for 233 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Our final session on Boxing Day. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Got a correspondent here who is wearing a Vicks ING Cup one-day kit today out in the outer. That's from Sam. I love those old Mercantile Mutual tops and so on. You get one of them for me, Kat. Wouldn't mind that. An old WA top from the late 90s. Sure you got them all somewhere.
It's stashed away.
Did you see the David Warner video about a month ago? Akash Deep starts a new over, bowls to Smith, who goes across his stumps and plays late with soft hands to backward point, doing that nicely. He's 42 with the single, 2 for 234. He displayed every bit of kit he'd ever received in his representative career and laid it on the floor and videoed it. It took him about 2 minutes to get around his house, Warner.
You get that much gear. I mean, I gave so much of it away over the years, training gear and extra kit to cricket clubs and, you know, charities and things like that. I've still got a few things floating around, but I'll see what I can find for you, Colin.
Where's your baggy green?
It's stashed away somewhere.
This is interesting. This is interesting, Pete. Akash in bowls here. Labuschagne skews away off the outside edge. Wasn't in control of that shot. The man at deep backward point with work to do. That's Nitish Kumar ready. They return for a couple. Labuschagne 71, 2 for 236. Are you being coy because you don't want to reveal where it is? Or
No, it's in a safe.
It's in a safe. Okay, fair enough. You don't want to go full Ben Stokes.
Yeah, no, it's in a safe.
Stokes lost some kit recently, didn't he?
I don't know what's going on with people out there. There's a guy, I have an original yellow World Series cricket shirt from 1978, bought at an auction for $600
Bargain.
20 years ago. I thought I paid too much for my silly punk singles. $600? God, I'd have to be stranded by the Saints. Well, actually, that's
More
about
on that.
$1,800.
Akash bowls here to Labuschagne, pushing into the onside, no run.
500 copies.
They do go for a lot, these vintage shirts. Yeah, especially those that are match
I suppose you can wear them to nightclubs. Attract
the Dino
people of the same sex like you.
The Dino one, where he made the 100 here for the World 11 in that anniversary game here after the 96 World Cup that he wasn't picked for.
The actual shirt.
Jones makes 100 here against Australia for the World 11. And that was going for a couple of grand. Had the chance to tell Dino about that. He was well chuffed. People wanted it so badly. Akash deep bowls here, and Labuschagne beaten to the catch the edge on the way through. The keeper thought it did momentarily. They pull out of the appeal. That's the first one that's taken off from the surface for a time, Kat.
Yeah, no, that was a beauty from Akash Deep. Just pulled his length back. Just knew that Labuschagne's looking to get forward to him, so banged it in, and it really climbed.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling, Akash. Back of a length, pretty length, but still ever so close to breaking up this stand of 82. Watching it back on the pay.com.au replay screen. 2 catching men behind the wicket. Second slip and a fourth slip. Bowls here and squared up once more, but keeps it down, Labuschagne. It's a deep backward point where there's a sweeper. Moves to 72 with a single, 2 for 237. Bit of love here for the 92-93 Aussie one-day top. A classic, says Matty in South Yarra.
I had a memorabilia moment between tests. I resolved to go home because I've had Ricky Ponting's bat, the bat that he made 100 against India in Bangalore in 2008 with. I've got that bat.
Really?
Yeah.
Ponting's only 100 in India.
Yeah.
It's a special knock from the great man. Last ball of the over. Akash bowls here and Smith defends into the offside. We'll come back to, I suspect we're getting a drinks break here. It is. I hear Joel Wilson call it through the stump mic. 2 for 237 the score. We will return to this. Smith on 42. We've lost the score here at the ground for a moment, so I'll bring it up on my computer so I can give it to you before we go to a break. And that's Smith 42, Labuschagne 72, 2 for 237. Drinks breaks for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the most productive passage of play for Australia. Back in a moment.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of Konstas Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
For your Boxing Day this afternoon, there has been an incident on the Ring Road, Greensborough Bound and Pascoe Vale Road, as well as the Boxing Day test sees a lot of extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct, so Brunton Avenue and Jolimont Road are quite slow at the moment as well. Rivers Boxing Day blowout is on. Save 30 to 80% off clothing and footwear. Prices from $6 to $27. In-store and online at Rivers. T's and C's apply. Selected styles only. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Labuschagne, who runs the ball through the court, wide of Coley at second. They'll come back for two. It's 50 for Marnus Labuschagne, his second half century of the series, as he pegs his way back to some form of fluency. Packed off and going on. Smith cracks the ball across the line. Bumrah won't get there. Out mid-on, it scoots away and goes for four. Smith on the advance, straight down the ground. A couple of bounces under the side screen for four. He's got a taste for Jadeja.
The Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break the great Australian brew. Australia have added 61 runs in about 52 minutes since tea, moving things along nicely. Across the day, they've been going at 3.7 runs and over, in no small part due to Sam Konstas starting his Test career with 60 from 65. Adam Collins with you. We've got Peter Lalor and Simon Katich with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Cat, they've got India right where they want them here with this pair ticking all over beautifully.
Certainly have, and these two have pressed on nicely after the tea break, keeping Rohit Sharma under pressure with the scoring rate and the fact that they're not letting them just tie up an end and bowl to them. And I think it just highlights the value of that 100 for Steve Smith up at the Gabba. It's amazing how differently he's played here today, with a lot more freedom, knowing he's got that 100 under his belt in the series, and a good platform from the openers today, both of them getting 50s. So it's well set here for Australia to ram home the advantage late here today at the MCG and really take it into tomorrow.
The winning the toss and batting, it wouldn't have been the easiest decision in the world given what we know happens here at Melbourne in recent years with a pitch that's been as sporting as anywhere in the country. But as Pat Cummins said at the toss, he wanted to get in there and put a score on the board, and his batters so far, Pete, have done the right thing by him.
Yeah, they have. I've got to get back to this bat story, then I can get back to my typewriter.
Okay, do you think?
If anyone's interested.
No, tell us.
So I was given that bat, but I was given it in one of those presentation cases. It was autographed, and it was a lovely presentation. And I've looked at it for about 12 years, sitting up on my shelf, collecting cockroach dust and things like that. I resolved during the Brisbane Test that when I got home, I was going to break that glass and get that bat out and play with it. So I had a few drinks on the night. I got back with my mate Cam McCullough out in the back porch. And I said, I've got this mad idea. You've got to come with me, Cam. And I got it down off the shelf. I got on the ladder and brought it down. I prized the glass open. I prized open the back of the case. I pulled the bat out and it stuck to the backboard. I'm surprised. It's actually screwed in. There are 3 screws holding this bat to the sort of presentation board it's on.
So after drinks, bowls here, using his feet straight to mid-off, and it's taken! Labuschagne places it straight to Virat Kohli at mid-off, and that partnership of 83 is broken. He can't believe it. He spins the bat in his hands. India can't believe it either. He's gone for 72, 3 for 237 straight after the drinks break. How often do we see it, Simon Katich?
Yeah, just a bit of a brain fade here from Labuschagne. He got too close to the pitch of it and hit it too flat. He hit it nicely, but it was flat enough to Virat Kohli just pluck it mid-off. And he'll be disappointed with that. Played well for 72. But once again, just like the first innings in Adelaide, throws away the opportunity for a big score. And he's not happy with himself as he trudges off the MCG. And India needed that, needed a breakthrough. They get it straight after the drinks break. And Australia now 3 for 237.
Well, India had been a bit ambitious, I thought, the way they'd set that field. I didn't think that Australian batsmen had kept the ball on the ground when they'd needed to and found the gaps when they'd gone over the top. But that is a very poor shot from Marnus, and he knows it, and it's going to take him an hour and a half to get off the ground. He's so disappointed. Inzamam Haq has never walked as slow.
So Travis Head is the man making his way out to the middle of the MCG, much to the delight of the fans here. We know the way he's played in this series so far. 140 and a runner ball at Adelaide, and then at Brisbane last week, 152 of the very best runs you'll see. Joining Steve Smith on 42, and, well, 3 half-centuries not converted today. Konstas 60, Khawaja 57, Labuschagne 72. So work still to do for Australia at 3 for 237, but Head the right man for it.
You don't like to see that. Australia had their foot on India's throat there. It was a poor shot, similar to the way Khawaja got out. It was a poor shot.
Yeah, it just wasn't executed. There's nothing wrong with the option. He skipped down the wicket to it, just got too close to the pitch of the ball, and that you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to go aerial, but unfortunately, when you get too close to it, it's hard to get it over that mid-off fielder. He ended up hitting it flat.
But that keeps India in the game, doesn't it?
It does. But one more partnership here, and it could really crack them.
So Head's first ball, slip short leg, Sundar to him, round the wicket, is forward, playing out to cover off the front foot, no run. Head's got a century here against New Zealand in 2019. But this was the ground where he was dropped after a double failure against India the last time they were here in 2020.
It would have really hurt India to have got through this session without losing a wicket.
Sundar bowls here, Head goes back to cut close to his off stump, as he loves to do, but doesn't get it beyond cover for a second time. So a long way to go on this day. We said before that Head coming in against the old ball, 66th over here. Can he make the most of this hour or so before the second new ball? Lots of time on his side on day one. Sundar delivers, and Head leaving alone. He watched it and thought about trying to slap it through cover. His eyes lit up and he thought, you know what, not from my third ball.
He's wanting to load up on something through cover or point here. He's done well to control his hands, throwing themselves at the line of the ball.
There are 4 fielders in that direction. Backward point, cover mid-off. Sundar, wide on the crease again. Head cuts, Wade on's the call. It's collected at point. No run. So again, that Labuschagne shot. He was roaring for the ball to clear Kohli, but not to be. Second 50 of the summer. Both times he's given it away, the Queenslander. Sundar to finish. To Head, who again looks to cut. Out to cover it goes. Throw was going to come in. Thought better of it, ready. End of a wicket maiden for India, just when they needed it. With Labuschagne gone for 72. Australia 3 for 237. There'll be a change in commentary after the break with Gerard Whateley replacing me. Smith 42. Head yet to score on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get a jolly Android deal this Christmas at Telstra, like $500 off the Google Pixel 9 Pro when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, Kumsig Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 3 for 237, and the wicket is the cue for Jasprit Bumrah to return to the attack. See what India might salvage from the last 90 minutes of play. Australia have such a promising position. Travis Head's out in the middle. Steve Smith is going. He's on 42. Bumrah 15 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 50. Smith across his stumps, drives wide of mid-off and grabs an instant couple. Oh, and it's more than that because it's been awfully misfielded. As Siraj dived all over the top of it and around it and gave up an extra run. 3 for Smith. He's 45.
And that is something that's been noticeable throughout this series with the Indian fielders. The timing of their hook slides. They do it too early and the ball was travelling too quickly there, and as a result it got past him and he couldn't reel it in. You've actually got to do it once you're slightly past the ball. particularly at that pace, because it was travelling. And this has probably been a quicker MCG outfield than I've seen for a while. Normally it's a little bit slower here, but hot day. It's raced away nicely.
Hot day's taken its toll on the crowd. It's much thinner than the mid-80,000 that'll get posted as the capacity crowd. But if you're here, some late day entertainment with Bumrah against Travis Head might provide plenty of entertainment. Bharat Sundaresan rejoins us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Head is yet to get off the mark. Bumrah is around the wicket to him, and Head flashes at a ball down the leg side. It passes untouched. Welcome back, Bharat.
Evening, Gerard, Simon. And just takes a while for us Indians to get used to the pace of driving on Australian roads, Simon. I guess it's the same with the diving as well.
You've got more open space here on the roads.
That's correct.
You can let the handbrake off, and can't really do that too much in India, can you, Bharat? There's a lot more honking and just inching your way slightly forward.
I've become too spoiled living in Adelaide. Now I hear someone honking and I panic.
Yeah. It must be something serious.
Bumrah got the wicket of Khawaja. At the start of his previous spell, 2 slips in place. He bowls to Head. His ball! He shouldered arms and lost the off bail. Bumrah rouses the Indians in attendance. The danger man goes without scoring. Travis Head's on Boxing Days. All dark, no dinner. 4 for 240.
Well, I can't believe I've just seen that. Travis Head not playing a shot. Given the form he's in, that's a serious piece of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. The very top of off stump. Tight leave. And unfortunately, Travis Head goes for a duck. That's a big strike for India. Justifies Rohit Sharma's decision to bring him back on with the second new ball just around the corner. Gets the reward. Now he's got a crack at Mitch Marsh.
Love a duck, peaking pancakes that make scoring a duck delicious.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Head, we got so used to seeing him walk out in crisis situations and hit Australia out of trouble. This felt like the stage was set for him to take India down. And this has been the battle, Bumrah to Head. It's often decided the way the test matches have gone. And like you said, Simon, it wasn't just a straight delivery that he missed. That ball came back quite a long way to hit top of off.
Yeah, it was a beautiful piece of bowling, because normally he's coming around the wicket trying to get that ball to angle in and then leave the left-hander, but that one just kept coming back on the line. So you can understand why Travis Head tracked it off the wicket and thought, no, that's a leave. But it just kept coming. It's a very good piece of bowling from Bumrah. You don't often see Travis Head let balls go, so that can happen. And it's a long day sitting around waiting to bat at 5.
He was bowled for a duck at the MCG when last he was here in Test cricket against Pakistan in a frighteningly quick collapse. Australia's got such a good base, but a late Indian fight back might be in the offing. Mitch Marsh denied a century. And in last year's Boxing Day test, he made 96.
Just changing over Jadeja here to go to mid-off. Have the left-hander there in case he wants to bunt into cover.
So let's see the next flurry in the day's play. Bumrah has 2. He's in from the worn end. He sizes up Mitch Marsh. And Marsh runs it with an open blade to gully. Rahul traps it. No run.
What a great reaction from Jasprit Bumrah as well after he bowled that delivery. He realised how good a ball it was. He's not an over-celebrator, is he? Just went, yeah, I'm better than you.
So understated. Particularly in this day and age where the celebrations are carefully planned at times and probably choreographed behind the scenes. Particularly from the West Indian boys in T20 cricket.
Bumrah heads in. He bowls to Marsh, who's wrapped on the pads. It's leg side. Bumrah never went up with it.
Big moment in the game. Australia well ahead, or in a good position, I should say. 4 for 240. Jasprit Bumrah just in the first over of his spell. His tail is up. He's got rid of the big danger man, Travis Head. They'll back themselves to go through this lower order.
Well, they get one more here with the old ball, and then a little late burst with the second new ball.
Marsh readies himself. Bumrah to him. Marsh wrapped on the pads again. Bumrah says hi and doesn't go through with an appeal. A successful over for Jasprit Bumrah. Australia 4 for 240 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia 4 for 240. Smith's 45. Marsh is yet to score. Washington is bowling from this member's end. He got the wickets of Marnus Labuschagne. First ball after a drinks break. Hold out at mid-off for 72. Washington bowls, and Smith tucks him away to the leg side for an easy single. Marsh will have the strike.
Interesting decision this to keep Sundar on here after a wicket like that. I'd be tempted to change things up. I think Mitch Marsh starting his innings. We've seen the previous over. Bumrah's been all over him. There's just enough happening. Just wonder whether they could get another seamer on here for a spell early on to him. This is probably exactly what he wants to face here. Right arm offie. Mind you, he'll probably knock him over here, just like Ashwin did in Adelaide.
Got a couple in the deep on the leg side. Washington bowls. Marsh back and across. Slices the ball away to point.
Fair enough. Keep him on.
He didn't play that too well, did he?
Hey, what's interesting is he played right back to that. It's quite a full ball, and he's a big commanding presence at the crease. Should be getting forward to that.
Marsh dances down the pitch and defends, just as Simon suggested.
That's better. Much better. Don't give him a sniff.
Short leg in place and a slip. Washington to Marsh. Plays the ball to straight mid-on, no run.
He's been in high spirits, Mitch Marsh. Promised me an 8 for 40 with the ball in this test match, and I bumped. That was 2 days ago. I bumped into him this morning. Had an 80 as well with the bat. He said, yeah, okay.
Dancing down again and defending back to Washington. He wasn't quite there for it much.
How many overs is he planning on bowling?
25, by the way.
25. He's trying to prove a point. Not happy with the commentary on him the other day.
Yes.
Need some runs in this series before anything else. Washington bowls to him, and Marsh is forward a long way to defend. Tied over, one from it, 4 for 241. Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Business owners, get a grip on payments with SmartPay's zero-cost EFTPOS. Tell your current provider to talk to the hand and switch today. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get your aircon ready for summer and save with these 2 great offers from Chadstone Toyota. AC service for $295 and AC sanitise and deodorant, including AC filter replacement, just $199.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169. Oh, what a feeling.
Leading wicket taker for India, Jasprit Bumrah. You'll be shocked to know 2 for 53 before you dig. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. Travis Head went down looking. Smith is 46. 4 centuries, 5 half centuries here at the MCG. 1,139 runs at 81.5 for as good as. He's 46 not out. And he's facing Jasprit Bumrah. 69th over of the Australian innings. Bumrah to Smith. Squared up. Slices away to the offside. Goes with a stroke. Rahul fields at cover. They take the single. Smith is 47. So this is... I don't get stuck in a rut, but the lack of ruthlessness from Marnus Labuschagne, again, is demonstrated before us here. He's 72. He's done all the work. And he did have to do a lot of work early. Courageous, got struck in the pills a few times, finds his way through, starts to knock it around, takes control, and then just holds out on 72. Great number threes don't do that. They make centuries. And the 2024 numbers just illustrate there have been patches where he's been out of form, but then when he's got an innings going, he doesn't fully prosecute it, both for himself and the good that would do, but also for the team. Marsh faces up to Bumrah. Back foot, didn't quite know where that was. It ends up at mid-on safely. So, Tom, with the good oil here for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
So Marnus Labuschagne's 2024, 394 runs at 28 for the year. 5 scores of 60 or more, but no tons, which illustrates your point, Gerard. And 11 scores of 12 or less. So 16 innings, 0 scores between 12 and 60. And then no centuries. It's a pattern.
Bumrah is bowling over the wickets. He's into Marsh, drives beautifully through the covers. He'll find runs there. He'll find all 4 of them. Marsh latched onto it all the way across the ground. His first runs are good runs. It's a good replay on the pay.com.au replay screen.
And this was Mitchell Marsh last year. He rescued Australia from 4-0. This is how he batted that day, standing out of his crease, driving at everything. One of the shots of the day. A day where we've seen some extraordinary batting.
Bumrah on the follow-up. Delivers to Marsh. It reads. He got it to ground just in front of Gully. Did a good job. That could have leapt up off the shoulder and been an easy catch for Rahul.
And your point on Marnus is such a good one, Gerard. You're so right, and which is illustrated in where his test average stands right now. It was 47 when he walked out to bat, and when he was making bulk runs, when he was doing what you said a number 3 should be doing, just making, not just making hundreds, but making big hundreds and double hundreds. It's been a big drop off from that period.
Bumrah at Marsh, who's on the move, jams down on it, blunts it away to point. So even just in his MCG scores through the years, so today was his highest score at the G, a 63, a 48, a 63 and a 72. They have to be hundreds at number 3 to be a great.
Yeah, at least 2 out of those 4 have to be big hundreds, you would say. He's getting a start, and it's the way he's got out as well. We saw it in Adelaide as well, just wafting it a wide one from Nitish Reddy. Today, Washington, so there's nothing delivery really.
Last ball of Bumrah's over. Marsh swings across the line. He's nicked it clear to Parks. Horrible dismissal. Marsh goes for 4. Bumrah has 3. And you can upgrade India's prospects. It's 5 for 246. Yuck. Head goes for 4, head goes for 0, Marsh goes for 4, so nothing out of the middle order. 5 for 246, end of the over. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice. Designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room. All with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. There was the promise that business would pick up with Bumrah back into the attack for India, and that is precisely what's happened, Bharat.
Oh, he keeps doing this over and over again. Every time Australia think can get on top of India, in comes Bumrah, and out go one Australian batter after the other. Head in the last over, Mitch Marsh, and yuck is the best way to describe that dismissal. It's really a nothing shot. Wasn't short enough to pull. When you're getting caught behind, while trying to play a pull shot. Yuck it is.
That's the price of the Labuschagne wicket. Just to illustrate the point, he is totally on top of India. Has them completely at his mercy. Gets out first ball after a drinks break, really loose. And then Bumrah comes back and goes bang, bang. And instead of being 2 down, Australia is 5 down.
That's exactly how that's played out. And you're right. That's where the ruthlessness you talk about and the value of the amount of time you put in needs to show.
Washington around the wicket bowls. Smith's seen a lot from the non-strike as he tucks it away to backward square, no run. He's 47.
And no wonder Australia don't make 400 often enough these days. They did it last week when 2 batters got hundreds. One in the top 4, Steve Smith, did the job.
Washington bowls to Smith, who clips it away wide of mid-wicket. There's a sweeper back. Smith goes to 48.
And probably it's the amount of work he puts into getting into his innings these days, Gerard, Manas that is. It feels like these losses of concentration are happening a lot more. No wonder, and that's generally a sign of a batter who, or when you see someone with a lot of 60s and 70s, that's what it is.
Don't give this gap. भाई सीधा होना थोड़ा बस मत सुन उनकी अभी थोड़ी देर रुक जा.
You can translate for us, Bharat.
Rishabh Pant just directing the fielders, yelling at them, scolding them.
Lights are on here at the G. Washington bowls, Carey is forward defending.
Suddenly India have found their voice, not just Rishabh Pant. They're up and about. Jasprit Bumrah has got a spring in his stride.
Carey is forward, playing it wide of the extra cover. He'll get his first run to Bumrah at mid-off. 5 for 248.
And it's almost been a story for Australia against India on home soil. They've just rarely been able to shut the door on India. They've always left it ajar. They paid for it repeatedly 4 years ago. Can't afford to let it happen here. They've such a good position just 15 minutes ago.
Smith's on 48. Tucks a lower ball away from Washington. Knocks it away to mid-wicket, no run. This is the 7th over for Washington. Jadeja's bowled 14. So 21 overs of spin on the first day. And a bit more to bowl before the new ball as well. Smith drives. He won't quite beat Jadeja. He's got his hand to it to parry it down, take the pace off it. A couple from the over. 5 for 248. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Hope you're having a fantastic Boxing Day afternoon thus far. The Boxing Day test itself is causing a lot of extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct, so Bronson Avenue and Jolimont Road are quite slow at the moment, as well as shopping heavy on the Princess Highway and Chadstone Road approaching Chadstone Shopping Complex. And the Adriatic Boxing Day sale is on now. Save up to 55% across the entire range. Adriatic furniture, exclusive yes, expensive no. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Leading wicket taker before you dig, before every job. Search before you dig online every time. Jasprit Bumrah has taken 23 wickets at 12.5 in this series. Khawaja, Head and Marsh are his victims today. 17 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 58. Copped a lot early from Konstas, who took him for 14, 5 and 18 in 3 consecutive overs. But since then, as Bumrah has been back to the man who has shaped all of this and given India a shout. It's got Alex Carey, who's in great form in his sights. Bumrah around the wicket. Carey turns to leg. There's a short leg Jacewell in place. It lands just in front of him. Tom Morris is keeping the numbers for us. The good oil for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Bumrah had never been hit for more than 16 off and over in Test cricket. Today he got hit for 18 by Konstas. He'd never been hit for 34 in a spell by one batter. Konstas did that. He hadn't been hit for 6 in 4 years. Konstas did it twice. Just one of 2 batters in Test history against Bumrah hit him for 2 sixes, the other being Josh Butler.
Carey tapping hard, honing the concentration. Bumrah's on him. Carey turns down to fine leg. Gets himself off strike and moves to 2.
And now he has 65 wickets for the year at an average of 14, 13 more than the next best, which is Gus Atkinson. And he's clearly been a player this series who the Australians have struggled with. Now, Travis Head's overall record against Bumrah is actually quite interesting. A strike rate of 70, so he scores against him. But Bumrah's got him out now 5 times at an average of 26.
Short change, Bumrah 1. My screen hadn't updated. It's 24 wickets at 11.95 in the series. And his gap on the rest of the bowlers in the world in 2024 is profound. It's
13 wickets more.
Tom's been telling me. 5 for 249. Smith's on 48. Bumrah in, bowls to him. Smith squared up, tip and run. Plays it to cover. Kohli closes. They take the single. No, Kohli's in the slips. It was Jadeja who closed. So the 250 up in the 71st over.
You just mentioned those 38 runs that came in those 3 overs that he bowled to Konstas. He's gone for only, 22 runs in his other 14 overs or 15 overs. Kind of tells you took something freakish to get Bumrah off his game. If we don't try what Konstas tried, clearly he's got the wood on everyone.
Great strategic gamble from Australia, because this is what it might have looked like. Bumrah bowls to Carey, flicks away down to fine leg again. So Jaiswal's been set under the helmet if he gets that slightly wrong, but he's played it off the hip. Carey well a couple of times and he's 3.
Mitch Marsh is a worry, Gerard. The runs are not coming. He hasn't really looked effective with the ball. One more test left in this series, and we are approaching the start of the next cycle. 2 tests in Sri Lanka and potentially a World Test Championship final, and then Australia rebuild again. Be careful not to be lost in the shuffle.
Yep. Averaging a dozen only in the series. Smith's on 49. He runs the ball to deep point and collects a half century. Another here at the MCG for Steve Smith. And Australia's hopes of a really imposing first innings total now very much rest on his shoulders. The top 4 have all reached this marker. None yet has gone on to triple figures. Over to you, Steve Smith.
He's been a pretty effortless inning so far from Steve Smith. He's almost just continued on his way. The way he batted at the Gabba.
.71 balls, 5 fours in it for Smith. Bumrah to Carey, back cutting beautifully forward of points. Washington's got to go on a run out to the punt road end. He'll overhaul it before the Melbourne sign painted on the turf, and they'll come back for 2. So 2 for 6 from the over. 5 for 254 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
India have got a bit of a run on here, running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. 3 in the session, 5 for 254. Steve Smith is 50, Carey is 5. Washington Sundar played his role. He removed Labuschagne. He's bowling to Smith, who's back and defending. A little shuffling commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer with Damien Fleming in to join us. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard. Bharat. Of course we can't just dominate, can we? Get ahead of the game with the bat.
Smith plays back, tucks it to Jaiswal under the helmet. He does enough to prevent a run.
And then throw a couple away. I'm not totally against Marnus, but you're facing an off-spinner who's basically bowling darts. That they are harder to get elevation to, but you can definitely hit them hard along the ground.
Smith forward, plays it out to square. 3 close from various angles. Reddy will pick it up, a single taken.
And I obviously didn't hear what you guys said about Mitchell Marsh. Yeah, I don't understand why you play that shot on what happened the previous ball, which seemed to go through the top a bit. If there's inconsistencies short of a length, you know, I think you put away the hook and pull shot. You know, there's concerns about the consistency of the pace and bounce.
Washington bowls. Carey, outside portion of the bat to short third. A single taken. 256 on the board.
So, you know, worrying signs just with the game plan, and particularly after the cover drive he played, I thought was excellent in his footwork, which hasn't been a feature. He's been nicking those wide balls, corridor deliveries. So I thought, oh, he's worked on his technique here.
Smith back to cut. There's wide open spaces through points. Rahul will have to go a long way. Not enough on it to reach the boundary. A potential for a third. No, Carey just holds the arm up. He would have been running to the danger end. Thought better of it.
But we do have a chance now. Carey's probably been the second best batsman for Australia this summer, the second best looking batsman. 10 overs before the second new ball. He can get himself set and prepare himself for that.
Ball of Washington's over. Smith is defending. 5 for 258. The Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say...
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Change of bowler, shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken up the weights. Jasprit Bumrah has done the business, and now Mohammad Siraj is coming back into the attack. Australia 5 for 258. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. The Bumrah spell netted Head and Marsh. A short, sharp burst. 18 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 64.
And that's after getting taken down by Konstas early. So since that again, he's just strangled the rest of the Australian batting lineup. He's had an amazing series.
Siraj has got to get in on the act from the worn end. He bowls. Carey back, opens the blade out to deep point. Gets a single down to Washington. 259 on the board. The last count on the crowd was 87,129.
I don't think the forecast got quite as hot and oppressive as is expected. I just think we would have broke the record today. Well done, but yeah, a bit shame.
They had the extra 1,000 tickets as well that they sold, 2 days ago. I really thought it would be 93,000.
You can tell the toll that the day has taken, so we're obviously protected from the worst of the heat. Smith across his stumps and drives ever so stylishly through the covers, out into the deep at the city end. He'll get 3, 1 on the throw. And deep MCG boundaries. Smith is 56, Australia 262.
So before the start of play, I had chats to the Indian fans just down to our left there, and I was amazed at how many had actually flown from India. You know, they weren't Indians living in Australia. So how many do you think have flown over, Bharat?
Oh, at least there's a lot of Bollywood people are here as well. I would say nearly 1,000, 1,500.
How good.
And watching Siraj bowl to Carey, who drives straight to the extra cover. That's solidly protected. Cover, extra cover, mid-off to try to deny Carey on the drive.
That sounds a bit more reasonable than my mate from Mumbai I was talking to. I said, how many goes 40,000? But he wasn't joking. Yeah, 40,000.
Brett's been corresponding with us while listening to SEN Stadium right throughout the day. This has been a sensational day of Test cricket. How's the atmosphere? Siraj bowls. Carey plays it neatly away to mid on, no run.
And also a shout out to the Kaspawiches who are listening in Japan. Good on ya.
A lot of Indians who travelled all the way from Canada and the US as well, Flam. A few hundred of them.
I remember doing a function, India-Pakistan T20, and that was for 700 people, and they'd all flown in from, India, Pakistan, a lot of Americans, Canadians, which is significant, isn't it?
Siraj bowling to Carey, back late cut, delicately played down to third. Washington scurries around, keeps it to a single, 263.
Big investment. Yeah, I'm sure you'd have booked your tickets well in advance to come all the way. Not cheap.
But it just shows, the Barmy Army have, started it to a degree decades ago. But, to travel to watch cricket, you can take in, the local community as well. It's wonderful.
Siraj comes over the wicket when he bowls to Steve Smith, who pulls beautifully up into the deep. What hang time that had. It's gone for 6. Smith is in the groove. He's 62. Australia 5 for 269. Running hot for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. Adam Collins about to come in.
Boxing Day is bigger than ever at Chadstone with hundreds of offers in one destination. Skip the cricket and head to Chadstone. See the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Some session this. Australia rattled off 61 runs in 53 balls, only to then lose 3 for 9. And now, quarter of an hour on from that, Steve Smith hitting sixes. Quite the day at the cricket. 5 for 269. Sundar will continue from our northern end of the ground. Atmosphere brilliant here at the G. Carey's 8. Sundar to him here. Slipping a short leg forward in defence. Got Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan with me for
Colo.
It was sort of trending towards a bit of a 4 for 297 kind of day for a while there, wasn't it? Not to be. Lights on. Sundar bowls. Carey back in defence. Still 17 overs left, and they will, I reckon, get them in with spin, or at least they'll go close.
They don't muck around, Jadeja and Washington Sundar. Good to see.
And Bumrah with the second new ball. Still twists and turns to come here at the G. Sundar round the wicket. Carey playing against the spin. Down towards long on, and it will go all the way.
Wow.
He got underneath it to such an extent that it felt like it may not be intentional, but intentional it was. It goes the full journey. 2 sixes in the space of 5 deliveries. Carey 14, 5 for 275. Let the good times roll.
4th of the day.
I'm not going to forget this Boxing Day in a hurry. Sundar up. Carey thumping the bat in the turf. Waits for him here. Lap sweep. Gets it fine enough for 1. Didn't pick up speed. He's 15. Just checking if it was a leg by. No, that was bad on that. 5 for 276.
Yeah, Sam Konstas has shown the way. When in doubt, hit sixes. It's easy, isn't it? Test cricket.
Yeah. I mean, even this partnership is already starting so brightly. Stephen Smith's strike rate is increasing throughout, a bit like his 100 at the Gab. I thought he's from 50 to 100. It looked like the old Stephen Smith. It looked like he just found his rhythm.
We'll be facing Sundar around the wicket bowls here. Smith gets down the track and plays it to mid-wicket. Got there, the pitch of the ball, but wasn't able to beat mid-wicket. Alex Carey too. A bit under the radar. More than 400 runs at 37 this year. Match-winning knock of 98 at Christchurch, of course, unbeaten. 70 last week at Brisbane. Smith on strike. Sundar to him. Last ball of the over. Goes back and again plays to mid-wicket, albeit this time from a shorter length. End of the over. 7 runs from it. 5 for 276 with Smith 62. Carey 15 on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life.
If you're out and about on the roads and you're not just sitting back and relaxing watching the cricket, the Boxing Day test itself is causing a lot of extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct. Brunton Avenue, Jolimont Road quite slow at the moment, or maybe you find yourself shopping, congestion around High Point at Rosamond Road as well. And the Rebel sale is now on. Save up to 50% on selected running shoes, sneakers and basketball shoes, plus buy one, get one half price on full price clothing. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader, both games live back-to-back here on SEN Cricket.
We've got Tom Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
Talking about Alex Carey and how he's sort of gone under the radar. He's been very aggressive across a couple of test matches this summer, Flem, especially against Mohammad Siraj. For this innings, faced 102 balls and scored 87 runs off the Indian quick. He has dismissed him once, but overall he's enjoyed going up against him at a strike rate of, 85.
Very good matchup.
Facing here, round the wicket, Siraj new over, southern end, defends. Down the
white isn't it the towel?
Yeah,
it's consistent with Siraj, isn't it?
I wonder if the umpire will take it away again. He has.
Yeah. Joel?
I think he's digging deep here, Siraj. That last ball 6, I just watched him trudge off to the outfield. He looked very tired.
Nitish Kumar Reddy's also warming up, I should say, fellas. We might see a couple of others
under bowled
before the second newie. So it's very dark suddenly at the G. It's been a steamy last hour or so. It's just out there before. It's still taxing for the Indian bowlers. In here, Siraj down the leg side. Carey doesn't quite get onto the flick, and Rishabh Pant dives away to his right, so stop it eventually. Rohit does the tidying up.
Fastest I've seen Rohit Sharma move in a while. So concerned about the ball rolling and hitting the helmets. Wasn't very pleased with Siraj at the start of this over, or before the start of this over. I had a very animated chat to him about the short ball, and not been very good today. There's been no pressure at his end. Leaked a lot of runs.
Put on 30 from 32 this pair already. Carey 15. Facing Siraj, and he's beaten. Just short of a good length. Carey fishing from the crease.
That's got to give him a bit of hope, hasn't it? The one down the leg side, been hit for a 6, and that's jagged a fair bit too. Just every now and again one jags or one goes through the top a little bit. There's been a few that have bounced excessively off short of a length.
Even the one that Travis Head left, jacked back quite a bit from Bumrah.
It was always a tight leave, that. But around the wicket, Bumrah just mesmerises the left-handers.
Siraj to Carey, in again. Carey plays it down towards mid-on off the front foot, straight of the fielder there, Bumrah. So he gets one. They'll think about 2 on the misfield. Smith to the danger end, called it nicely. They're happy to take on Jasprit Bumrah when there's a little misfield there. Carey 17, 5 for 278. Siraj, what you're best pleased with that?
How does his captain? Let's see him. His head down, Rohit. One thing he's got right is bringing Bumrah on for that last spell.
It always seems his best move of the day, isn't it? When he brings Bumrah on.
Oh, what a visionary move.
Captain, see that?
He's got the Midas touch. Siraj in. Southern end, Carey. Full face of the bat to cover. No run. Oh, no. My apologies. Misfield. 1 run.
Well, it should have been fielded, Colo.
It's Jaiswal. So Rohit again. All eyes go to him. The camera's on him as well. How did that sneak through? It was just a regulation straight to cover. He had the long barrier out and it ricocheted off his hip. It's odd. Tom Morris?
Just been crunching the numbers. If Jasprit Bumrah takes the next 3 wickets for less than 148 runs, he'll be the first bowler in Test history to reach 200 Test wickets with an average below 20. So we're on that watch, the 220 watch.
Come back to that. I like that a lot. Siraj finishes here to Smith. No run, as you can hear there. Playing to mid-wicket from the crease, end of the over. I suspect it'll be the drinks break as well. Yep, can see all the hullabaloo over to our right in front of the Ponsford stand. A drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Another busy passage of play. 3 wickets lost for Australia in it. They're 5 for 279. With Smith on 62, Carey 18 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of Konstas Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
The Lombard Christmas sale starts tomorrow. 50% off everything Christmas. Stock up for next Christmas at a Lombard party store near you. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today. T's and C's apply.
So after drinks, Bowles here using his feet straight to mid-off, and it's taken. Labuschagne places it straight to Bharat Kohli at mid-off.
Two slips in place. He bowls to head. His ball. He shouldered off and lost the off bail. Last ball of Bumrah's over. Marsh swings across the line. He's nicked it clear to Parks. Horrible dismissal. Smith's on 49. He runs the ball to deep point and collects a half-century. And Australia's hopes of a really imposing first innings total now very much rest on his shoulders.
They do indeed. Smith's up to 62. He's there with Carey on 18. They've put on a quick 33 after losing 3 for 9. They're up to 5 for 279. For our Victorian listeners, extreme fire danger has been forecast for large parts of the state today. Leaving early is always the safest option. Stay informed using the Vic Emergency app or at emergency.vic.gov.au/respond. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming with you. A very long drinks break here with 15 overs left, but in reality 45 minutes. I won't get them all in, but we spin.
What are you thinking? 12, 13?
Yeah, 13 would be nice. 12 or 13, especially with spin. But in saying that, we're 5 away from the second year ball and they'll be in no hurry at that point. But still, it's kind of in India's interest to rush through these as quickly as they can, is it not?
Yeah, definitely. Do they do a bit of a change? Do you just bowl the spinners?
Yeah.
You got to check in with the quicks, though. I'm just watching them walk around in the outfield. They look a bit cooked.
It's still steamy. So it's the cloud covers in, the humidity very much here at the G. So all a factor. But yeah, in some respects, getting through these 5 overs in sort of 12 or 13 minutes, and we know Jadeja's capable of doing that.
Yeah.
Could be in their best interest as far as giving Bumrah one more proper crack. How different the board will feel if it's 6 or 7 or indeed 8 down by the close compared to 5.
Yeah. Rocking up tomorrow. The weather's going to be nice, isn't it, for the next few days? But just if Australia got 8 wickets down, you're talking about a couple, whereas...
Yeah.
With Carey and Stephen Smith, if they're not out...
So just seeing Bumrah leave the field. Just on our screen here. Bear with me one moment. Tommy Morris is with us as well. Tommy, you were watching that in real time, Tom?
Yeah, Bumrah was having work done on his calf or his shin at the drinks break. And he was on his haunches and down, and remains to be seen how serious, if serious at all, but that's what they were doing at the drinks break.
Thank you, Tom Morris, for the Cobram Estate. Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Well,
yeah, he walked off quickly without a limp.
So Sundar, new over after drinks, left alone outside the line of the off stump, about an 8-minute drinks break.
But if there's one player that changes the whole context of the series, if they were injured, it's Bumrah, isn't he? And he showed again today after getting a pounding early from Sam Konstas. He just fought back and got the breakthroughs to get India back in this test match.
Loves bowling at Melbourne. 6 for Hira in 2018, 6 wickets in the match last time around in 2 wins. Sundar bowling around the wicket, flat and darted in, and Carey keeps it out, playing from the crease out to point, no run.
Never likely to beat you in flight, Washington Sundar. He bowls the old-fashioned darts. Where in India, where there's inconsistent bounce, you can see this could be a real handful.
Sundar rolling with a slip and a short leg to Carey. Gives that a little bit more flight. Carey enjoys that, cuts down hard to point, gets through for one. He's 19. It's 5 for 280.
Even that shot there from Carey, I know it was short and it was wide. He got into the position so quickly. He's looked very good the whole series, hasn't he, with his footwork?
Ground where he's enjoyed success as well, Carey. His first test ton came here a couple of years ago. Can one of them go big? 4 Australians have passed 50 today. Smith still there on 62. The other 3 back in the dressing room. Around the wicket, Sundar. Shortly going to slip to Smith here. Across him, defends down the pitch. Marsh, one of the 3 to fall in that flurry before. Bad shot out for 4. It'll make his 20-24 numbers look even more grim, averaging 20 with the bat this year. Sundar to Smith, full, and doesn't beat the bowler in his follow-through. So after batting exceptionally well last season, Marsh hitting 500 runs at 45 in the calendar year 2024. 283 runs at 20 with a couple of 50s.
He just hasn't looked like it, has he?
No.
This summer.
Sundar to finish his 10th over. Bowls to Smith, fraction shorter, cutting against the spin to backward point, no single. 1 run from it, 5 for 280 the score on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Smith 62, Carey with him on 19.
Planning a stay in Melbourne? Look no further than Brady Hotels and Apartments. Located in the heart of the CBD, you'll be close to the city's best restaurants, bars and shopping. Book your stay at bradyhotels.com.au.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Front foot no ball to finish. Sundar to complete it here for a second time. He's worked into the onside by Smith for 1. He'll keep the strike. He's up to 63. Carey 19, Australia 5 for 282. I'd love to see a statistical breakdown of how often front foot no balls are sent down from the 6th ball of the over. It definitely skews that way. Or maybe that's...
Hurts the commentary team, doesn't it?
Does when you're nipping off for 30 seconds at the end of the over.
Is it the thing that Mitch Scott dreads most?
I can hear him in the back of the box saying,
match day.
No! No! So a change of bowler for India. It's going to be Nitish Kumar Reddy. He was warming up a couple of overs ago. 2 overs of gentle outswing earlier, none for 2, but has been a partnership breaker in the series, and Rishabh Pant straight up to the stumps for him. So a point of difference here, perhaps.
I think he's been under-bowled, Reddy. I think these are conditions that he could bowl well in earlier today with a bit of swing.
Simon Katich jumping in with us as well. 2 in the cordon, keeper up to the stumps. New spell begins. Ready to Smith inside edge, not far away from trouble. Out to leg gully, gets 1. He's 64 off the very much inside edge. 5 for 284. Afternoon, Cat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Flem, and all our listeners.
The keeper up to the stumps of the medium pacer, it does make it a bit more uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Batting-wise.
Yeah.
You feel restricted.
And you're right, this is a perfect little role for him here. Try and get a breakthrough just before the second new ball. He's got the field set as you'd expect, just the 1 slip, and the cover and mid-wicket in closer, mid-off, mid-on, a bit deeper.
Very much spread. Coley down to fine leg, copping some boos from the crowd. Ready around the wicket, bowls to Carey, full of length, helped out to deep backward square, 1 of 2 men in that direction. Carey into the 20s from his 24th ball, 5 for 284. So a deep point, deep backward point, more or less a third man, a fine leg and a deep backward square for Carey. For Smith, that becomes a deep square, a long leg, a deep backward point, and they bring up the second catcher, Coley, into the gully.
If you're ready, you just want to make Stephen Smith be hitting the ball to cover and mid-off.
In from the southern end. Ready bowls, Smith across his stumps and leaves it alone, and Punt does well up to the pegs. Taking it to his right.
Yeah, it's in a way, it's almost like the role that someone like Andrew McDonald used to play for Victoria. He'd bowl stump to stump. The keeper would come up at times, have maybe 1 catcher behind the wicket, and then a very much a field in front of your eye line, and just get you hitting the mid-off and mid-on. I think you're spot on getting Stephen Smith to try and hit the mid-off, because as we saw on that first ball, any variation in pace could drag one back on the stumps.
Ready up to Smith here, a bit wider on the crease, and taken nicely again by punt on about the 5th stump line. Easy leave.
Yeah, I wouldn't get bored if I was ready, that line. Get a bit closer to off stump, get into punts, gloves.
And I think after that first ball, Steve Smith's become a bit more watchful. He's let those next 2 pass after getting back on strike, because there's just been enough variation in pace off the surface that square of the wicket shot can be dangerous if you're looking to run it. It just holds and you end up catching the inside part of the bat.
Rolling in the high 120s. Ready, bowls to Smith, who plays late, gets a bit big on him, but controls the shot through point, playing from the crease. Moves to 65 with the single. There's a chance for maybe a misfield option there, but they elect against that, given it's Jadeja. 5 for 285.
He's missed a couple today, Jadeja. Normally a gun fielder, isn't he?
What have you made of Smith's knock today, Flem?
I think it just, if we erase the Brisbane second innings, I think he's just continued on. I just feel like he's found his rhythm again.
Ready to Carey over the wicket to finish. Still got the slip, and Carey drives not quite wide of mid-off, but wide enough that there'll be one for the left-hander. He'll keep the strike as well. Diving stop as well from Siraj. Carey's 21, Smith 65 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. The partnership's up to 40 at 5 for 286.
And the Boxing Day test continues. Extra foot traffic around the MCG on Brunton Avenue and Jolimont Road, and reports of a crash in Blackburn North, Surrey Road at Springvale Road as well. Heavy on the Princess Highway at Chadstone Road approaching Chadstone Shopping Complex. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. To make this summer a cool innings, visit dakin.com.au, and don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
We're here at the G with Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. Cat Flem, Tommy Morris with me. Sunda around the wicket, bowls to Carey. 2 catching men in close, and he watches the ball spin into the gloves of Rashad Punt.
Yeah, I think with Smith, and just see that his strike rate's quite high as well for the day. And I think just his ability to play the pace and the spin. It's definitely not a flat pitch. There's been balls that have kept a bit low, some that have gone through the top a bit.
Sunda to Carey. Gives him enough room to cut. A bit of work there around from point.
And we haven't had baking sun. It's been cloudy. I thought that was going to accelerate the pitch, or make it a bit harder tomorrow straight away.
Is Kumar ready to stop that? Denied the single. Good bit of fielding in the end. Sunda to Carey. Buller. And Carey's forward defending to Jadeja at cover, no single.
You can hear Alex Carey's bat hitting the crease at the moment, and it sounds pretty hard.
Yeah.
You don't often hear that on day one here. It's normally later in the test match, but it's been an even pace pitch, really. As in compared to the Gabba, not as much pace in it.
Thumps that bat into the turf again. Sunda, dart, Carey, picks it early. Leg stump line and full, and 1 to mid-on. Carey's 22, 5 for 287.
Yeah, we could get the best batting pitch maybe for the summer, tomorrow and day 3.
Like I said, the batsmen have just got that bit more time compared to Perth, Brisbane, to a lesser extent Adelaide.
Stay round the wicket to Smith. Bit tweaking going on here. The deep mid-wicket goes more to deep square, and the conventional square leg comes up to short leg. Slip there too for the one that goes across him. Sunda bowls, and Smith gets well forward and smacks it to mid-off, where Coley does the fielding. Quick one from Tom.
Damien Fleming mentioned Steve Smith's strike rate. Today it's 73. The last time his strike rate was this high with an innings over 50 was January 2021 against India at the Gabba, that famous test.
Nice one. Sunda to finish here, and Smith looking to score again, and does so easily. The deep square leg keeps the strike. He's 66. He's there with Carey on 22. 5 for 288 the score, with the partnership up to 42 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martor provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martoraustralia.com.au.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
The crucial moment of this session so far was Labuschagne, caught at mid-off from the first ball after drinks from the bowling of Sundar. For New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds. Ready bowling, 2 more until the second new is due to Smith here. Well forward defending to cover. The keeper remains up to the stumps. And Jasprit Bumrah is back on the field because I suspect he'll want to take that.
I'd love to see Rohit Sharma bring deep point up here. What's that? 11 balls, the second new ball. Just see if Steve Smith wants to get an offside boundary here before the second new ball. Run the risk of a couple of fours, but try and knock him over before that second new ball and then expose the Australian tail.
So in here, ready. Southern end bowls to Smith across his stumps and plays it to an easy single as Cat foretold there. Out to deep point, 67 for Smith, 5 for 289.
Just little things like that at this stage that try and be ahead of the game.
Good captains do that, Cato.
Well, just, you know, there's little periods where you get a window to maybe try and get a breakthrough that then could get you 1 or 2 extra ones late in the day. And it ends up becoming a big half an hour, this, because, you know, if Australia get through to stumps 5 down for 300 odd runs, they'll be very happy with that. But if India take a couple more wickets here, then it's almost an even day.
Yep, hinges on the last half an hour. Ready bowls, Carey down the leg side. Gets it down to fine leg where Kohli picks it up and just receive a few boos. I wouldn't go over the top about that, but, you know, you could hear it through.
It's also how you can perceive a bit of pressure, isn't it? Like sense, they'll be happy to get through the new ball here, or can we set fields that encourage them to play a couple of bigger shots, you know, to get the runs up a bit before the second new ball. Keeper up the stumps, good. Should the catch and cover become a lot more up that, I can't drive at all, even if I get a half volley.
Deep point stays back. 5 for 290. Smith waits and plays back defensively. Inside part of the blade, just behind square. Another single here. 68, 5 for 291. Partnership 45.
We're talking to about just Carey's summer, how assured his footwork's looked compared to most of the other Aussies.
He's been right up there with, arguably, obviously Travis Head's made the volume of runs, but in terms of technique and how they've played, Alex Carey's been right up there.
The perfect prep, Carey. He's made the most of it through the course of the series. Can he be there at the close? He's on 23, facing ready. 2 left in the over. Gets in behind it defensively. Nice and early into position again.
You know, and the other thing too is he's had Josh Inglis pushing him. His form's been excellent, and, you know, they could have made a case for Josh Inglis to play, depending on the makeup of the team. And obviously they went with young McSweeney, and that's fine. But that in itself is a positive, because it's pushed Alex Carey to be at his best, and now he's reaping the rewards of being at his best because of that competition. And that's why, you know, the Australian team consistently needs to have that with guys at the level below, pushing players in the team so they're not getting complacent.
Last ball here, ready to that man, Carey. Hit on the pad, shout from the bowler, but not from the keeper. An easy decision for umpire Wilson. Doesn't look like Rowett's interested in the review. That'll be the end of the over. 5 for 291. 1 left with the old ball. Smith 68, Carey 23 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix Centre with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Coverage is for Henley Holmes. Sundar, last over of off spin for the time being. Bowls to Smith, flat darted in. Round the wicket, defended by Australia's #4. So much riding on these Little contests here. Sundar to Smith, short leg in. And that's to whom he plays it on the bounce. Joe Swell gets down low to his right. Nice piece of fielding. Sundar not mucking around here. With 28 minutes of play left. His job's to get through this and give the ball back to Bumrah. Smith waiting. Sundar bowling. Back of a length. Plays it to mid-wicket. No run. Who's taking the new ball for you, Flem? Bumrah and...
I'd go Deep.
I agree.
I feel like Deep's been unlucky again today.
Yeah. He's winning a lot of fans, isn't he? They found one there. Sundar bowls here. A bit fuller to Smith on the leg stump line, and he turns it to mid-wicket where Jadeja fields no run.
And what they'll be hoping is that luck cashes in with these 3 or 4 overs with the new ball here, which it can't it?
Yeah, that's the thing. You only have to get one, and then all of a sudden the tail's in, and you nip another 1 or 2 out, and you end up with 7 or 8 for the day.
Sundar bowls here. Smith goes back and works it to cover from the crease where Rahul gets another touch. Been the busiest player on the field today, KL Rahul. Pick your football comparison here at the G.
Diesel.
There you go. I like it. Cheers, Kat. Last ball of the 80th over. Sundar to Smith, who defends. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley will come on to replace me for the second new ball. Australia 5 for 291. Smith 68. Carey 23. And our coverage is for Henley Homes. Buy Henley Complete at home and move in now.
Don't miss Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout with up to 30% off store-wide for 48 hours only. Razorback 4x4 seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. Perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, they're super easy to clean and keep your four-wheel drive seat covers protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. Choose from a range of premium materials and colours with free shipping nationwide. Get in quick. Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout ends December 27. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia 5 for 291. 80 overs into the day's play. The new Kookaburra has been taken out into the middle. About to see how it's going to be used. Not just yet. Nitish Kumar Reddy is going to continue from the far end with the old ball. I presume that Bumrah's minutes are just about to level up as to when he can take it. Spent a little bit of time off the ground with a calf complaint after being treated at a drinks break. He's going to be at deep backward square as he takes up his position. So the lights are on. It wouldn't be the worst time to take the new ball. A little reprieve on that front. Ready to Carey, who defends him back down the pitch.
And it's been a crucial partnership of 45 after those quick flurry of wickets after the drinks break in this last session. So Alex Carey once again coming out with good positive intent, and Steve Smith's carried on his good form from that first innings up in Brisbane.
Keeper up over the stumps. Ready around the wickets to Carey. Plays him down to fine leg. Now they're quickly through for the first. There was potentially 2 on. Just a bit of an error on the slide. That's one of the substitute fielders.
He lost his feet and nearly ended up in an awkward position.
It's a single taken. 5 for 292. Carey's 24. The last act of the day is going to be to formally post the crowd. Work out where it sits in the top 5 Boxing Day crowds through time. Smith on the back foot defends Reddy. We're very much in a holding pattern while we wait for the new ball. The next batters in will be hoping that they're not required. They'll be suited up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. What I want to know is when we take the new ball, could we have a little bit of Konstas at the end just to round out our day? Feels like a long time ago, doesn't it?
I know, it felt like it was another day.
In another realm. Smith's on 68. Thready bowls to him. He's upright and defending. Hell of a way to start a day.
Hell of a way to start your test career, Gerard. I can't imagine in my wildest dreams even contemplating playing some of those shots he did today on debut. Yeah. It was reminiscent of watching someone play at probably the lower level where there's less pressure and you know you're top of your game and you're playing against inferior bowling and just dismissive, like running down the wicket, hitting over cover and then ramping. But on your test debut against Jasprit Bumrah at the MCG, unbelievable.
Smith lets it pass outside the off stump.
But it certainly excited the nation, there's no doubt about that. And for those that have been here to witness it, they'll never forget it. The young kid will never forget it, his family will never forget it. But everyone that was here today to witness it, it was just remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Instant part of Boxing Day law. He made 60 from 65 balls, so he won't be the top scorer, but there's no question he'll be the player of the day for Bingley, better living every day. Last ball of Reddy's over. Smith sees it. He's in behind, defending. Partnership is worth 46. Australia 5 for 292. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info. We're about to get back into the cricket and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
The last phase of this day's play is Jasprit Bumrah with the new ball. 21 minutes remain. On day one of the MCG Test, he has on 3 occasions celebrated a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Soft one against Khawaja. A ripper to dismiss head without playing. And then a careless dismissal, Marsh trying to pull when it wasn't on. So Bumrah 3 for 64. His first spell was 6 overs, none for 38. The rest of it has absolutely been keeping with the most important player in the Indian setup. He has 24 wickets in this series. He's going to be bowling from the members' end. His average is 12.2 in this series. He's got Alex Carey in his sights, who's on 24. The MCG floodlit. Bumrah around the wicket bowls. Carey tries to play to leg. It wrapped him on the pads. They were asking politely behind, but the bowler was interested.
Well, we haven't seen him here operating from the members' end today. I can't recall him bowling at this end, Gerard, but I just wonder whether they've done the maths. 20 more minutes left in today's play, and they feel that they might be able to get 5 overs in, so he gets 3 of the 5 with the new ball, and then has another crack at it tomorrow when they start up again at 10:30.
It's the perfect scenario. They could just pick up 2 from an Indian perspective. Bumrah bowls. Carey dances down the pitch, hits it up in the air. Mid-on gets moving and it'll land safely. Akash, never a prospect of getting to the fly ball. They take 2. Carey is 26.
Well, it shouldn't come as a surprise because Alex Carey played like this at the Gabba, and he ran down a few times to the Indian seamers to try and put them off their length. The only difference on that occasion there was he went across the line of the ball, trying to guide it over the leg side and got a little bit of a leading edge, whereas previously at the Gabba he was hitting over mid-off beautifully through the line of the ball.
Bumrah in and at him. Carey from the crease opens things up, runs it past points. At least 2 to be had. Ready, he does time his dive. Carey to 28. Here comes... Oh, no, I thought we were about to get the crowd. Just yet. Three slips and a gully in place. Oh, that's the 50-run partnership. 50 from 76 balls. Carey's contribution in the series has been excellent, and it continues. Carey drives, picked off by Midoff. Jadeja saves runs.
And he's not playing out the rest of the day here, Alex Carey. He's supremely confident in how he's been hitting the ball, and he's just going to see it and hit it. On the occasion there, just picked out mid-off. It's a powerful drive, and that's forced to change. Rohit Sharma's brought third slip out now. He wants a bit more protection for Bumrah. I don't think Bumrah has indicated that to him, so Rohit Sharma has made that call from first slip. You better hope that one doesn't fly through third slip right now.
Bumrah to Carey, flicks from his pads. He went the aerial route, he chipped the infields. Little pitch and stop. They'll get a couple as Akash comes around. So aggressive with Bumrah right from the outset, Carey, as he was when he arrived at the crease. That intent to score.
Yeah, you can tell he's watching the ball closely there because he's seen that ball just swung late back into him. So as a result, he's gone with the swing, chipped it leg side. Previously, when it was a little bit wider off stump, heading towards the slips, that's when he decided to hit through cover point.
Last ball. Carey from his pads, leans on it, and takes 7 from the over. Good stuff from Alex Carey. He's 31. Australia 5 for 299. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical, and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
Crucial moments late in the day's play for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds. New ball is in hand. Akash Deep is going to bowl from the worn end. He has sent down 17 overs, 4 maidens, none for 54. He has worried Steve Smith at times, had a few good LBW shouts to no avail. He's bowling to Alex Carey, who's on 31, and Carey's nicked straight through the parts. Akash gets the late wickets. Got the new ball to rear up. Brush high on the Carey bat. Australia 6 down.
Yeah, and what's interesting about that dismissal is the length. Akash Deep has bashed that ball into the surface, and it's really climbed. We've seen that a number of times today. And on that occasion, Alex Carey's in that good a form. He's nicked it through to Rishabh Pant. So a good seed there to start his spell from Akash Deep. Gets the big wicket of Alex Carey for 31. And Australia now 6 for 299.
31 from 41 balls. There was a 6 in there from Carey, but he departs. Bharat, Sundaresan, what an interesting quarter of an hour we have before us.
Oh, this will decide which way this day will end. It looked like it was all Australia, even till that wicket of Alex Carey. This pitch already showing that there's enough in it for the fast bowlers. They're going to enjoy it, and even for the spinners, to be honest. The ball's been gripping, some overspin. And just, it's been the beauty of this series, to be honest. No wonder it's locked at 1-1. We don't know which way it's going. Every time you think you understood the script, there's a twist.
India celebrate a late wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
He deserved that, Akash Deep, because I think it wasn't a coincidence when Konstas got out. There was a period where he'd bowled 4 overs for 8. Jadeja tied things up, and there was a little bit of normality about Test match cricket after Konstas came out and rattled the Indians with his daring stroke play. And now, where that was played and missed earlier today, he's got a chance to get on a late roll here.
Pat Cummins tries to repel. He's squared up and defending back down the pitch. The next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sail on now.
He's charged in all day. He's been economical. 1 for 54 off 17.2. So where Siraj has really leaked runs and Australia have attacked him, and you saw that with Steve Smith hitting that powerful pull shot over square leg. He hasn't looked like he's been able to get on top of someone like Akashdeep or Bumrah. So this is a crucial little 13-minute period now.
Akash over the wicket, bowls onto the pads, falls away to the leg side. Cummins has one, and that's as many as they'll take. Signalled as leg buys by Joel Wilson. And the 300 up for Australia in the 83rd over.
And as a fielding team now, it's been a long, hot day out there. They've just got to finish the job with 13 big minutes. If they do that really well, it can make the job a lot easier coming back tomorrow morning. And that's where you've got to be hungry for 1 or 2 more wickets here. Be sharp, get ready for the chance when it comes, grab it, and then come back tomorrow knowing that the job's a lot easier than being 6 down and you have to toil for another 2 hours.
Smith on 68 readies himself in behind defending to points.
And it'll also mean that what we thought would end up as being comprehensively Australia's day, that the game's not completely gone away from India. They've kept some sort of lid on the Australians, and just think back to where we were when Manas Labuschagne played that shot of Washington Sundar. 2 for 230 odd.
Yeah, could comfortably be 2 for 300 now with the way that Smith's played, and then Manas was playing well, you know. And India could have been staring down the barrel of way behind the test match.
4 wickets have fallen in this session. Akash bowls to Smith, squared up, falls away to the offside.
Because that's just the case when you have a once-in-a-generation kind of bowler in Jasprit Bumrah, right? Gerard, you said it, that shot of Manas, you give him an opening and he will make the most of it. It'll make his captain look very good every time he gets the ball thrown at him. And that's really been the story of this series and this session in particular.
Smith has hit the last ball of the over. He squared up, and that was uncomfortable. Not for the first time. Struck in the box today. Gritting of teeth, flexing, shake it all off. End of the over, 6 for 300. Not doing it with ease with Dynabreeze there. Industrial strength, heavy duty fans.
What was he on then? It was pretty early on.
Bumrah, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 71. He is not. Yes, here he is coming down to the members' end. So, 10 minutes to go in the day's play. So, if Australia milk this, they might be able to keep Bumrah just to the 1 over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Smith is going through the theatrics of his collapse to the turf now. Not to say that wouldn't have hurt, but I think he's well aware of the clock scenario.
Oh, definitely. If you can milk 2 or 3 minutes off this, you make sure that Bumrah only bowls 1 now. And he's within his rights. You know, it's a nasty blow down there. You start to try and catch your breath.
Pat Cummins came in as a night watchman in Perth. His job is to get Australia to stumps here at 6 down and then see what the tail can do in support of Smith as he pursues another MCG century tomorrow. That requires scene of Jasprit Bumrah, who starts the fresh over. Cummins wrapped on the pads. Bumrah wasn't full-throated about it. Just chokes down on the appeal on it.
Because I was thinking back to earlier, Gerard, Akashdeep had a big LBW shout on Smith earlier, which they reviewed, and it was shown to be hitting the stumps, top of off. It was given not out by umpire Joel Wilson. And it's such a fine line, this game. You know, that gets given out. And he's away, and he's bowled pretty well again in this test without much luck. Just the 1 wicket of Alex Carey.
It was umpire's call. Cummins again onto the pads. It slews away to the onside. They should be able to get 2 here because it just fell into a space behind square, and Smith is suitably agile to be able to get through for a couple. Yeah, so you could have easily given it out. It was on the off bail.
Yeah.
India didn't review it. Had they done so, it would have been umpire's call, so they would have got no joy. But that's in the margins, a moment like that.
Yeah.
Do the sum totals of the play of the days for drink-wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink-wise, as that finds its place. They're going to have a bat pad in for Cummins.
I still think Australia would be very happy with 300 runs in the bank, but there was a stage there where you thought they were going to bank 400 comfortably.
Bumrah bowls to Cummins, who's getting it away to mid-off. Quite where he meant it to go. It sounded a bit hollow off the blade, but it does the job. He's off the mark, 6 for 303.
And they could still possibly get that. But they've got a fair bit more work to do now with these two and then the rest to come. And a lot will depend on whether Steve Smith can bat through the innings. But India know that if they can limit the damage to 330, 340, then if they start well with the bat, they can get back into the test match. But at 2 down around that drinks break in this last session, it was looking like Australia were going to be running away with all of the momentum.
Big Bash double-header to follow the test match action. Steve Smith is milking every minute. So he knows the scenario. 3 left in Bumrah's over. Dearly love not to have to deal with him any more than that. Smith just gets the bat out of the way. He was on the move, wasn't quite set. And then when he went to leave, that's when it can get a little bit ugly.
Yeah, the Indian slip cordon once again not happy with Steve Smith for how long he was taking to just scratch his guard there. He had an explanation which they weren't convinced with at all.
That drinks break, and it was the first ball after that Marnus holed out. Drinks breaks for Bundaberg and Jabir, the great Australian brew. Bumrah to Smith, covers his stumps, drops it to point, calls no. Final crowd has just been posted at 87,242. Tom Morris is who are keeping score. Where did that sit in the overall scheme of things?
Top 4, I think. Let me just double check that. 87,242. Just a reminder as well that Bumrah has the wood over Pat Cummins as a batter 8 times in Test cricket. 8 for 45. Bumrah has over Cummins.
Smith's on 68. Bumrah finishes his over. Smith leaves. The Indians get racing between overs, see what they can get in from here. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, 6 for 303. Bharat, you'll do a dash on the last ball to go and film our videos for socials. Just give us your overall thoughts.
No, I mean, the story of the day still remains Sam Konstas. Probably one of the most significant debuts we've seen in Australian Test history, especially in recent years. And the way he took down Jasprit Bumrah, I think, has provided a blueprint to batters around the world, saying, hey, look, if you play him from the crease, he'll sort you out, like others have found out today as well.
Akash deep into his work again. Bowls to Cummins down the leg side. Part dives to take.
But having said that, once again, Australia, as they've done against India on home soil for the last 6 years, just lacking that ruthlessness, not making the most of big platforms that they get, not piling on the runs, 450, 500. They did that at the Gabba, but just leaving the door ajar repeatedly.
Cummins, it's again down the leg side. Akash has just lost the line at the start of this over.
I think he's trying to get it in tight to try and get it in around where that short leg fielder is, but he's just going too far down leg. I think he wants to get it in around sort of off to middle to see if he can squeeze one there or even get a bolder LB, but just starting it too far outside leg, and it's continuing on going down leg.
Clock's about to hit 57. 4 left in the over. Akash bowls. Cummins plays from the stumps to point. No run.
Not just a blueprint that Konstas has provided to others facing Bumrah, but to all young kids who want to be test openers in this country.
Yeah, there's a new technique book out, and the old V's been replaced by the behind the wicket V.
That's how you see off the new ball, Simon.
Correct. Use the pace of it. Don't fight the pace. Just use it. And there's plenty of space behind the slips.
True. Yeah. Spread the field out in that direction.
I can't believe we didn't think of that 20 years ago.
Katich bowls. Cummins squeezes it past third slip and down to the boundary for 4. There was a legitimate edge to turf. Cummins to 5, 6 for 307. Tom.
It is the 4th highest Boxing Day Test crowd of all time, and the highest for a Test that doesn't include England.
Oh. These rivalries catching up, Gerard.
Yes.
How long does the Ashes have?
I know next Boxing Day we'll break the records. And it'll be just so interesting how far that goes. 91-112. With the way that England team has followed. There's been a huge Indian contingent here today, mind you. Cummins plays the ball down to deep backward point or third, which is now protected. They'll take a run. 1 left in the over. So India, they really should get, unless something freakish happens, they'll get another Bumrah over in.
Yeah, unless there's a wicket here, which they'll call stumps. But they'll take that. That's a great result. They'll take the wicket rather than hoping that they get one in the last over.
The highest ever cricket crowd was at the ICC one-day final, Australia versus New Zealand here in 2015. So that was 93,013. I suspect that's the absolute max, given the side screens.
Smith stares down the pitch, plays from his pads to mid-on, no run. So 5 from it, 6 for 308. There's a minute left in the day's play, so the umpires will get to their position before 6 o'clock and we'll get one more of Jasprit Bumrah. Bharat, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Crowd has now been shown what the crowd overall was, 87,242. 6 for 308. Smith 68. Cummins is 6. We'll be quick through our post-game show because there's BBL action to get to. Get Simon to award the player of the day, the player of the day, and the Bendix Breaks big moment. And then reconvene. Have 6 hours of Big Bash, get a little bit of sleep and reconvene tomorrow. Jasprit Bumrah bowls to Pat Cummins, leaves outside the off stump.
Gerard, if you get 6 hours of T20 in tonight, you're a machine. I'm not getting through 6 hours, not after Christmas Day yesterday.
Not even your glorious scorches?
No, they're not going to get me tonight. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not going to last that long.
What impact is the... So we've shared our addiction at the back of the box. There was a box of Haig's chocolates delivered for us, which you and I have attacked with some embarrassment, I think it's fair to say. Bumrah bowls, Cummins from his pads to mid-on. So I'm embarrassed to say I think I've eaten the whole packet of scorched almonds.
Yeah, I had 2 of them, so okay. You've had most of those. Flemo's taken most of the licorice bullets.
Right. What have you been on?
I've been on the dark honeycomb. And they're quite big chunks. Yes. That's why I've chosen them.
I don't know what effect that's going to have as the night goes on.
Yeah, it'll be wired.
You might be watching and listening to 6 hours of Big Bash. SEN sync to get you through. Bumrah pitches up near the off stump. That did a lot on the way down. Cummins let it pass. Head left a ball from Bumrah, which took his off bail. Head went without scoring.
Well, I think the crowd today can go home very happy, having witnessed what they've seen. It's been some remarkable Test cricket.
Not so much of this series. We jam a lot into a day's play when these two teams go at it. Cummins faces up. It's on his pads. He knocks it away to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it says a lot about how the modern game is played, and I think today, we got a serious look into the future with the young kid, Sam Konstas, but also what's to come next year with the Ashes, because England are doing exactly the same thing at any stage of the day. You only have to look at the way Duckett plays and Harry Brook and even Joe Root. So, his scoring rates are going through the roof.
Bumrah to Cummins on the hip, down the leg side, through untouched. So one chance left in the day for Jasprit Bumrah to add a fourth, celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Australia eager to get to stumps 6 down and then really prosecute their advantage tomorrow and look for that 400 total you were talking about. Oh, that's been called a no ball, so still 2 to go.
Yeah, it's certainly what they're aiming for. They've laid a strong foundation today, but there's still plenty of work to be done.
Cummins is on 6. Bumrah bowls to him full, went the Yorker, squeezed out. Now, has that hit Jacewell on the way past? It has. He's ringing at his hand and wrist. It gets away to fine leg. 2 for Cummins. Jacewell is going to need a bit of ice on that right hand.
That was a beauty from Bumrah. Seam was directed towards fine leg. It was zeroed in on Pat Cummins' toe of his front foot, and it just got the bat down in time. Jacewell.
Ouch. Right in the point of the thumb.
Yep. You don't need those late in the day.
Yeah, he's very unhappy, Jacewell. Last ball of a huge day's play here at the MCG. Record-breaking crowd, Australia and India. Bumrah bowls, Cummins blocks him. 6 for 311.
Over time, guys.
That's time indeed. Our post-game is for the Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorated. And Sonos get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. Simon, give me your thoughts.
Well, it started with the audacious stroke play of the young debutant. 19 years of age, Sam Konstas got presented his baggy green by former Australian captain Mark Taylor. And I'd love to know what Tubby said to him, because what we witnessed today will go down in folklore, because Jasprit Bumrah was taken to the cleaners in his first spell. We've seen no one do it. I think, 34 runs in his first spell. It hasn't happened before. And 2 sixes in an over, which hadn't been done before as well. It was just remarkable stroke play, and dancing down the wicket and slapping the ball through cover and then hitting it over off a length over mid-on for 6. It was just breathtaking to watch once he got going. I think we were nervous for him early, because the first 4 overs there was a lot of playing missing going on, and there was plenty happening in the wicket. So if anything, I think it rattled India, and particularly Rohit Sharma, because the way the field spread so quickly, everyone forgot, particularly India forgot, that the wicket was actually doing something, and the new ball was hard work. It got Khawaja going, and then what we saw from the openers was a strong platform then for the rest of the innings, and was backed up well. Labuschagne played well for 72. He'd be disappointed with the way he got out, threw it away just after the drinks break in the last session. But Steve Smith, he's carried on his form from that 100 in Brisbane. He looks very good on 68 not out. And then nicely finished off late in the day. Pat Cummins got through to stumps with him. So I think Australia will be happy with their day. India will be happy with the fact they fought back after Australia were 2 down in that last session, and could well have got through to stumps 2 or 3 down. So a little mini collapse after that drinks break, and Bumrah was the main man again. But yeah, I think Australia will be happy with that today.
Our play of the day for Drinkwise, you won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. The reverse ramping of Sam Konstas, who is our player of the day thanks to Bingley, better living every day. The Bendix Breaks big moment of the day is Virat Kohli walking into Sam Konstas. He really has shoulder charged him for Bendix, the best known breaks. As we'll all get to sleep on this, in the scheme of suspension, is Virat Kohli at risk of suspension from Sydney?
I think so. It's deliberate physical contact. And I'm not sure you can argue out of that, because the line that he takes is directly towards Sam Konstas. And Sam Konstas wasn't even looking at him. So I think he's in a bit of trouble. I'm not sure what he was thinking, like whether he's just aggravated with the situation or where India are at, or he's frustrated. But, yeah, there was no need for it.
There's more. That's the put your foot down with confidence. Bendix Breaks the big moment there. Simon, we'll sit together tomorrow and set it all up again here at the MCG. It's a good test match on the brew.
It certainly is, Gerard.
There's more action in the CA Live app. Replay every wicket with the Border Gavaskar Trophy in the CA Live app. Download today. 6 for 311 at stumps. Australia won the toss, chose to bat. Konstas 60, Khawaja 57, Labuschagne 72, Head 0, Marsh 4, Carey 31, Smith is 68, not out, and Cummins unbeaten on 8. That was our post game for the Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorated, and Sonos get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. Big Bash Nation is about to roar to life. The cricket on Boxing Day never ends. It's a doubleheader. The Sixers versus the Stars live from the SCG. Then the Scorchers taking on Brisbane in Perth. The Sixers have won the bat flip and elected to bowl. From the MCG, good evening.